One night in New York is like a lifetime anywhere. Dancing in the dark up in Central Park, or the bright lights of Times Square. This town is champagne, so shake the bottle, pop the cork. All the deadliest sins are like one night in New York. Put on your silk and your satin, we're stepping out in style. We'll be the toast of Manhattan, cruising the Golden Mile. This town is alive. Go wild and let your money talk. Any man can be king and reign one night in New York. All right. Come on, put on your silk and your satin. We're stepping out in style. We'll be the toast of Manhattan, cruising the Golden Mile. One night in New York is like a lifetime anywhere. Dancing in the dark up in Central Park, or the bright lights of Times Square. This town is champagne, so shake the bottle, pop that cork. All the deadliest sins are like one night in New York. Don't you know all the deadliest sins are like one night in New York?
The holiday's here to greet you, and it's coming around to meet you. We'll let the holidays carry us away. Yeah, it'll carry us away. So, what do you say? It'll make all of our wishes come true. We'll take a winter stroll, footsteps in the snow. Won't you take a winter stroll with me? We'll see the lights on display from Main Street down to the Bay this holiday. Take a winter stroll, footsteps in the snow. We'll let the holidays carry us away. We'll see the lights on display. Everything starts today. So we'll let the holidays, yeah, let the holidays carry us away.
Life, no need for trouble or strife. Cocktail parties, Broadway lights, arm in arm as we see the sights. Monday morning, we catch a plane down the coast to Saint-Tropez. Wherever we are, it's never the same. Where there's fun and dance, we will play. We're living a high life, no need for trouble or strife. Cocktail parties, Broadway lights, arm in arm as we see the sights. Friday night, we hit the town, eat caviar and drink champagne. A life of luxury fit for the crown, a lustful life that we can't contain. But whatever the party, wherever we land, being with you makes me feel grand. Rags or riches, I just don't care. The love that we share is beyond compare. Because we're living a high life, no need for trouble or strife. Cocktail parties, Broadway lights, arm in arm as we see the sights. As we see the sights.
Easy does it, what's the rush? Hey, why not travel slow? Let's just take our time and then we'll see. Easy does it, makes it such a nice long way to go. Day by day we'll have fun, you and me. You know some things don't move by force. Let's let love run its own sweet course. Easy does it naturally. Easy does it, that's the way to make it all so right. This is how I knew that love should be. Easy does it, every day means every single night. We'll be lovers, this I guarantee. Let's keep the tempo slow, not fast, 'cause that's the way to make love last. Easy does it naturally. Happy so easily. I got it alive and take me back, you see. I'm always loving you. Now and then I'll check out a chick, but I find that when there's really no kick, I'm coming home again. I'm always loving you. You ought to believe me, and I'll just lose my mind. You're making me frantic, please. I'm a romantic news. I really just can't take these lonely nights. She's stop with your crying. The time's right for trying to make up and end without fights. And now it's you and me. We're happy together so easily. I think you finally believe in me. I'm always loving you. With your crying, the time's right for trying to make up and end without fights. And now it's you and me. We're happy together so easily. I think you finally believe in me. I'm always loving you.
Tree, oh Christmas tree, straight to our house we'll bring it. The Christmas tree, oh Christmas tree, your branches there are swinging. It's the time of year Santa's bringing toys to all them good little girls and boys. Oh Christmas tree, oh Christmas tree, everybody's singing. Don't you love snuggling about that Christmas fire with that Christmas tree, just you and me, maybe a little mistletoe. Straight to our house we'll bring it.
Hey little honey, I've got the money, let's blow it all. Come on, but baby, no if, buts, or maybes, let's have a ball. Let's paint the town red with all my bread, there's just no end. If I won the lotto, I'd make my motto, spend, spend, spend. What say that we go, take some of my dough, let's blow it all. When it comes to pleasure, don't matter the measure, big or small. Who knows how long this will last? For now, let's have a blast. It's fun, yeah, you know it, so let's go blow it all. An arrow that I can spare, so let's blow it all. Come on, my honey, let's take this money, let's have a ball. Who knows how long this will last? For now, let's have a blast. It's fun, yeah, you know it, so let's blow it all. It's fun, yeah, you know it, so let's go blow it all.
Our love was a chance encounter, a glance across the street, fleeting moments, two strangers meeting that swept me off my feet. Golden leaves under an autumn sun. You talked about the movies and how your life begun. Our lives weave together through all kind of weather, and our hearts grew strong. Our love was a chance encounter, a glance across the street, fleeting moments, two strangers meeting that swept me off my feet. The buzz of traffic, the bright city lights. You talked about marriage and who you'd invite. We talked for hours and I brought you flowers, and our hearts grew strong. How can something so special be mere happenstance? Was it destiny calling, or just life's little dance? Our love was a chance encounter, a glance across the street, fleeting moments, two strangers meeting that swept me off my feet, that swept me off my feet.
Sometimes I'm wrong,
I'm usually right.
the reason we get along.
We make love most every night.
I take it black,
And I like it light.
opposites do attract.
We make love most every night.
It's just a fact of life that a man and his wife sometimes disagree.
I know it's true, my dear, the resolution's clear. Come on, make love to me.
Whether I'm wrong,
Whether I'm right,
the point is we get along. We make love most every night. Just a fact of life that a man and wife sometimes disagree. see eye to eye.
We never fight. And here's a reason why we make love most every night. And here's a reason why we make love most every night.
About bloody time.
DreamLeague Season 27 is brought to you by DHL.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome back to another broadcast here with Gary and T as we get ourselves into some more Dota 2 action. We've got another day where we're down at the bottom of the group stage. Some teams that are out, they are eliminated, but there's always prize money to play for, so we'll be looking towards that, as well as some little crumbs of EPT points as well for some of these teams. But so far, you know, we've seen some great highlights of incredible Dota, but we've also seen some sloppy, messy stuff. Of course, everyone's vying to try and get towards the Esports World Cup, so it's been a proving ground, really. A nice mixed bag of teams that haven't quite got there or are trying to develop their identity, and they do have a couple of tournaments to be able to do that through this year.
Yeah, and on the Earth stream, we are pretty much looking not for the teams that are going to be vying for success at Dream League Season 27, the ones that will be lifting the trophy. We're looking at kind of, like you said, cultivating the experience of what they learned in this season to push forward for Season 28, to push forward for ESL 1 Birmingham 2026. So, yeah, if you are tuning into the Earth stream, none of the teams here are going to be your playoff teams unless there is like some statistical anomaly where, you know, miracles happen. They are, as you already mentioned, they're vying for a nice little bit of dollar. Of course, every series win is $3,500 to the players. All right. So for a lot of these teams who are kind of currently placed in that kind of that bottom 8, you know, frequenting the Earth stream every day, they would love to get some more series wins, get some extra dollars, because I think what this promotes is just helping the kind of the tier 2, tier 3 scene out immensely, you know, providing some cash, because you might say $3,500, you know, some people might scoff at that, but for a tier 2, tier 3 player who might be on like a very low salary, getting an extra $500-$600 in their pocket, right? That's suddenly, you know, paying for rent, you know, doing all these small things and, you know, allowing them to continue their hope to becoming a tier 1 player, right? So as much as it's very easy to look over, I think it is really, really important, these series still today, because, you know, when you look at the teams that we have, like the countries that they're from, the regions they're from, also this money will go quite a long way, right? So yeah, it's very, very important still financially for these players.
Yeah, like later on today, you know, we'll talk about Amaru a little bit more in depth, but they've got some 15, 16, 17-year-old players, you know, living in South America. So, you know, what's 3,500 is 700 apiece. That's still a nice bit of cash in their pockets. There's some results from yesterday as well. We watched a team Tidebound yet again dismantle Yakult Bros. That wasn't even close. Nemesis took out Passion UA. I feel like Nemesis has been a team where there's like mixed expectations looking at that roster, and so far they've had mixed results. But that's a team we kind of look at as, you know, maybe not a dark horse here, but next tournament they could make a big run.
Yeah, I feel like they, on paper, they should be a team that's always like contending between like 8th and 12th, in my opinion, where I wouldn't be surprised if they make playoffs. They can cause some upsets. I'm not going to throw them into contention of like, you know, winning tournaments and that is, you know, getting carried away. But, you know, on paper for SEA, they should be there.
Sorry, we start the highlights minute 30 when the game ends.
I mean, the highlight, brother. Look at the kills. What highlights?
Was the game ending for everybody involved.
Dude, the Earth
this
stream
one was
just
a
magical.
little closer, but yeah, still tied
All
down.
right, odds on the next clip just being the Ancient blowing up. Thoughts? Game 1, 1 clip. Game 2, 2 clips. What are we thinking?
Probably right.
Here it is.
It might just be that one there. No, it's done.
Oh, wait, it's just a whole new game.
Nemesis against Passion. This one, nice fight around the Roche pit. That's what we like to see. A bit of back and forth, trading heroes, trading blows. Or was it Nemesis took this one 2-1, so they went 1-1.
No, it was 2-0. It was 2-0.
Oh, was it 2-0? Okay.
Yeah, it was 2-0. The thing for Nemesis is more like Analog was supposedly standing in for this tournament. You know, he's, I believe, fielding other offers from other teams. Again, I have no idea what team that could be, right? Compared to, like, Nemesis feels like a good team to be on to get into tournaments, right? Because being an SEA, having, you know, OG already invited to the events, it kind of, it's a pretty good roster. So I'm intrigued to know where Analog's moving away. But that aside, of course, we did have just an absolute banger game in the evening. First game between 1Dub and Enigma Galaxy. It was like a 74-minute moment in which they go for a base race. You know, 1W, they're diving the fountain. Don't forget they lose this game, 14 minutes later. So self-inflicted loss, and yeah, it's quite a rough one. But at least for our sake, we didn't cover this series. We wanted 1W to do something, right? We saw 2 series where they were kind of like lackluster. They did at least do something in this game. They were very proactive.
Until the end, when they made things a bit more difficult for themselves.
There we go. Exactly. They got carried away. They're like, we're doing something. No! As, of course, the Lycan, as you see on the minimap, poor old Warlock trying to defend the base by himself. He insta-dies to the Lycan, giving away 1,400 gold. Oh, when you have the late game Requiem, the song, there's so many little tools to delay.
And then Necro Books going on the buildings. Oh, super close. Just imagine being 24k ahead, dominating the game, and then the camera pans to your throne falling. That sucks.
It's so rough. And the worst thing as well is like, you shouldn't watch that replay, but one guy probably loaded it up and went, well, actually, the puck could have blinked in 10 seconds earlier, and the windrunner probably could have focused fire, someone, they probably won't talk about it because, again, there's no analysis to be had there. It's just like a late game moment where you just kind of go, communication could be better. But like, as soon as you watch the replay, hindsight kicks in, it really hurts you. But of course, we are looking at 1W being a 0-4 team, Passionate also an 0-4 team. We will be covering them later today, but don't forget, they do have $3,500 on the line for whoever wins. And again, for both of these rosters who have been locked into qualifiers for pretty much their entire, competitive careers, $3,500 will go a long way. So it's still a very, very important series, even though it is 23rd versus 24th.
And first up, we've got people who are just a little bit ahead of them in the standings. The 1 and 3 teams. Amaru versus Yakult Bros. The old versus the new, or vice versa. I was looking at the average ages because I kind of thought Amaru would be just completely, outdoing Yakult Bros in terms of being the little young stars of Dota. It wasn't that much of a difference because Amaru do have a couple of like 39, my goodness. The 29 and 31-year-olds, but they've also got a 15 or 16. We're not sure how old Tai Lung is, apparently. 15 or 16. And then they carry 17 as well. It's a 23.2-year-old average, while Yakult Bros 28.6.
Yeah, I think it's just cool having, like, when you talk about a competitive Dota player from a region, and it is like, oh, they're this like young talent, right? Because again, Dota always like, oh, it's the old guy still playing, or like, some No One redemption arc, some Moon redemption arc, right? And then you get like a South American team who, of course, Tai Lung has been playing for some time now. He played on OG's South America roster. He's also played on his own kind of mixed stacks for some time. Like, it's not like he's a new player, but still very, very fresh talent into the scene. And if he can get the right players around him to kind of like craft his understanding of what he wants to do, kind of like push him in the right direction. The same thing for Wits, right? It's again, very, very young carry player. Like, between these two, they could become very, household names for South America, but they just need the correct players. You kind of like, when you're this young in the game, if you have like the wrong leader around you, someone who installs like bad kind of fundamentals or like a bad attitude, like, no offense to Parker, but like, you don't want to be Parker 2.0. You don't want to have this like you don't want to be like egoisto, like like there is room in the scene for a healthy carry player coming from the region, right? So we'll see if of course Wits can do that, but for Tai Lung, again, the mid laner, same story, right? It's young player can achieve so much if they have the correct direction.
So there's nothing wrong with going AFK in a team fight when your team's trying to go Roshan, right? Just step back from your computer. It's fine behavior.
Yeah, it's all right.
And Yakult Bros here. Moon standing in for Emo, and the rest of the classics still there. They've struggled to find their footing, and Moon has had some difficult periods here in his career trying to find a good squad to play with. This could be one to have a bit of fun, but it doesn't feel like they are a hyper-competitive team. They'll make it to tournaments, they'll take a couple of games off people, but so far they've not really shown any good direction.
Yeah, I mean, the comparison between the two mid laners that we had, right, is kind of the battle of like new versus old. That was what the hell was that camera angle? Oh my brother! What's the zoom? Wait, what player even is this?
I don't know.
10 seconds remaining.
It's unplayed.
That was hype.
That's very close.
Can we just do the entire draft of their camera angle? That's just neck. It's like, like the little mini games, like, guess the hero.
Yeah,
guess the player from his mole on his neck. We can zoom out if you can't predict it in one.
What jacket's he wearing? He's just showing off his brand new Adidas jacket or whatever it is.
He's really happy.
It's camouflage.
Fucking hell. That is impressive.
It's John Cena.
Yeah, great, wonderful. Oh, I can't take this draft seriously. Well, maybe
there we go.
Maybe some like
Feels much
PR
better.
training. Yeah, I just sent him a friend request. We'll see if he adds me.
Well, so you can spy on his pubs.
Yeah, a little bit. Everyone was sharing their. Oh, sorry, go on.
No, everyone's sharing their what? You continue.
they were sharing their profiles in the lobby. So like, do you know,
were
like you can
they?
do the little
Yeah.
box where it's like share profile party lobby. You know, they were doing that to each other, so I thought I'd join in, and then Zeal did it after me, and I was like, you know what? Shoot my shot. Sent them the friend request.
Nice. I was going to ask, do you have an idea what MMR these two South American superstars are? Because I tried to have a look at like their profiles, and I could see their rank, but.
So Tai Lung is 66 on European leaderboard, which means he's very much like 16k, 15, like very high 15k. So I know rank Yotoro just hit 17 and he's ranked 7. So I'd assume 66 should be around 16k. And then Wits, I don't know from the top of my head. Oh wait, no, he's ranked 240, which would be like a healthy 15k, yeah. So basically 16k for mid, 15k for carry. But at this point, MMR, as soon as you get to around 15, 16k, it's kind of the same, right? It's just the 17k guy has just played a little bit more, but they're all kind of in the same like lobbies, beating each other every other day type of thing. So
what's that? Immortal 300 plus, like, or less?
Wits is 200.
Okay.
But still very, very high ranked. Yeah, MMR now obviously it's very, very high.
Top heavy.
Again, for context, I'm 500 and I'm 13k. So it's like the difference between me being 500 and the guy who's 200 is like another 2,000 MMR. It's like, why?
Yes, that's a big hill to climb.
And the 200 guy to like rank 1 is another 2k, right? It's like it's a lot.
That sounds awful. That's why I don't bother with ranked. I haven't for a long time.
Yeah, the leaderboard is quite scary. Like you get onto the leaderboard because it's like you'd think like a rank 1100, right? You're like, oh, that's pretty cool, right? Nope, that's like 11k. It's like the rank 1k is 2k away from rank 500. So
it's like actually crazy how inflated stuff is. Like I remember when I had the misguided idea to think about going, semi-pro or trying to join like amateur leagues and stuff like that. I was just below leaderboard was 6k.
Yep.
So there were 200 people 100 people on the leaderboard, whatever it was. It was like 6 to 7k was like the top of the top, and I was like 5.8, almost made it there. And now you're looking at 5.8 just being absolute garbage.
Yeah.
You're not even a gamer.
I mean, again, it's impressive for like the average of Dota players, right? Like a 5.8k player, you're above average. It's still like conceptually good for that. But if you think competitively, then you're not even. Yeah. I mean, a year away from being like a tier 3 pro player. You're like
comparatively, you may as well
years,
may as well not have a mouse or keyboard,
Like I'm like again, just like I'm grateful enough to be 13. I'm not even close to being a pro player, right? And you could argue within a 1 or 2k MMR of the MMR of some of these players, right? And still, it's like in my head, I'm like, nope, nowhere near it. Like, yeah, it's crazy. It is crazy. Oh, you know what isn't crazy? This draft. We're seeing the same heroes again, Gareth.
We are. Lovely normal stuff. Well, a few little changes. Terrorblade has made his way all the way to the top of the bans, the pecking order. Huskar is also getting removed very early on, along with Kez. So some of those nasty kind of laning or flashy heroes that the young boys, I'm sure, can play very well are being respected by the Yakult Bros. Jakiro standard, good laner, good tower pusher, strongest support we've had in a long time. Naga Siren, I'd probably say, is a close second in that regard. But I do like this Wind Ranger pickup that we've seen a lot more recently to lane against heroes like Jakiro, Snap, whoever it might be, and you can actually trade, and then you kind of act like Hoodwink does. You go run around the map, you see things, and then make stuff happen.
It also helps with Windrunner that with the Deadshot facet, you do enough damage by yourself that the Naga doesn't need to bring the damage, right? Like a big problem with a Naga draft, again, rare because Naga drafts kind of win. Oh, what? We've moved the camera. The big problem with like Naga drafts is sometimes your double supports are both like do nothing, low damage setup heroes. But at least Windrunner does answer that. Amaru though, going for an extremely well-rounded lineup, and I'm a big fan of the early Tide picks. Right? I think this hero probably should be picked up a lot more, especially when you see Naga. There is zero pressure Naga can do onto the Tide. It does set up your cult though to pick up like the gyrocopter, just to be a bit more pressuring in lane. I don't know if I like Ursa. I don't know if I like it though, because you have Hoodwink to bully you. Naga doesn't bring damage, and you want damage plus Ursa to kill Tide. You can't just go for like control plus Ursa, because you won't have enough time to right click the Tide with Hoodwink punching you. So like Gyro's the safer option of the two. But why do you like Ursa, Gareth?
He just goes. Like legitimately, he's one of those heroes that just goes. You know that at minute 20 he's gonna go. So I kind of like seeing him in a draft. I think it's one of those. I don't know. It's such a like a boring phrase, but he's an identity hero. You know, you build your draft around this identity of this timing. Ursa, Medusa, whoever it might be, is just the person on the map you look towards for direction.
I don't mind Ursa if they play the lane knowing that they shouldn't be trying to kill, right?
Okay.
Like if you pick Ursa and you're looking at Tide going, I'm going to kill him 3 times in lane, I'm going to be like 10-minute Battle Fury, then I think you have problems because of the things I mentioned. But if you're playing Ursa based on that mindset you have, where it's like you just chill, you hit your creeps, you know you're eventually going to kill the Hoodwink and Jakiro very easily, then I like that.
We now have to look at Wind Ranger carry?
Potentially. They are holding the flex a bit, right? Because you could argue Winter could still be mid, Primal could be mid off lane. Right. But yes, Winter carry does look like the most obvious based on Natsumi and OG and what he's kind of bringing into the scene.
Well, Abada now to try and break free of some of that initiation that Yakut Bros have got. I'm pretty reliant on Shackle Shot or Primal Beast's initiation and just pop the borrowed time and run away. And a hero that's very good when you're kind of out there farming, you're waiting for the Tide to slowly slop his way into the battle. You've got a lot of room there with your ulti and the shield to buy time in fights, to set up for a good ravage. Like to kill an Abaddon, often you have to dogpile him, put 4 or 5 heroes on him, and that's where Tide thrives. Who's got?
It's a very tanky lineup, right? Yeah, your Colt have last pick. And Amaru, they need to do something here, right? Like, you've got Abba farm, Tide farm. Like, the mid laner needs to be the Pangos, the Embers. Of course, Amaru has already banned out the Pango themselves, but, like, really simple hero that brings life to the draft, pretty much, is what I'm looking towards.
What about a really complicated hero like Invoker that does a lot of other stuff instead?
I mean, that's fair. If you play it in the somewhat aggressive mindset, then also fine. True. Saying the word simple probably was quite a bad use of the word, but like, I mean, if you rewind the clocks, when I look at Amaru lineup, I'm just looking at like, the old school, like a tiny mid, Ember mid. That's kind of like what I lean towards, right? Like, you get an active rune, you get like one item, and off you go.
The hero that uses Hoodwink's vision and like plays forward on the map, right?
Yeah, exactly. Of course, Puck is another good ban though from your Colt here that I kind of forgot about, to be honest. But the lockdown that your Colt have is it's very like execution heavy, right? You need the primal in the correct position. Are you getting the ensnare off Ancient Seal? Like, these are kind of cheap stuns that get removed by a BKB or whatever. And Amaru just go for Lesh. Yeah, again, don't mind it. It's a do something hero, right? You buy Blink and then just throw yourself into every fight and just take heroes down with you.
It's a good all-round draft. Get Pipe up on Tide, Radiance on the Abaddon. It takes a little while to get there. So Amaru feels like they want to kind of extend the laning phase with these laning heroes. So then it comes down to the supports moving around with the Lesh to try and open things up. Well, I'm going to steal your turn of phrase. Yakko Bros, they want to break Amaru, right? They want to try and stop the farming from going on. They want to break open the lanes as quickly as possible.
I just don't know if that's going to happen, though. Like, I'm looking at their heroes and, sure, you can always win a laning phase in Dota and have some good moves, but I'm just picturing this, like, inevitable moment where you go for a smoke, but you run into Tide. You can never combo him down, right? He's going to blubber it off, his innate. And then, sure, that happens. Then you go to Abba. Oh, okay, we can't break him until there's, like, a Ags on the Primal or a Kanda on the Scarif Mage. So now it's like, okay, we can't kill Abba. Like, there is a world where Amaru very quickly in this game just never dies to the pick-off plays from your Colt.
It's a good little point, though, right? There are a number of ways to break here. Like, if it's carry Wind Ranger, there's also the chance of Silver Edge on top of the Sky and the Primal. So break and silence into Abaddon doesn't It doesn't mean it's an easy game for Amaru's carry. Oh, thinking hard about this last pick. They come out with the Viper.
Ooh. You know what?
Was
I
it going
don't mind
mid?
it. Yeah, little mid. Look how happy Moon is to play it. Oh, okay, he was smiling at the end of it. He did not look happy. Then he went for a cheeky smile, so that's redemption. And Zeal's happy as well. To be fair, Zeal's always happy. Even Fly is happy.
Yay!
Oh, there we go. Baboka, though.
Sippy sip.
Mmm, tasty soup. I like my soup. Soup's good.
Was it soup or was it coffee?
That did look like coffee, to be fair, but...
Well, coffee is just
Wait.
a soup.
Did we just find out? Did he fix his camera?
He did,
That's
yeah.
the
We've
same,
got the vertical.
That's the same color.
They had the full-on like iPhone vertical camera business going on. I think productions managed to scale him out.
Was it? Hold
Fix
on.
his
Okay,
camera
now was it
issue.
production scaling him out? Was it, you know, that the manager having to go, hey, your camera's a little bit sus, brother. Go fix your camera. That was Knight,
Serious
the
face.
position 4 player that was having to deal with his camera tech, bless him. But no, the Viper pickup. We already mentioned that, you know, Amaru has these kind of like tanky, annoying heroes to pick off, and that can be a big problem for a very pick-off-centric lineup, right? When you have Primal Beast, Scarif Mage, even Windrunner in the carry role, right? You're always looking for that next single hero alone to snipe, and then use your number advantage to go elsewhere, right? And I was worried that both Tide and Abba would be able to just kind of brush these moments off. If you're near a tower, you mass TP in, you turn every fight around, but Viper, like, just find hero, ult them. Okay, we are killing this guy right now, so I don't mind it, but yeah, your Colt, they need to play well early game. Like, there is a massive timer on them at feeling comfortable in the team fights. So go is your Colts big takeaway from this draft.
And it kind of feels like when they do have to go for these moves, it has to be a core kill. Like, thinking about how they fight, it's Pulverized Mystic Flare gets a kill, and then what do they have left? Like, a Viper, do they have to dump everything onto a Tide to kill him? Probably. Abaddon, same story. Do they have enough in the tank to go for proper team fights? I feel like Yakl Bros are all about skirmishing and just like individual pick-off into map space, into pressure. As soon as that falls apart, yeah, the game extends and you're looking at this fat Tide, Abaddon, and Lesh who have infinite damage.
Yeah. The thing is that Dota's so like beautiful in its complexity that like you could argue your Colt, if they do have a team fight issue, their lifeline is BKB Ags, Shiva's refresher on the primal, him being able to like soak everything up, and then Windrunner having like BKB, maybe even like a satanic, or like there's like weird niche late game items that provide you length and like survivability. So then it's like you survive through the borrowed time, through the multiple ravages. You don't die to Leshrax's burst combination at the start, and now it's like Lesh doesn't have anything. Like, there is like this like second win to your Colts lineup or any skirmish lineup, but it is locked behind like 20,000 net worth on multiple heroes. So you don't really talk about it too much.
You know?
Ah, yes, I. Oh man,
Channeling
what a dark time.
You'll get there.
Yeah, sounds good. We should also bring back the gem working on illusions. How about that? That's a good way to extend out the game.
Or the active tranquils.
Oh, yeah, that's a banger.
Never forget that old axe build where you used to go jungle axe with you'd get tranquils and an energy booster. You'd use tranquils, disassemble, make the arcanes, use the arcanes, disassemble, and just keep cycling between two sets of boots. Dota players will find the dirtiest ways to jungle, to do anything other than lane.
That's where the whole argument is. Maybe the jungle shouldn't be spawning at 1 minute. Maybe it should just be spawning
Straight away? Yeah,
straight
I think
away.
so.
Bring it back.
Bring back Iron
Allow
Talon,
the-
bring back jungling.
Whoa.
Bring back
All right.
Cliff Jungling, Nature's Prophet. Bring back Necro, stacking Ancient Camps. Bring
Mango
back Legion
Tree.
Commander. Bring back Smoke Darkseer. Okay, I'm going to stop now. I'm getting a little excited.
Can I get an amen up in here?
Please do not bring
You're
back
trying
any
to
of the things that I've just said. The small print here is that they're all nasty stuff and they will destroy anyone's lives and you'll need to go to therapy in order to survive. Right, game one, best of 3. Let's see what we've got in store for us here as Chanming and Fly in this top lane. Gonna push the lane forward into Oscar and Knight, a Tide, and the Hoodwink. Should be able to hold their own. It's always nasty playing into Naga, who sends illusions forward. You have to bushwhack and anchor smash. But then you're still having to deal with Fly, who's this long-range poker. I'm going to go for Tangled. So every shackle shot is going to give that a little bit of bonus damage.
Yeah, this is the kind of go-to carry facet, right? You just hit a nice little shackle, get the bonus damage, feels good. And of course, Moon. This is actually, you know what? I love you, Moon. I love you, okay? Because these Viper players, all right? All the young guns, the competitively up-to-date Viper players.
Tylong's going for this, but he's dead.
Yeah, that's fine. That's it. Okay, because everyone copied Thompson, okay? They take Nevertoxin, they push the wave, and they copied him because he's Thompson, you know? 10k viewer streamer. But my guy Moon, he's like, I'm coming back from like multi-years of not playing competitive. I'm doing the proper old-school Viper. 2-point poison attack. You see Lesh, spit on him. Get him out of the lane. Don't allow him to hug the creep wave and to punish you. Woo!
Yeah, the lane domination situation. And now Tylong's also missed the D ward mid. Oscar's going to get bullied back a bit by the Naga up at top. Yeah, this Lesh comes back, places a sentry, wastes his money, doesn't get the Observer Ward kill, which is a bit rough for him. And Moon off to a great start with Bottle, with Water Runes to grab. The old versus
really
the young.
Now Moon has to go to keep applying the pressure, right? The problem with this build is if you don't get a couple kills or just kind of hold the position with, let's say, CS advantage, you are going to be farming a lot slower than the Toxin build, right? With the Nevertoxin. So it is volatile, and I think that is, to be fair, a reason why players don't always go for it. In their kind of minds, it's like, oh, can I actually win the lane? So we will have to kind of look back at mid lane later on in a couple minutes' time to see if Moon has kind of extended this lead.
I think it has to also be said that it's like a kind of a cool, wise move by Tylong to go for that. Like, knowing that he's low HP, he's likely to die if he sticks around in lane, doesn't have his regen coming out. He would rather attempt the kill and die than just stay around and do nothing, right?
Yeah. No, for sure. It's like, it's one of those, like, if he doesn't go for the kill, he will just be 100 HP on his high ground watching Moon deny everything, right? But at least now he's able to body, get a bit more XP. But Moon was 3 points poison attack. Oh, this is so refreshing. You don't understand. I've been crying. Like an entire Valachia.
Well.
Okay, Naga is kind of ruining this a little bit, I'll be real.
Yeah, blood grenade thrown in. Ooh, was that a Lotus munched on? Tianming's still going to die, though, to the Lightning Storm. And Water Rune there for Tylong.
Yeah, didn't really need to contest this. I think Moon was just winning the lane by himself, but giving a kill will hurt him. But yeah, it's like, I've gone through like 3 events now where Viper players haven't tried doing this build. And finally it's happening, so whew. I'm just going to keep living in the moment right now. I couldn't care less, mate. No, I will click around though, sorry. I'm just staring at Moon.
Yeah, just stare at Moon. Good night, Moon.
Alright, you tell me what we should be talking about.
25 and 10 on the Abaddon, having a good old time. Both offlaners having a pretty sad laning stage, Zeal in particular. Not being able to do too much against this Jakiro, apparently. Knight is also stacking up camps there and dealing with the Naga illusions.
It was a nice bushwhack. He kept one illusion away just long enough to keep the hard camp alive to stack it. The Ancient did get blocked, but nice micro from the Naga, and also nice spellcasting from Knight just to kind of protect what was happening. Oscar, though, is getting just poked, but shouldn't be dying. Again, with the
mid lane, Baboka's come in here to try and get another kill on the Lesh. Not able to really get on top of him, though. Tylong's had good positioning.
I mean, this is when I would like to see the Naga mid, right? Like, not for the 4-minute, but come for the 6-minute rune. Play on the fact that Viper will have level advantage over the Leshrac, and then bring that additional control, even the Deluge, to go for a Leshrac kill. Ooh, Gardic.
That's a lot of damage. Just from one stack of poison and a blood grenade.
But they have left a creep wave now, so 3-point edict on the Leshrac. You can kill the Viper if there's no one else here to tank.
Another concussive shot, but no real chase. And DD rune there for Knight as well.
Your cult are so desperate for the kill, right? Like the Naga coming mid and Sky coming mid as well. Like they're itching for it. They really just want to get the kill. And again, this is an argument to why some Viper players don't go for this build. Because in your mind, it's like you always look for it. But look at the CS. 31-22 on the Viper to a 12-3 of a Leshrac.
And Lesh is meant to be the do-shit hero, right? This is the hero that's meant to pair with the supports, look for the early tempo, look for kills, while your Abaddon is farming, while the Tide is kind of dipping into jungle to get towards his pipe. Lesh is not going to be able to do anything, so he's in catch-up mode. Yeah, trying to de-ward his lane, but he's missed out both of them. The Dire Observer has been out of range of these sentries so far, and with a catapult wave here, they'll start losing HP on this tier 1 mid pretty quickly. Naga and Scarth Mage both lurking in the shadows, just looking at this 16-year-old star player. He's been shut down completely.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They don't want him to have any fun.
You know, you're a coach and you're playing against Messi. What do? You just say, put 3 men on Messi. Just don't let him dribble past you.
It's quite anti-fun.
Nice going in with studs up, tackles to the shins. Tier 1 tower's nearly dead. Gardic's going to come in and try and stop this. An ice path towards Baboka. Bushwhack misses though, and now the Viper Strike and the damage back onto the Jakiro should finish him off. Moon will get the kill while Tai Lung oversteps. This damage comes too quickly for you to withstand it. Another one for Viper maybe, but the shield from Wits. The Abaddon has TP'd in. Reaction and life comes out from Amaru finally.
That is really, really scary though for Amaru. The fact is your carry has to come in to save your Leshrac, who oversteps the mark. And now he's running back to bot lane. And Primal Beast this entire time just kind of chilling. Just pulls back the wave, skips the next one. Say that he doesn't actually skip the wave. I thought he was going to angle that to connect on the small camp, but still, Amaru just mode survival. Mid tower falls at the 8-minute mark, using the first catapult wave to then break the mid tower. It's a very impressive timing. That's a good thing we spotlighted these two players. I feel like that's the entire story of the game so far. Knight. Gone.
It's a trial in mid though, isn't it? Like Moon has got 2 bodyguards here, literally sitting in his lane, waiting for something to happen.
But it's perfect, no? It's the read on the game that we were expecting. We wanted aggression from your cult. The big playmaker in the lineup in the early game is the Viper, so utilize his tools.
And now Wits has to level the borrowed time to break free of Zeal and Baboka. An ice path and a bit of chip damage here. They need a Bushwhack from Hoodwink to connect, and now Zeal trying to onslaught out, but taken down as Fly makes his rotation in. The Abaddon with a shield and the heals just getting focus fired down by Fly, and the final arrows will come in with a flurry of damage. But the turn on turn, Oscar has arrived. It's the kill on Fly while the Moon Viper will start pushing the poison damage, but now Tai Lung can get his chance to shine. It's Oscar with a triple kill added in with that Leshrac damage. And the Yakult Bros made to pay.
Very, very good move from Amaru, right? Like, they're under this pressure of your cult's early game, and they go, you know what? This is our moment. Tai Lung under the pressure of getting trial in mid, plus the Ravage. Like, again, you need to go for these kills. You cannot allow your cult to run wild. And sometimes your cult can get carried away, and it's just another example of why they are, in this kind of like bottom half of the group position. And they have such a commanding hold on this game, and they kind of invite Amaru, like, please take this very advantageous fight where you're protected by the teleport of your tower, where you can, play under the cover of your Ravage. So your cult squandering their 3,000 lead now. It's still not going to be perfect for Amaru, but this easily could have been a 6, 7, 8,000 gold lead in a couple minutes time. But now once again,
they were in a dark tunnel, and that's the little glimmer of light at the end of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Now the Tide, level 8, got a ton of cash from that.
Oh Christ, Moon's actually going proper old school. I saw a Blade of Attack and I was like, okay, or Blade of Alacrity, sorry. I was like, okay, where's he gonna go? Nope, he's looking at Dragon Lance. This is full right-click old school build. Yep, he's got an kill. No, he
didn't finish it off. Gardic just steps away from it, and now Tianming, the one in trouble. Not level 6 yet on this Naga Siren. We've seen Tianming's have some real difficulties getting his levels in these games. And Moon getting Bushwhacked there, the slow Viper not able to catch up to a target. Leaving Wits on the front line, Zeal will come in towards Oscar's Tide. No Ravage, so no ability to save himself, but they've got borrowed time on the Abaddon. Gardic's getting focused on the left-hand side, as the Leshrac tries to step up, but into the Viper's arms, Fly will pick up a double kill. And this time, Amaru getting bogged down in a fight which the Yakult Bros were allowed to react to. Another shackle shot into Pulverize will grab them a Hoodwink. A little more damage pushed through the trample, and that's a triple kill for Fly.
I think Amaru kind of gained some confidence, right, from the bottom fight, and maybe they just didn't have the when you win the bot fight, it's because of very clear conditions. It's the playing close to your tower, your cult being exposed away from creeps or jungle camps, and then the Leshrac damage is all on the heroes. And you look at the replay here, you know, it's of course
like if you have Ravage
your cult has start. Oh yeah, if you have Ravage here, it sets up for further damage, right? But I think the main problem is your cult start the fight, Amaru then react to it, and I don't think they need to react, right? The Ravage and cooldown, I think primarily when you see Leshrac enter the engagement at the tail end of this fight, just look at the positioning of your cult, right? It's like, it's not a less favored engagement. So we are going to see, just give it a couple seconds here, right? He's hugging the hard camp, he's trying to go on them, he looks for the Naga, doesn't connect, then he walks back and look, but Boca just, you know, you're standing next to 3 creeps, there's no big damage burst, and yeah. They just didn't have to react. They didn't need to take this fight. Like, let Jakiro die worst case and just continue hitting creeps. And now the gold swings back to your cult after they, you know, beautifully stabilized the game.
Zeal just basically solo killed the Abaddon in that bottom lane. Had a little bit of help from the Naga Siren, but that was, I guess, borrowed time on cooldown still, and Zeal just goes for it. So another kill on this Abaddon, delaying that Radiance. Makes the game really hard for him. All these timing, you know, all these heroes relying heavily on timings. Another 4K deficit that they've got to try and play through. Yakobro is going to go again. There's borrowed time this time. Start out with a Viper Strike. Trying to force out the ulti here. And now the damage comes afterwards. No real reaction from Amaru able to save him. So Abaddon, what, 3 deaths in quick succession? Yeah. Top lane once, bottom lane twice. That really hurts him.
No, it does, but you know, I think what's his mindset this game is he wants to enable his team, right? Like he's TPing to the mid lane to keep his Lash alive, and like he wants to be that kind of semi-active carry. He doesn't want to just be hitting creeps and watching the, you know, the despair unfold around him. But unfortunately, that does come at a cost if you are putting yourself in slightly more, you know, dangerous positions.
Well, there's something for Tai Lung at least. Comes out of the jungle, finds a Naga kill, then back to farming stacks. The Leshrac will have Blink pretty soon.
He is 400 gold away from the Blink Dagger, right? So you grab the Blink Dagger. Pretty much, you look at Sky or Naga, even the Windrunner, right? You just press Edict on them, they are going to disappear. Even the Viper, to be fair, right? Pre-Hurricane Pike, you get 1 stun plus a full Edict on a Viper. That is pure damage. You can rip through them.
Look at Yakobro's reacting to this. Jakiro Tide step up ever so... just mildly towards the tier 1 tower. It's like, okay, we'll TP 2 heroes up here. We'll bring numbers.
It's such a good little combination though, right? Tide Jakiro, because in essence, Jakiro hits the tower, Tide like protects him with his body. You then have like Gush slow, Anchor for damage reduction, even a Ravage if you want to protect the Jakiro for then TPs. And like it makes sense that like these 2 heroes want to hit towers together. But yeah, your cult are having none of it. It's like if you get even within, you know, spitting distances tier 1, we will send you back to the fountain. But now Amaru are bringing 5 heroes up here. This is the blink reveal of the Leshrac. They get the Naga Siren, he looks for the song, but under the cover of all this AoE damage, he knows he'll die anyways. Finally, the safe lane tower of your cult will fall after multiple attempts.
Chanming's the punching bag as usual.
Yeah, he's it's been a rough Dream League. I remember the one SD game he had. Yeah.
God. But he'll get there, he'll get that mech. He'll get some songs out. Here's a walking reset button. Now mid lane tier 1 being looked at by Amaru, but I think they're going to realize pretty quickly here that Yakobros have brought a few heroes to defend it. And the trouble when you're grouping up like this, you're, you know, so congested in your jungle, you're trying to share all these neutral camps, sharing lane farm. And Yakobros just spread very wide across the map. They can play as duos or trios. shove out these lanes, create that just natural map pressure while keeping your net worth up. The 5k lead just keeps on growing and growing. And like shout out to Zeal, who's found his way right back in this game. You know, he was bottom of the net worth of the cause for a long time. Now he's in 3rd place, ahead of the Abaddon. What time about, like, do you... Abaddon Radiance usually you want it like 13 minutes, right?
It's like 14 through to 16, 17. It's kind of like a comfortable timing.
Okay. Well, Tide is broken in the mid lane. I'll find the quick opening on him. There's nowhere is safe here to show on waves. You might have a chance popping the Wind Ranger top, but this is why Tianming is sitting out of vision, ready with the song. If they do go on Fly, there is just that ability to say, no, not happening. Fly starts on the tower. Tai Lung is going to go in onto the Naga. So you've removed that reset button, but they don't really have too much additional catch, needing the Abaddon to come in from behind to try and give vision, but the TP out from Fly successfully gets him out of danger.
Yeah, really nice TP there. Also for Tai Lung, right? Like, he understands that, you know, jumping the winner, like you mentioned, it's just not worth it. You need to see the supporting cast behind that turnaround potential. He waits to see what's happening, then gets the Naga kill. If maybe the Hoodwink was a little closer with a Bushwhack, you probably would get that secondary kill, but at least for Tai Lung, he is kind of showing that discipline that, you know, one bad blink on the Leshrac, you die again, you die twice, your net worth, you might even fall behind the Skywrath Mage. That's how volatile this stage of the game is for a Leshrac that has lost your mid lane, isn't, you know, naturally farming as much on the map. You know, you spoke about the overlap of the farm. There is not really a space for Leshrac to farm. He's like taking these, like a little small camp here, a hard camp there. He's not just maximizing his own game. But still, it really feels like Amaru are like, what, one bad fight from the net worth just absolutely just catapulting the way of Yakult.
Yeah, it's like one bad fight away from giving Yakult Bros BKBs, and then with those BKBs, game gets close to over.
Yeah, it then becomes suddenly a free Tormentor, a free Roshan, and Winona has all this confidence, right, into Amaru's lineup. If you get the BKB at the right time, you can break their team fight. Like, because, of course, it just makes sense, right? Like, Tide doesn't do anything. But you need to find that sweet spot. Ideally for Amaru, if the early game was better for them, they don't care about the BKB timings because they'd have enough items to kite the BKBs, still hold their team fight, and then look for it. But they're looking for Moon and Zeal.
The Primal Yulesed up. They're trying to go for Zeal. They've got the Ravage out, and the Primal Beast is going to get taken down with a lot of immediate damage. Fly picks up the trade on Gardic now as Amaru very quickly trying to retreat, losing a courier on the way out of here. Fly still looking for a shackle shot, an angle, but he doesn't have the vision.
They have a ward.
Man's going to tuck in the trees.
They see him
They've
on the
seen
ward.
him. There's no way out of this. Pop the borrowed time, stay alive a little bit longer, but eventually Witz is going to get whittled down.
Straight into the Venter now.
7-1-0.
Yep. There it is. Go through the Twin Gate. You get a kill at the Twin Gate. Just a couple of seconds later, spawns in. Hello. Oh, but Poke, you gotta be careful. Okay, you got a Lotus, you're fine. Oof.
Amaru coming up here. They've got Regen Rune on this Leshrac. It feels like they're readying themselves for some kind of like straggler pickoff.
They are, yeah.
Hoodwink is lurking. Moon? They've got the
They
Bushwhack
have Song.
Sharpshooter and Lesh's damage. They're on top of Moon, but he's got Hurricane Pike and a Song. Nice risky business here as Tianming is going to set up on the Tide, and the rest of Amaru, they're thinking about re-entering potentially. They've got a Yule Scepter to bypass the Mystic Flare, a Bushwhack to stop the Wind Ranger damage, but eventually Oscar is gone. And now with Pulverize on the back end, the Hoodwink who tried to stay around to help the buddy, he's taken out as well. And now, like you said, 11k lead, right? That 5-6k quickly becomes 11. Make it 12, 13 with the next tier 1. Push into tier 2. Roshan's available. The map just completely unlocks here for the Yakult Bros.
Yeah, you can just see from the itemization of Amaru, it really feels like they're just surviving in the moment, right? Like, Tidehunter went for a Yule Scepter. He hasn't thought about going straight for that pipe. The Leshrac also went for a Yule Scepter. Like, these are items that we don't see too often. They are kind of like the backs against the wall. I just want some type of control, some type of survivability to get rid of an ancient seal, to maybe dodge a shackle or, you know, kite the primal beast. They're not feel-good items at all. They're pretty much just waiting for Wits on the Abaddon to get at least one item, and then you go, okay guys, we have all this like utility. Let's put Abaddon in the middle of a fight and see if we can just like outplay. Because we have the tools to outplay, but we don't have the damage right now. So Wits really needs to put his head down and go, this is my time. Let me lock in. Let's get a Manta, maybe an Orchid. Call my team, and let's go fight. But they're smoked up, actually. They're even looking for a fight. A Shielder and a Leshrac might help. Yeah.
He needs so much room. They've got to buy it for him somehow. It's going to be through the lives and aggression. As the Leshrac goes in, there's a cell fuels there to just keep damage going on to Tianming. Fly with the BKB, though, shreds through the Leshrac easily. And now Moon's arrival from the left-hand side. Viper Strike dodged by another Yules at a tide. Around the Roche Pit with a Ravage. Oscar trying to turn this back onto Fly with Knight, but the onslaught back in. Pebbles thrown by the Primal. Jakiro in trouble south of the pit with a Hoodwink looking to pair up with a buddy, but picked off one by one. Yes, you got the Naga Siren. Yes, you opened up space a little bit around the Roche Pit, but the Yakult Bros, they are ahead and they're showing why and how they can punish you.
They just smoked up, and yeah, it feels like Amaru just, they don't have a player on the team right now who's saying, like, I've said this before for some of the teams on the Earth stream, right? But there's no one saying this is how we're winning the game. They're kind of like playing through the same motions as if it's an even game, right? Like the fighting top when they don't have Ravage. It's the moving for a smoke play into the triangle. When you click on Wind Ranger, you know she's been a component away for BKB for a couple minutes now. Like, you know the BKB's soon to be here. Why are you crossing the river and offering her up like a free chance to use it to get a kill, right? You're just extending your Colt's lead with the moves they're making.
It does feel like at very base level, Abaddon has made the comms of I need time, like you're talking about. And then the captain response is, okay, how do we give him time? We go play forward.
But then they're also dragging the Abaddon into it, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Without thinking about like the state of the map, the state of the game, and then Abaddon. I mean, the save your buddy syndrome has been pretty real in this game. You see a hero going down, like, oh, I'm going to come and help you, and then you die as well.
The thing is, though, it's like this logic of play from Amaru is really refreshing if they're able to play like a stronger laning phase, right? The idea of your carry TPing to mid lane to buff your Lesh to then get a kill, you maybe utilize the teleport wave at the same time to then break the tower. Like, we see some of the best teams in the world have this type of like buddy system, right? Like Skidder from the Carol can do it. You can see certain mid laners sacrifice their map move to enable someone else. But like, I think Amaru are trying to do the steps of other teams. But like we already mentioned, the lanes didn't go well enough. So this buddy system in a losing game just compounds to just more net worth loss, more XP lost. Again, we'll see what they can achieve here. Tai Long is getting ganked by Fly. Yeah.
Goner. Knight is also in a spot of bother as well. Zeal chucks the boulder towards the squirrel. Onslaught down to the river. Bushwhack is there, but Knight probably still dead. Zeal's very quick on his feet, even for a big beast. And the concussive shot gives the vision, gives the slow for the trample to come in, while the Viper is going to go mano a mano with Oscar's Tide. Chucks the Viper strike at him and forces a defensive TP home. So while your Abaddon is farming, finishing off his Manta style, you've just lost, you know, a core and a support, and towers, and map space, and the graph has dipped even further.
Hey, I know this is how we segued to it yesterday, but same again today, by the way, Gareth. You know, it's quite poetic.
What's that?
At night, you can see the moon. Like there's Hoodwink and a Viper.
You can see the moon at the daytime, is that?
Sometimes, that's true. That's true if you find it, but for all the fans of the Earth stream yesterday, we did go on a quite a planetary
Just look at the moon at night.
Whoa, we did it! Anyway, back to the game.
What was that song? Is it Good Night Moon?
You're asking the wrong person, brother.
Start googling stuff as Yakult Bros go high ground. maybe not the best time. Best
Good
time to
night,
start
Moon.
researching song lyrics. Moon is just up here hitting tier 3 with Fly, guarding the catapult. They'll start with a split earth into Ravage, but the BKB from Fly is there in the nick of time. They're going to pulverize blowing up the Leshrac. Self-fuels to keep him alive. And Zeal will walk over Tai Lung. He did lose 1 life on Moon, but refreshes himself back up, looking beautiful. The turnaround with Nenotoxin and spit out the poison onto the Abaddon and the Tide. Another self-fuels, delaying the inevitable demise of Oscar, while Gardeck and Jakiro stuck in between 5 Jackal Bros heroes. This game has felt over for quite some time. But it seems like Amaru holding on to maybe defend the 3rd lane. The respawn times aren't that long, so Jackal Bros, they can finish top, move towards mid, but they might feel some resistance around the bottom tier 3.
Is there any resistance? There's no Ravage. There's no borrowed time. It feels like this should be a mega creeps.
Yeah, I mean,
when it too.
When the moon, changes position around the Earth with the tidal flux and the gravity shift, I don't think you can actually resist the gravitational pull of Moon's Viper.
Oh, best Viper at DreamLeague Season 27.
So good. Oh, Goodnight Moon was a children's book. That's what it was.
Ah, okay.
I'm reading all about it now. Apparently,
You
the
wanna-
New York
how
Public
many
Library
pages?
regarding it as overly sentimental.
How many pages is it? Do you think you could recite the entire book before this game ends?
We might get copyright struck for that. I don't know.
I mean, if they're watching the Earth stream, I think that's a win-win. Oh wait, the stream would go down. Okay, it's a win-lose. All right. Okay, yeah. All right. Maybe not.
Not ideal.
No, not ideal
I'll
at all.
find it anyway.
That's okay. Don't worry. How much are you willing to spend on buying the book for the bet?
€3?
Yeah. Okay. Sure. That's fine. I think anything more than like $4 or $5 was.
Goodnight Moon.
That's out of budget.
So I'll just buy it on Amazon. Oh, it's 99 cents for the audiobook. Maybe we could just play the audiobook on stream.
Just change your mic just to the audio.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we bought the book, then we might have more of a chance of not getting copyright stricken. We never know.
Oh, I don't think that's. I don't think that's
Is that not how it
true
works?
at all. Not taking any risks.
Only one way to find out, right? Play the book.
Right.
Oh, Moon's walking up the high ground. Here we go.
Yeah. I don't think
see.
anything can stop them.
But they do have Ravage. They got the blink on the Abba. Like, if there is a time for a clutch up, it is right now.
It's just down to Temling's positioning, I think. With the Greaves pipe, Song of the Siren.
Mm-hmm. And the Shard as well.
And the Shard. And the Invis
They've
on
got
Moon.
to kill the Naga.
Well, Wits starts, pops his Manta very early on. Oscar's Tide doesn't have Blink, so that's kind of rough. Can't get in. And you're just watching your buildings get pummeled here as Zeal doesn't get the full connection onto the Abaddon. The borrowed time comes out in time. Moon losing life, but Invis and runs away as Tai Long gets blown up by Fly. Amaru gonna buy back on the Lesh as the Jakiro gets reeled back in towards the ranged damage out of the Jackal Bros. Finished off with no buyback on him. The Shackle Shot does get dodged by the Manta style, but this Song of the Siren setup, it looks pretty good here for the Jackal Bros to get back on top of Tai Lung's Lash, the guy who's been focused for 30 minutes of this game, annihilated outside his fountain, and GG cool.
Yeah, that's a really impressive game from your
Amaru. And production, yeah. So I guess that's why I remember this this song or book was because there was the Simpsons episode where Christopher Walken reads Goodnight Moon. Maybe I'll do a rendition of that. I'll watch the video and come back to you with a.
Well, book aside, though, I think for your cult, this is what we've been wanting from them, right? To be aggressive, to utilize their kind of like little quirky tools in the draft to just punish other teams. They don't reliably do it. It's why they aren't always, a playoff team. But yeah, Moon on the Viper, going for the 2-point poison attack, just deleting the Leshrac. I think especially when you're a younger player and you play a lot of pubs and your knowledge of the game is maybe kind of just in a new kind of era, you're probably not really respecting what Viper can do because you're just seeing the current version of Viper, and Moon just surprised everyone by going, hey, I'm just going to go full right click, I'm going to take the Hurricane Pike, I'm going to get my early shard, I'm going to hit down the buildings, I'm going to buy Manta, I'm going to be an old school Viper and continuously threaten you. And if you went for the other build on this Viper, I think Tai Lung would have done way more in this game. He would have been able to open up for the fights. He would have honestly they could have won this game, but the Viper build alone easily just dismantled Amaru before they could even try to get online. So Moon single-handedly MVP of this game.
Yeah, because in the other universe, Tai Lung farm trades and then still gets the ancient stacks, which he ended up farming anyway. So he would accelerate quicker, be ahead of the Viper rather than being behind. Yeah, it's a completely different world. If that's the case. I mean, he did also get tri-laned. I just Naga and Scarlet Mage sitting in that mid lane for a good 2 minutes.
But it's also like, it was kind of a tri-lane, but let's not forget that it started with Naga rotating for the 4-minute rune. He died to the Leshrac. And then after Naga died, Amaru then was like, you know what, let's bring our supports to mid, let's try and be aggressive. And it was kind of stalled out because they can't really kill the Viper. Like, you need to get him away from the lane. So it's like, your cult started to try and be aggressive, failed. Then Amaru comes in to be aggressive, they then kind of failed. And then your cult was like, all right, you know what, we see what you're doing, our Viper's stronger. Then we create the tri-lane. So it's kind of like Amaru kind of invited the tri-lane based on their supports, just double moving to mid as well. So yeah, there's so many little things. I think strategically, Amaru just weren't on the ball this game, right? Like how they made their early moves, the fights they took, the desperation sinking in. But again, it always comes back to the Viper. Like when your mid laner can't be this tempo player and you just see Moon doing everything he wants, you know, you're probably just second guessing yourself and kind of just, again, honestly, could just be confusion. You're not expecting the timings that you're used to. So
it's not through lack of trying, right? Like Amaru tried, even though it looked kind of wonky. They weren't just sitting back and letting it wash over them. They were trying to play back, trying to fight back aggressively as much as they could. But yeah, game one going to Yakult Bros, looking way more convincing than we saw them day one and day two. Definitely getting into more of a rhythm. I guess finding Moon's heroes as well, and trying to figure out what he's going to be comfortable on to give him a bit of direction in the games. We'll see what changes, though, if we can, get a series on our hands. It is a best of 3, so we'll see what happens after the break. Game 2 is coming up. Welcome back to Dream League Season 27. We are heading towards Game 2 here between Amaru and the Yakult brothers. T, Game 1, yet again, we've been handed a game where draft and lanes decided everything. Yakult bros, they're starting to find their groove. They don't look as bad as they did day 1 and day 2. They're actually looking pretty good, but Amaru weren't able to put up much of a fight.
Well, that is the case, and the thing for your Yakult is, even though they are sitting at the what's their score, like 1 and 3, wasn't there the one of the admins said that even with 3 losses, if they go 3 and 3, there's like a very, very slim statistical chance that they maybe tie break. They're like, I have no idea. There's so many teams, it's impossible. But Yakult are playing for like the 0.1% chance of getting to the playoffs, right? So they are a game away of keeping that slim percentage alive, right?
I mean, you need like Alan Turing or someone to like decode and decipher.
Yeah, that's not for us to do. But you never know. Let's live with the hope, all right? Because on the Earth stream, we've always just assumed we're the losers down here. You know, we're watching the elimination. Come on, Gareth. We accepted this on day 2, brother. Don't try and back away.
I'm having a grand old time googling how many moons Jupiter has. I'm having so much fun.
Yeah, we can have
so
fun
watching you
and be
Google.
losers.
As the show opens up, watching you Google stuff.
I've never had to know so many references with casting with you. Like with casting with Nomad, it's like he might make a reference, but I'm just like next, But with you, I'm like, oh fuck, gotta Google this reference. It's like 2 layers deeper than usual. All right, fucking frogs and plants. Okay, now we got planets and gas structures and shit. It's like,
you're the one you brought up the planet and the moon and the planet. That tickled my brain and got me got me through a wormhole of entertainment.
I mean, we've got to survive some of these games, to be fair, so it's okay. And of course, anyone who is watching the stream, welcome. We are grateful that you're here with us. This is like the true Dota fans. They're here to watch Amaru versus Yakult. The fine wine of Yeah, that's true as well. We are. To be fair, we are. But Boca God.
Or watch Oscar's PC lighting up in the background. So, what's different? Jakiro, Naga banned. Swap sides. Oscar banned by Yakult Bros still. Shadow Demon and Pangolier picked. Tanming didn't have the best of Pango performances. My brain wanted the alliteration so badly that I just said it. No, he didn't have a great Shadow Demon game. Last time we saw him, he was like 0-4 in lane stage. It was like 0-11 or something in the game. Curious to see if that's going to be his hero again, and if he's like, okay, we calm now. Is everything good? Or if Baboka just takes it.
I think Tianming honestly is fine on the Shadow Demon. It's just putting him in the off lane just didn't look good. I just want to see him playing in the safe lane. So that alone is like my big takeaway. Like hero fine, lane setup not fine. They probably have improved on that coming into this game.
Yeah, because it was the Shadow Demon into Jug Slardar, which left them really open to the Winter Wyvern counter pick. They went kind of all in on physical damage.
So you're talking about the draft. I was like, I don't remember the lanes like that. I don't remember this as a lane setup. The Slardar Jug lane. That sounds awful.
No, the draft process.
How did he die 4 times to that?
What do they usually like to play with a Shadow Demon? Shadow Demon Centaur, Shadow Demon Tusk.
Gareth, do I have permission to speak about the other streams, potentially pushing our viewers away from our stream to the other streams?
Do what you want, honestly.
Chill. All right, Yandex beat Tybound in a 43-minute game 1. Runa team, hold the phone, ring ring. They just picked up 24-minute victory over Liquid in game 1.
Ooh!
What? I don't think anyone would have expected that. So if you want to go to what even is the 3rd stream? Is it Ember or Storm?
No, I'm not sure, honestly. Storm, I guess.
All right. The Storm stream. They're 1 layer above us in the pyramid of ESL, but they've got
fair,
Runa team beating Liquid.
Yeah, go on. Liquid are notorious for like having a poor day at DreamLeague or a poor group stage at DreamLeague, right? There have often been times where they just haven't made it to playoffs or like struggle to make it there.
But maybe losing to Saberlight broke them, right? Because like Liquid, they beat Tundra, they beat Nemesis, then they lost to Spirit, lost to VP, and now it's like you're potentially going 2-3 in a group stage where 3 losses is kind of the indicator of not making playoffs, right? So yeah, it's very scary for Liquid. Like, I don't think anyone, looking at that matchup would have gone there. But yeah, if you are interested in potentially watching Liquid not make playoffs, then that is the Storm stream.
Wait,
I'm doing a good job, Gareth.
Pretty quickly,
Yeah, sorry,
hey?
mate.
Snapping through the heroes. So Shadow
Yeah,
Demon,
apologies.
Mars, Warlock. No, it's fine. It's fine. There are 4 heroes that were prior bans now picked up as we swap them out for the Jakiro, Hoodwink, Primal, and Naga. So we've got ourselves the Kez for who? Is this a Thailand mid lane hero? Is it Wits on the carry?
I hope it's just Wits on the carry. I mean, I'm not really a fan of the mid Kez. I think it's like you need a very specific matchup to feel like you want to play it. But I think that the draft they built is on paper looks, like it's got some really beautiful synergies, right? You got the Chen attack speed buff for Kez to build up some more stacks of his passive. You then have Tusk for tag team to also amplify the damage of a Kez. You then have the lucky shot as well. You got so many little things that you can throw into the Kez to be able to buff him up, right?
And
Lucky shot for
last
Pango,
pick
of course.
to keep Pango flexible as well. So yeah,
Yeah,
they've played Wits Kez twice the last couple of times they've played it. So I guess Kez,
Okay.
Chen lane, Tusk with whoever.
Yeah, like again, I like their draft. It feels a lot more proactive and lane focused, right? Because when you look at these heroes, they all in different lineups and different teams have been lane winning combinations, right? So I think they have clearly looked at last game and gone, we need to be just more present in the early game. We don't want to farm our way into this game. We want to fight our way into the game. And the identity shift of draft 1 to draft 2 is very clear, and I like that. They've made a read in their post game, with their coach. I don't know who their coach is, but they've clearly had a discussion. Move towards the next game. For your Colt though, their draft is very good at inviting this aggression, right? You've got Fatal Bonds, you have Upheaval, Golem, an Arena, Disruption to counterplay, Terrorblade. If you don't get comboed down from the kind of somewhat limited stuns of Amaru, you will always be able to Sunder, maybe Pike back and keep fighting. So your Colt is farm, team fight, react, and Amaru is win lane, go, run at them. So yeah, I think both of the teams have kind of flipped the script. What we said for your Colt in game 1, we now just copy paste for Amaru in game 2.
Yeah. Like you mentioned, there's a good sign they're not going through the motions of just picking meta hero A, meta hero B, meta hero C, right? They've actually got something that very likely they've played these 4 heroes before in unison. They've played this kind of draft. They know the interactions. They know what kind of lanes that they'll be expecting.
I really want to see like offlane Titan, Underlord, for Amaru, like a little bit of pipe buying. So you can, I mean, you don't even need pipe. You can just buy Crimson. Pipe's kind of irrelevant this game, but just like you buy 1 aura for your team, you then pressure the Terrorblade, reduces damage in the fights, and you then give that pacing as well because you keep just fiends gating around the map. You see a hero, you can like bring the Kez in anywhere on the map. You can also just send heroes in. Like it honestly looks quite scary. It does
like Crimson Lotus,
impact your lockdown. Yeah, Crimson Lotus. You could also just go for all the armor items, right? You can go for an AC as well. Like, just stop Terrorblade from feeling like you can 1v9 the game.
There may be that feeling you need more like hard lockdown. I'm wondering if Beastmaster is on their radar as well. The ban on Darkseer always makes sense here against TB.
Yeah. To be fair, Oscar is a bit of a he's a classics in the offlane, right? Like he plays the Brew, he plays
slug heroes.
Beast. Yeah. So there is a world where maybe he thinks about the Brewmaster, which we see into Terrorblade.
Yeah.
You just run the hero into the backline, you stop Shadow Demon by cycloning him. You can then hurt the illusions of Terrorblade with the Wind Panda. Like there is a world for it, but yeah, I think Underlord feels stable. Beast, if you mentioned, if you want a bit more tempo, just to take towers is also fine. But
there's always the question of, is Brew good? Like, it might seem like a good
that's
Brew
true.
game, but then still, I don't know the last time I saw Brew win a game. It's like, oh, this looks like a good Brew game. He's against TB. He's going to have a good lane stage. Radiance time is nice. And then still, this looks like a piss poor hero.
we need Jibe back on our team. He'd be playing Brew. Let's see. They have 2 minutes to pick for Amaru. So right now, of course, the argument is there a mid laner that they're seeing to maybe punish the Sand King. Sand King's quite like a generic mid that there's not like a big, I've gotcha, I instantly break you from the lane. So I do feel like Pango to mid feels good. Get the defusal timing, play into the side lanes, and now Oscar just to read the game. Again, I think Underlord is a really good pick. You buy Pipe. Now you buy Pipe, by the way, because of Sand King.
Yeah.
So you can go Pipe for the Sand King to stop his blink timing. You then can go back for a Crimson, pick up a Lotus. You're very happy. Your Pango gets defusal. You got all these early timings paired with the aggression of Chen Tusk running around the map. You can kill anywhere, anytime. Draft feels pretty stable. Again, lockdown is a problem. You have roll, snowball, punch, and then the bash of a Kez. So your team fight is a little bit questionable, but your kind of ability to play lanes and like read the map is really good. Instead, okay, they go for an Axe. And
Still
Axe
a similar
is
story though, with the way people have been itemizing Axe, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's like the lane should be pretty chill for Axe because Warlock is a wave shove support that wants to do damage, and then Axe, of course, he'll buy Helm of Dom, he'll get the Helm of Iron, he'll have some regen, so he doesn't really care too much. He'll skip the wave. Warlock can't really play behind the tower and kind of annoy the Axe. So yeah, as long as Oscar gets early Helm of Dom into Pipe, he will be pretty happy. I think my only fear with Axe is you are playing into a lot of like turnaround combos that stops him from feeling good. Like when you get to the mid game, you know, a bad Axe initiation, there's plenty of counterplay available for your Cole. It's not as like stable as some of the other offlaners that we were mentioning. So kind of high execution hero in this draft setup. Ooh. Do you have a draft that you prefer, Gareth?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to think about this. This Chen, we've seen a lot in the offlaners, like the Pos 4, applying pressure and playing with these tanky melee heroes to just allow them to play forward a lot. But then you kind of have to put the Chen here with the Kez, and it's a Tusk Axe lane into TB Warlock. I don't know, I feel like Tianming just gets so much value out of Fatal Bonds and heal to keep that Terrorblade running.
The thing is, though, melee heroes are very good against Warlock because you don't play the lane, right? When you have a ranged hero who can't pull waves, you feel punished. But like on paper, Tusk Axe, Tusk pulls second wave, you're chilling. You just never allow the Warlock to hit multi-hero bonds. Like TB will farm, but Axe will farm, and the traders, Axe's first item or like big item should push his team into fighting, whilst Terrorblade's first item is a continuous farming item, right? So I don't think Warlock should be doing much in this lane, personally.
That's fair. I just like to live in a world where Lane Dragon doesn't exist.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, no. But that was the great thing about Warlock. When it first became meta, people didn't respect bonds, and they were like, oh, we're dying. And then everyone was like, wait, if you see Warlock, we need a melee hero or a Bat Rider, pull the wave. Just don't allow him to play his, toxic heal shove lane. But we do get wraparound. Yeah, let's see what happens.
Break up the staircase. And Moon and Zeal are going to hold the line here. And Gardic gonna drag his Sato back.
Oh,
Shard's
Knight,
not going to work out for Knight. Oh, he's stuck on the wrong side of the map. But this could get awkward for Amaru as the Fatal Bonds across 4 of them means Knight is completely stranded. So they hand over first blood to Moon. The Sand King gets the perfect start to his game. And now Yakobro's going to smoke up and play forward. Might be able to grab themselves 3 of the bounty runes here if they play their cards right. And Baboka grabs that bottom river one. But Axe has already made his way to the top river, so 2 for 2. The additional first blood money, though. Yeah.
Yeah. He was trying to be Mode Jarax, but didn't work out. Of course, with the shards, if you do place them correctly, you can bump yourself up and down high grounds. So there was logic behind it, just could not execute on the... It's a pretty hard to hit spell, to be fair, in that kind of style. Boxy is a good example. He does it very regularly. Like, though, with the boots and the tangos, pretty much just telling your cult that, yeah, I'm probably going to pull waves.
Yeah. I will not be bonded.
Yeah. Thank you very much, but no thank you.
It does mean wave pushes forward. Oscar just going to have to tank up some of these little imps from hitting him. Eventually he'll sit in front of his tower and farm, okay. And bottom lane, Chen with Kez against the Mars and the Shadow Demon. You do have to be a little on your toes here in terms of disruption into spear, pull back on the tower, or the chase damage that they've got.
There's kill threat on either side, right? It's,
yeah.
Do you waste the spear disruption, go for a kill? If you do but don't get the kill, there is turnaround potential where, you know, Kez can just, you know, grappling claw back onto you. Chen then hits a penitence, doing that additional attack speed. Like there's a little back and forth in the safe lane. Look at Baboka's positioning. He's kind of inviting like the aggression. And of course, mid. This is a much more honest mid lane. Moon and Tai Lung, a Sand King versus Pangolier. This is not the same story as a Viper and a Leshrac, so I think Tai Lung, he will be able to show kind of what he can do in a Dota game on an even footing. You could feel from the last game, like he had the read and what he needed to do, right? But you know, playing comeback on a Leshrac does feel kind of despair.
Yeah.
You're just not tanky, so I'm expecting a lot more from the mid lane now from the Pangolier.
Oh, for sure. It looked like he had the understanding, the confidence to go and turn things around. Just not the room to do it. And this is one of those lanes that goes very evenly until like a slip up or a minor mistake happens. You know, I've seen these heroes just like farm trade for the first 5 minutes or so, but when level 6 hits, you know, if someone has an advantage or that support rotation comes in, you could easily have either a solo kill or a 2 versus 1 turn into a takedown for either side. On top lane, normal shenanigans. Looks like Oscar was trying to only drag half of the wave and then deny them out, but he wasn't able to. So that will be still a full Radiant Wave coming back towards Fly. Well, Wits and Garlic have held their wave right in front of their tower, so the Kez can continue his free farming. Not really doing too much to Zeal, though, at this point. He's already stacked up 10 stick charges, so very unlikely they can go on him and kill him. Pretty honorable farming situation.
That just keeps running around in circles.
The mana burn.
Yeah. I mean, bot lane, they are just, yeah, like you said, they're just playing quite honest. They are just hitting creeps. I'd like to see Zeal even look for a wand. There's a lot of spells getting spammed between the neutral creeps, the Kez, the Chen. Having the wand, you will get to 20 charges quite cleanly, but again, so far only the stick. And a very, very quiet start to the game. Saying that, Warlock is TPing down to the bot lane.
Yeah, what's he up to? Oh, hello there.
I don't know.
So Gardic goes and places an Observer Ward right on Tianming's head as the rest of them aim for Wits. Grappling claw back to the tree line, but with the fatal bonds on him and a full wave, Wits is dying to the Shadow Word, and then final touch from Baboka. They speared back the Tusk as well, so no, he doesn't even have level 2 yet. No snowball. He'll have it after the kill on this Shadow Demon, though. So Knight gets the takedown on the SD. Something goes their way at least, but that's a really cool move from Tianming. Just saying, okay, you're going to drag waves and be a nuisance. I'm going to go tri-lane bot.
Yeah, it was just a nice read from Tianming to see that aggression that they stepped up. You know, with the Disruptor and Spear, there's plenty of control to keep the Kez in the wave to set up the bonds. And you got to feel bad for Amaru. Gardic, he kind of sensed that the rotation was coming in. He places the ward, but it's too late. The Warlock's already there, right? So Twin Gate Vision is now unlocked for Amaru, but then like 5 seconds too late. Warlock already had kind of set himself up to go for the kill. And Knight not really finding his place in the game, right? He's pulled some waves top for Axe. He TP bottom, but wasn't able to get anything. A level 2 Tusk with shards leveled and yet to decide if he wants tag team or snowball.
So it also feels like this lane swap was predetermined by Jakob Bros as well. Like Shadow Demon, a very good hero at stopping wave cutting and wave dragging. Baboka trying to go for this kill on Oscar. Needs a little bit of help from his Terrorblade, and that just doesn't arrive. So Oscar just gets a kill. Baboka question mark? Baboka. Zeal's now in trouble. Attack team and the ice shards slow him down, trap him inside, and Gardic with a final touches, thanks to Witz's damage over time, gets the kill on Zeal.
There we go. Yeah. Well, that's the Baboka magic that we look for. He's kind of like the modern
Where's my
day
TB?
EE,
Where's my
you know?
metamorphosis? Come and kill this axe.
Baboka creates the 50-50s that we always look for.
Yep. But yeah, like the Warlock move bottom felt very much like they were calling for lane swap to happen after the kills occur. So SD could stop the axe from wave cutting, stop the Tusk from dragging. But now lane stage is just broken down completely anyway, so Baboka says, screw it. TB, you go 1v1 the axe. You didn't want to come and help me when I came to help you. I'll play bottom lane into my Mars. I know Zeal is strong.
Yeah. No, yeah, you hit the nail on the head, right? The idea of like Warlock can't do anything to the axe. SD wants to go there. I mean, in another world they get the kill rate. It looks a lot better, but we'll see what they're doing now because both the Chen and Tusk are walking towards the mid lane. Moon. There is a center on the right hand side.
Try and block him away from the 6-minute rune. That's a haste up at top. Which the Pango will grab. So we now have Rolling Thunder ready with a haste rune to go. As Shadow Demon starts on the Tusk with a spear to follow. They find another kill on Knight. Some deja vu for him down at this secret shop on the Dire side.
Yeah, Knight he's dragging so much attention to him that you have to just hope that the cores of Amaru are kind of utilizing this space, because if they're not, then it is a Tusk just running around the map level 2 and dying. But Kez is top net worth axe, soon to have his Helmet Dom, so we can assume that he'll kind of run up the leaderboard once he can be efficient with that. 7-minute wisdom. Yeah. Pango is looking to contest. And Chen.
Double Radiant scan.
And Tusk.
Both green. So Tianming just going to give up on it while Baboka has scanned on the left side. They'll go for the trade. Diving under tower here. Knight misses another shard. And Tai Lung rebuked back with fatal bombs across the Chen creeps and 2 heroes. If they bring some more damage here, it could be a good fight. The heal on Zeal under the tower. He stayed alive with his magic wand, but the Rolling Thunder, it's too much to handle.
Oh, Oscar in
top lane, the epicenter, and towards Oscar. Moon has come across here. Tai Lung's arrived with a big shield crash, trying to swing this one 1v3. Baboka stuck in the trees. The swashbuckle and the haste rune will get Tai Lung out of danger. So they do trade the wisdom shrines and some fights on left and right side, but Tianming is still being dived. Knight and Wit's able to gap close past the tier 1 to find yet another takedown.
Yeah, they're utilizing that high ground ward.
Pretty low resources. But I don't think they've got any. The Knight does have dust and sentries, but no mana left to actually fight.
They're just hugging that ward to the right hand side, using it to chase down any hero that goes behind the tier 1 tower. Moon is being very aggressive on the Sand King. He's trying to throw himself around the fights.
It really is ramping up very quickly.
But this is what you want to see from Amaru, though. They have
just
the heroes
diving over and over again under this bottom tier 1. That's some big
That's
fatal
big
bombs. Let's see if we can actually get something done. There's no arena. We've got a spear coming up, and Flyfly is here with his metamorphosis going. So they kill Gardic first. Witz has broken free, but the spear pins him against the tree. The Kez, I don't think you're escaping this now. Trying to echo slash his way as far away, delay things as much as he can, and draw their attention as far north as possible. With another spear, Zeal will rebuke Witz down and take that streak.
The thing is that when you said, "Oh, it's Kez," he's gonna die. It's like, well, the thing is though, it's Kez. What if he just, switches discipline, jumps over the little barrier into the Dire base, runs all the way back behind the Ancient? Stupid hero, but
I didn't say he could. I don't allow that to happen.
That's fair.
We're in charge here, T.
Absolute. Oh, I forgot we are following the script.
We say things and they happen.
Okay. Oh my god, Moon just died!
Come on now.
Okay, I was just testing.
You should have said the tower died top just before it died, and then it would look like a god. Golem dropped onto Witz, but he is invisible.
Just you wait. The next step of the game will be Moon. They have summoned it.
I'm waiting.
Sorry, not summoned, can't use that. Have suggested it may occur through Caster Curse.
Why can't you summon it?
It's the same thing as the whole waiting room situation, you know, summoning, waiting rooms, it's
Oh, is it?
always scary. Yeah.
Start dividing the patch. Knight? Moon's thinking about the epicenter here. Would love a core kill, but he's going to go for Knight the Tusk. Snowball just delays things, though, and Tai Lung with this big old double damage Arcane Rune Rolling Thunder, pummeling the Sand King on the staircase. There's no way to get up. A double kill for Tai Lung as Jakob
Told you, Gareth.
is getting caught completely as the Kez is playing 1v2 down bottom. Not a care in the world.
Does that count though, Gareth? Does that count as a caster curse? I think that's pretty close.
Yeah, he was the next one to die.
I mean, the
You were
challenge
just
even
so
just
far
slot
ahead, I
in
didn't
before
believe
him.
you.
There we go. Right, who's
Modern
next?
day Nostradamus.
Who do you want me to get rid of from this game?
What do I want you to get rid of from this game? What, the hero,
Well, I mean-
player, neutral creep?
How about me? Why don't you kick me from the cast? How about that?
Then I'll be here alone. That's even worse.
That's right. No, you'll be good.
I despise solo casting. Being alone with my own thoughts in 2025, God no. That's why I pay a therapist to talk to. There's no chance of me sitting here alone.
Okay,
It's scary
noted,
in my
noted.
head, T.
Yeah, true. You know, the self-doubt, Okay, let's not get into it. Anyway, moving on, guys.
No, do you want to open up? Diagnose you live on stream? We could do your star sign. How about you do your astrology as well? What's your birth date and time? We can just Google that quickly and see what your future holds.
I'm December born, so I think I'm Sagittarius or whatever it's called. Is it Sagittarius?
what
Yeah.
that means.
The horseman.
I don't know
Yeah,
what I am
yeah.
anymore. I think I am a Gemini, or I was a Gemini, because they added some new shit recently, and I've just lost track
Right.
completely.
There's daily horoscopes? What? I thought that. Okay,
Of course
sure.
there are. Yeah.
Today I learned. Oh, today a piece of information for which you've been searching could become known.
What, Moon's death?
Patch? Waiting room?
Oh? Couldn't be.
These horoscopes are good.
Moon is going to find Gardic. Down he goes. Yeah, horoscopes are very well crafted to fit literally anybody on the planet.
Yeah, it's fucking stupid. Or helpful for some. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, Blink Dagger and Sand King. Let's see if you can keep utilizing that.
Astronomy, on the other hand.
Ooh.
That's science.
Bro, why does every game just allude to something?
Because we're
spacey?
casting Moon. We're casting Jakob Rose every game.
And we are on the Earth stream, right, after all, so
We
no
are.
matter what, we always... Yep.
Just sitting here in a tin can.
Wait. Should I take off my full hat? Or
No, you're fine.
conspiracies are...
Protect
for-
yourself
for
from the
next
radiation
series.
out here in space.
Yeah.
Looking down at the great blue yonder.
Dyer's bottom tower is under attack.
Could you imagine casting Dota from space? You know how they had that cruise ship tournament? When are we going to
Yeah,
have
the
the
space-
Mars
yeah.
or the spacecraft tournament?
But the players are up there too, or are we just casting? Like, are we just playing on ping? Like, are we casting on ping, or is everyone on the same ping up in space? I think it's funny if
I
the
think
casting
they
is just
should be-
randomly
I-
in space.
They should be in like one of those Mars habitats, right? Like in the Martian. We should force them
Okay.
to, usually it lands, they get fed a buffet and they've got everything. They should be forced to grow their own potatoes to feed themselves
it's like-
before they have to play.
So now the managers are really having to they're like the
Cultivate
proper
teamwork.
farmers. Cultivate, yeah, exactly. Oh no, Tundra, unable to farm crop for a month, are currently famished as they enter their lower bracket run against their well-fed Falcons who knew how to... Yeah, I can see it, yeah, that's... Good storylines, to be fair.
And then we could just chill on the ISS, you know.
Yeah.
Food just cast from
Might be
space.
better than some event food, to be fair, let's be real. Back in the day, at least.
I still can't remember. Was it Nanyang Cruise? I can't remember.
Didn't they just record the games and play them back or something? Wasn't that the whole thing?
I can't.
remember.
I think that was the one, right? Where it was like a disaster where there was no internet connection. They was supposed
Yeah.
to have satellite connections and it just didn't exist.
Yeah, that's pretty rough.
Yeah. Fortunately, you know, everyone now kind of playing from Europe on good ping all together. And we'll see if Amaru, with his smoke up top, are going to be able to connect onto Moon. The first swashbuckle and a missed spear. Doesn't bode well for the Yakult Bros as Amaru come in. The golem's dropped with the arena though. Zeal trying to get some distance, but he's picked off and finished by Wits. Moon with an epicenter and the fatal bonds going. Burrows back in across the axe and the Pango. But Wits and Oscar just stand their ground. They've had Hand of God. They've still got mech to play with. Tons of sustain and heal. The Yakult Bros biting off way more than they could chew, pushing that top tier 1.
Yeah, really good defense from Amaru, right? They saw the Terrorblade farming bottom, so they knew it was like a 4v5. They bring the heroes in, and Sanking as well. Like, he's on the fringe of the vision of the tier 1 tower. He thought he was hiding behind a tree. He wasn't, which kind of gave this like free entry to the fight, right? Activates the battle hunger, stops the Sanking blink. Now you're forced to like walk away from the fight rather than just a quick little blink out and, you know, reposition. So yeah, Moon just kind of misreading the vision of the tower, his positioning, and just enabling Amaru such a kind of just a free fight. Now this unlocks the ability to get Roshan. They have the Desolator on the Kez, they got the tag team, all this kind of like little buff ups that we mentioned during the draft to make Kez feel comfortable. You put them all in the Roshan pit, he shall fall.
This is the period of the game though that you were kind of talking about at the end of the draft, where Amaru are expected to pick up the pace. 15 to 25 before the Terrorblade really comes alive. Well, Flyfly actually is being run at. He didn't join that top fight. And he's been spotted out and gone on by Knight. Has a Warlock just behind him, but no Golem. Relying on Baboka to maybe save and turn, but in comes the Axe, the Bubble's there, Disruption buys time. TB and his illusions turning on Wits, that's good damage, but he starts parrying, so the Kez breaks free as the arena on the left side and pins Oscar inside, but Tai Lung's Rolling Thunder's good. They've still got Sunder, but the control and the damage takes Flyfly out before he can use it. Moon comes in just a fraction of a second too late. Aegis down though, gets the kill to start things off, but now he's stuck in the Sandstorm in a 1v3, just being hit down by this Kez, who's on a killing spree, and another jump from Oscar, finds a dunk on the Warlock, chaining kill after kill. Amaru hunting down Yakult Bros, getting 4 heroes in a row.
Yeah, really good move there from Amaru, right? You've got the Tusk preemptively TPing to the tower, kind of forcing the Terrorblade to kind of call for his team to help him out. And you get like the rainbow TPs come in, and there was a couple moments where Terrorblade maybe could have looked for the Sunder, but that's where Tai Lung on the Pangolier just knew exactly what he had to do. Keep rolling on the Terrorblade, don't allow the Sunder to connect. Wits also disengaged earlier in the fight to not give the kind of the cheap Sunder onto the Kez. So yeah, really good just Sunder management from Amaru there. And it kind of looked like it should just be a pretty good fight for your cult, right? Like the fact that Terrorblade was able to walk all the way from the tier 2 back to the tower. We are going to see the replay here, but like when you look at this, you see like 3-man bonds. Of course, Golem was used at the fight just prior. So, you know, a Golem right there, layer with the Sand King. But if you look at the minimap, Moon, he had to run all the way from the Twin Gate. And Epicenter was on cooldown at the start of this fight. So between Tai Lung controlling up the Terrorblade, preventing the Sunder, the kind of the late participation from the Sand King, and I believe actually his Epicenter, yeah, it's on a 3-second cooldown as we just see here. So now it's available, but he doesn't have any mana, and there's also no fight to take. So yeah, just really good fight and just map reading from Amaru to just continue trying to punish your cult. The top fight, the bot fight, really, really good moves from them. Oh, it's just dead.
Sent back to prison.
Wait, to prison?
Yeah. He's the bad guy in Kung Fu Panda.
Oh, is he?
The big, the snow leopard tiger guy. Leopard?
I knew it.
The snow leopard?
You know when you know... Yeah. You know like when a name rings a bell, but you don't know why you know it.
Yeah, I mean, I keep wanting to say Tai Lu because it's the old Dota guy in me. Just thinking about Tai Lu, the old Chinese team. No, Tai Lung, the apprentice of Shifu before the Kung Fu Panda came around. He was all shackled up in that rhinoceros prison, wasn't he?
Yeah, and then he went crazy, and then Big Boy Panda did the old little pinky thing on him, didn't he?
I think he was already crazy, and that's how he ended up in jail.
Yeah,
the power got to his head.
Yeah, well, I'm on Kung Fu Panda, wiki, and it does say, again, spoilers, status deceased. Unlucky. Yeah.
Clothing,
Yeah,
purple pants, and brown sash.
Rip.
Also
Tai
known
Lung.
as Uncle by Peng. Who is Peng? Who's Peng?
Isn't that the? Oh no, it's not.
Oh, it's a little baby one.
It's a baby one.
Little baby
Aw.
snow panda.
His uncle's dead. Poor
Well,
Peng.
Well, Tai Lung's back alive now. He's broken
5
free of the
seconds
rhinoceros
silence, yeah.
chains. And on his Pangolier, he's looking to try and make a fight happen as both teams smoke up 5v5 around the Tormentor. TB Illusion is there in place, though, so they have pretty good vision. Yakul Bros can see what's going on behind that tree line. Zeal's the only one really showing right now from YB. Tormentor not started yet either by Amaru.
They smoked on the ward though. Aghanim's on Sand King. Whoo!
Ooh, I mean, Moon is still a little bit far behind. Who do they dangle
here
here?
now.
Do we send the Mars in first? Fly stepping up. They're trying to break vision here as the Rolling Thunder comes in hot. First up is Chanming on the menu. Loses a lot of HP and doesn't get any spells off. Now Fly trying to disengage and turn around with the Mars Arena down. Half HP Terrorblade saved by the disruption as Moon comes in with a sick epi Burst Strike, catching 2 heroes, and the Terrorblade can open up with the damage to turn it, but Fly's dying! Controlled and killed. And a Cyclone here onto the Mars. They need the Golem over the top as Chanming did buy back to return fire in this fight. But now it's Moon, everything on his shoulders to try and bring down Oscar, while this Tai Lung Pangolier, trained by the greatest, slaying people left and right, jumps over to get Chanming a dieback, but Boke is in trouble as well. The TP will not succeed. A double kill for the Pangolier as Moon, he's going to try and dip away as quickly as possible.
I mean, wards win games, right? Look at the screen right now. That ward directly in the lane, placed by Gardic. That is the ward that sees the smoke from your cult, that ensures Amaru holds position, doesn't go for the Tormentor. They wait, and then they just get a great initiation, right? Tai Lung, on the Pangolier, kills off the Warlock, instantly finds the Sand King, Diffusal Blading him up. Though that simple action alone from the Pangolier is all you need. Because look at this. They're walking in, they smoke break. This is not how you really want to start the fight from your cult. You need more information. You need to send the illusions in. You need Mars to go in. Like, you need chaos. You cannot just allow for your big key heroes. And sure, there is like a nice epicenter from Sand King, but what if there was a 3-4 man Fatal Bonds there? We are talking about a team wipe for your cult. So the lack of good vision, the lack of respect and patience to allow for the information to develop for your cult enabled Amaru to just completely obliterate them through their skirmishing prowess. So
what you're telling me the Warlock is the holder of the Dragon Scroll and they just let Tai Lung have it?
Yeah, it's unacceptable, isn't it? It is insane.
You just can't let him have that. He's too powerful. He's mastered the leopard style. Kung Fu King. Knight is just going to get the takedown on Baboka. Shadow Demon was sitting here protecting the Terrorblade out in the lane. Still under vision. The Ice Shards last for so long that Fly is getting rolled on. A buyback from Baboka now. They need to protect Fly at all costs. He is be-all, end-all of Yakul Bros in this match as they are 10k behind. Looking to try and fight back into this bottom jungle. There's no Roche to play into, though. No Tormentor to go for. So kind of awkward in terms of finding an objective to play towards. So it is very much Yakul Bros just finding map space to continue farming. Which means a hero like Sand King, who wants to scrap, who wants to brawl, is kind of bored.
Hopefully Moon can shake off the boredom.
I just don't know if he can.
Oh Christ, nice. You
Sand
got
King and
3,500 gold. Yes. Not fighting, that's pretty sad. Yeah. No, you are right, but I just got shocked by Tusk, I'll be real. Okay, he just keeps changing his items. Alright, okay, he's buying Big Gibby. Okay, sure. Oof.
He is a farmed individual.
I just hope for Amaru's sake that like they do communicate the fact that team fights have been going well because of certain pickoffs or Pango initiations. Because like if they assume that the next fight should be an auto win based on the net worth, the kind of trajectory of the game, at any minute you can get surprised, right? You put a disseminate on any hero on a Sand King who then throws in the epicenter with a bonds inside of an arena, like you are gonna get just deleted from the game. Like, there aren't any BKBs really in play. You know, Tusk, the support, is looking for one in about 800 gold time. The Kez is a recipe away. Like, there is still a window because they don't have any Aegis that this net worth can just disappear. So I just want Amaru to have that kind of respect in how they want to move now.
Especially if you do go and try and take Roche now. Fighting into a choke point is where Jakob Rose can thrive. Right now they're setting up for bottom tier 2. Nobody knows that Roche is a super fast spawn. They've not scouted it out just yet. So a couple of lanes being held and pushed by YB. As Amaru should approach the pit and see what's going on inside. Yeah, they send a penguin forward and know that Roshan has returned. Kez with BKB coming out on Courier. Pretty big timing for him, alongside that Aghanim Scepter of Pango being delivered now. And YB are filtering back to defend the top lane and maybe try and pivot towards the pit. And the Roshan will roar, so they'll know what's going on.
They're not in position. Like, you're cold. If you look at the minimap, Mars is in bot lane, Sand King's top, Terrorblade in the triangle. They're conceding Roshan, which, you know, on paper is a pretty good objective for your cult to contest, right? You're put in a close area. Like, look at the pit right now. What happens if there's a 3-4 man arena, everything thrown on top? Like, it feels like your cult are just so afraid to fight. Of course, getting to the pit, you need to be ready. Like, you can't just smoke up, TP around, and hope to get there in time. Like, you need to already be thinking about Roshan as Amaru, even like walking into the pit. Like, you need to be ready as it roars. But they were just not ready. Feels like they're just waiting for Fly to complete his butterfly. 500 gold left.
Yeah, they weren't even pushing bottom tier 3. Like, knowing Roshan's being gone on, they had a full like double wave with catapult there on the tier 3 and didn't commit any heroes or further damage to it. So very, very patient defensive posturing here from YB. Now looking at this, Kens with Aegis BKB. The Mars has got all the auras in the world, and about 1,000 gold until Oscar has that blink, which could be a defining tool here just to keep that chain stun going on to Terrorblade, who so far hasn't had a great Sunder in a team fight because it has been so hard to get out of the chain stun. And Baboka, bless his heart, has tried his hardest to disrupt things, but with Rolling Thunder and all this business, it's very challenging. Go Scepter there for the Sand King.
Yeah.
It does get him out.
Did they miss a shield crash proc, or did they? Of course, it was Ghost Scepter at the end, but there had to be something they missed in the lead up. But of course, Dunk was missed, so it's gonna be quite annoying. But now with Roll being on cooldown, maybe, oh maybe your cult. Look, they're smoking up. They can see it. They don't care about the Aegis. If there's no Dunk, if there's no roll.
I mean, these two lane wards have seen Axe and Pango go from mid back to jungle, so they open up on Oscar. Wits is in, Golem's dropped on both of them. Snowball trying to save them up and get them out of this arena now. Straight towards Baboka in the back. So they'll pummel the Shadow Demon down. Fly with Moon, back in with an Epicenter Burst Strike, and the Metamorphosis is going. Take down the Axe. Doesn't feel it's good enough from Yakult Bros, though, with the expenditure. Tian Ming's now being run out by Wits with this Aegis still going. The Kez will get a triple kill. And Fly, I mean, Metamorphosis half duration. He's going to get jumped and stunned by the Tusk to follow through Rolling Thunder. He's stunned and silenced, giving Wits an ultra kill. The Kez just goes in, still has Aegis, didn't even lose the first life. Completely free.
Can I request a replay of that fight if we have the power? Oh, that was very quick. Nice. The reason why I'm requesting it is, of course, the start of the fight from your cult is a little bit messy, right? You've got the arena, you don't connect on the spear. I'm just looking towards Moon here. There's a 3-man Burrow Strike in play, but he opts to go for the Epicenter first to then get a kill on the Axe. I'm just trying to think, like, what happens if he goes for the Burrow Strike first, using the stun to cover his epicenter cast, enabling Fly to right click them in. Yeah, exactly, out of the snowball. Like, to me, that's like my what if moment. Because of course it's easy for us to say like it looks good, but maybe if he goes for the Burrow Strike first, there's another stun in play to stop the epicenter ever happening. But I mean, the arena didn't really connect. The epicenter only killed Axe. There was no threat on the Kez the entire time. Of course, he gets an ultra kill. So Wits having an incredible game on the Kez, 11-3-5. But for your Colt, another moment where just a team fight execution has not connected. Right? I think that fight plus the Tormentor fight are the big moments where you expect your Colt to be able to create an opportunity with the heroes they have, but their spell casting is just not connecting. And of course, I think Amaru, we have to praise that they are always just being annoying, right? Through the Tusk with the snowballs or some type of like tankiness or initiation. It is putting your Colt in like a high pressure situation. So they are kind of forcing the mistakes, but you know, some of the best teams in the world, they don't let this pressure get to them.
Honestly, I kind of feel like it's on Fly to be the guy who goes in. You've already pointed out, you can't have Warlock wandering into a fight blind. Shadow Demon, absolutely not. Sand King and Mars are operating in this game as that reaction force, trying to turn the fight. So it kind of sits on Fly to walk in, you know, pushing a lane, showing himself, to be jumped on, and then you save him, right? Because the fights have so far started with the Mars going in and then having to quickly react with a, you know, random arena almost, or a random reinitiation from Moon, or just throw fatal bonds on whoever you see. It's suboptimal and not ideal. I just think that Terrorblade is at the point now where he should be strong enough to face tank a couple of spells, get disrupted, and then use all the tools that you've got from Fog, from behind this hero, to swing the fight.
Yeah, no, honestly, I think you are, you know, you're in the right direction for your Colt having more confidence in a fight. Like no matter who it is, someone has to walk up front going, Baboka will save me. And we're not seeing that kind of trust in their positioning. And it's hurting them. Like, everyone seems to be walking in doing the same thing. Like, yeah, we'll enter together. It's like, that's not going to work. You need this layering that you're talking about. Maybe with the Mars BKB and the Yules now, like, he can do it, right? Give Fly more time to understand where he wants to press meta, but someone on your Colt has to walk in and try to give more information. That is...
They need the helm creep.
Oh, okay. If only they had illusions to send in, that could also work.
No, illusions are for farming.
That is true. How about Baboka's illusions?
You can't disrupt yourself before a fight starts.
Well, the old disruption bait. It's a classic. Yes. We don't really see it, to be fair, too often. Like
the old Warlock walk in and die.
That works. Maybe if he's level 20, could be good. Then you got me. Yoink. Got him.
Another Tormentor.
Yep.
I've got a pretty good read of where YB are playing from. We are set up with a high ground ward in that top jungle for Jakob Bros to play out of the base and maybe meet a fight. But this map is going to start constricting around them pretty quickly. Oscar's just going to call the trees.
It's on Amaru now to show the motions of a strong team, right? It's you got the your Tormentor, you're playing for next Roshan, like sweep through the map together. You have a gem on the Tusk, so when you walk into the triangle, walk through all the little sections of the triangle, make sure you're respecting the vision. And once you have that stabilized, understand, do we have enough wards to move to a new area? If you don't, hold one position, use the creep for kind of just that advantage. But
what
I am looking at Amaru. Sorry, go on.
No, you finish your point.
No, so I am looking at them, like, I don't know how to put it nicely, but it's like, if they want to truly be a contender in tournaments for future, again, they're probably eliminated now. I think this is going to be the tell for me, like, if they have it in them to, like, be a future contender, like, how they handle a 16,000 gold lead in this moment.
You know, it's kind of flogging a dead donkey, but this was the meme around Alliance a few years back, right? They were a solid team that should perform, but they very often got stuck in this position where they couldn't break high ground. They couldn't find that opening to just crack the game and say, okay, we've got a lane of barracks, we've got that further advantage. Because they were the gatekeepers of Europe for a long time, but not really able to get into the S tier of squads.
Yeah, back in the DPC days, right? That's kind of what you're referencing, right? Yeah.
Yeah, well, I was looking at the graph, and at 4 or 5 minutes ago, it was 50-50. And I was trying to figure out what happened 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
But Dota Plus was just like, yeah, back to dead even. Jakob Bro's going to try and drag it back that way with a smoke.
And Nicole actually have the vision advantage in this triangle. They got both the Watcher, couple sentries on the low ground, one ward on the high ground.
The scan. And the Helm
There
creep
is no scan
scouting as
available.
well.
Yeah, and bot lane, the wave's pushing in, so Amaru is going to know that they are in this position.
Jakob Bros is just going to go high
walking down the
ground,
lane. Yeah. Oh, right. Fair enough.
Double caps bolt, just go for tier 3. But Amaru are now the ones that have to do something.
Don't forget though, Kez has Satanic. Like, this is a big timing for Wits, and you can't have to either 100 to 0 him or respect that he will be able to turn things around.
Axe shows on lane. Jakob Bros know about that observer ward that Amaru placed as well. Moon is going to TP back, so why be giving up their position right here? This is delicate. Pango and Chen still lurking in this top jungle are going to try and disengage as best they can, but Oscar's been found under vision. Baboka started with Arena Spear onto the Axe. He gets blown up completely. Baboka buys back as he got picked off by Wits. Tylung with a good Rolling Thunder.
He was back into death.
As Baboka has TP'd back in, disrupts himself. Looks like he might just die though as he blinks away from danger. Wits gets focused. Satanic heals back up. Fly can be Sunder, back to full HP. Baboka's about to die, protected a bit by Zeal, but Tylung on a killing spree as they move back in. The spear across, the damage is good. Jakob Bros break through the parry of the Kez. Tusk and Kez dead with no buyback, and now Tylung trying to swashbuckle his way out of this one. Moon will catch him with the very edge of his burrow strike forward. Oscar does get the kill on Zeal though. The return of the Axe with a buyback from him. Fly trying to chase forward, but it seems like Jakob Bros running low on potential. The move in from Pango, aggressive, finds the takedown as Tianming falls. Fly in trouble as well here. Cyclone into the sky. Moon, they're protecting the TB. Fly has another Sunder. He can turn this back onto Oscar again. Another burrow from Moon. He's reclaimed the game. The king comes through. 3 dead on the Radiant with no buyback available. It's Jakob Bros who are looking to push high ground.
We were just talking about the test for Amaru, right? The 16,000 gold lead, the Satanic timing, Roshan soon spawning, but your cult, they're the ones, dictating the pace of the game. They forced the tier 3. They have the triangle fight. The vision advantage was so key, right? They keep kind of extending the fight into the triangle. Baboka, he gets the buyback. I was so afraid for him, but he has this Lotus Orb, the Lotus, the potential heal, right? So he then disrupts himself, buys time for TB to get the Sunder on him, instantly popping it post Sunder.
Now though?
And now the fight
Moon
continues.
has come in. They're losing Zeal pretty quickly, but he's got a BKB and the heal back up. Another Rolling Thunder crash in forward, kills off the Mars. Dead for 100, while Fly finishes off Roche and gets the Aegis. The rest of his team are being run at by Knight and Tai-Lung. A snowball and a swashbuckle kills off Moon. Sand King does have buyback here, but Tian Ming is in some serious trouble. Back and forth we go. Jakob Bros, they find this massive team fight win. They get the Roshan kill, but now they bleed out and lose a lot.
I'll be honest, Gareth, I have no idea what your cult was doing there. Like, they do all this work to, make this game feel like there's a comeback on the cards. They get the Aegis. Why are they going for a dive? Why are they protecting a ward? Kez is respawning in 7 seconds. All you need to do is breathe. Take that Aegis, walk back to your side of the map, enable just the game to continue. But instead, they try for a pick, they fail. Now Mars is die-backed. I just don't understand why your cult do that. That is it's such a pointless move, and Amaru just so thankful.
They're going to lose 2 lanes here. The Chen has picked up an Assault Cuirass. They want to push this one to the end. 2 lanes down. The Axe has cleared out top and bottom because there were massive waves approaching the Radiant base. So he's protected everything on the Radiant side. As we still have to wait 20 seconds for Mars, 10 for the Sand King. Jakob Bros could be looking at the Mega Creeps up against them, but they've got a glyph to at least hold back for now. A wild sequence of events, though. But we're still in a position... Well, yeah, just watch the graph's going crazy. Still in a position where TB now has Aegis BKB. Daedalus not that far away if he wants to buy out for it. This is a very bold move from Flyfly to walk up this high ground, though. Just giving vision for his team. Now we wait.
Phew, I don't know what I'm waiting for, though, Gareth. I'm just... I'm so confused watching this game.
Wait for wits.
Hell yeah.
Wait for the Kez to pop off.
I mean, again, he has been popping off.
And some neutral items as well.
Maybe we get our base race today, Gareth. Maybe we get the chance to cast one.
Maybe. And Chen against TB could happen.
Yeah. Oh my god, Fly. He's doing it.
You're just pre-ruining it. It's like when you have a roast dinner a couple of weeks before Christmas. You're like, oh.
Oh yeah, no, that is very wrong. Babuka with the disruption. Wits, he just can't get to the ancient. Zeal with the arena.
Oscar has bought another Desolator.
It's like 10 Book of the Deads. What the fuck?
Oh my god, please. No books. No Necronomicons.
Alright, smoke up from Amaru. Here it is.
Arcane DD rune.
Oh, this is massive damage rune.
It's double damage. It's DD. I refuse to accept this amplified damage. AD stands for ability draft. Here comes Amaru. Amaru Dota. They're in the dire base, but there's no one home. Hello?
They have a ward to play on.
You got your TV license? Anyone here?
No.
Jakob Bro is hiding behind the couch. Rolling Thunder's going to come through and find Moon. Quick burst strike, but he's stuck in a little nook. The cranny's not his home. The golem's dropped on his Pango now. As Flyfly, Metamorphosis stands tall and tries to deliver into Oscar, but the damage and control blows him up. First life of the TB gone. Hand of God tops Amaru back up as they've nullified and dealt with the Mars. Fatal Bonds are here as Flyfly tries to battle back. We'll get a double kill. Moon, inside this sandstorm, is being pummeled by Tai Lung. But it's a Pango against the world right now. They need the TB backup. Night will arrive with another snowball in. Flyfly has died, and Amaru have overrun Jakob Bros now. 3 dead on the dire. No buybacks for him. A TP from Tianming is successful, but GG is called. Amaru tie things up 1 apiece in this best of 3 in an absolute circus of a game, back and forth with a ton of chaos.
And we have to remind ourselves the importance of this series. Both teams most likely not making the playoffs. They are fighting for, you know, the scraps at the bottom of the group stage. It's like $3,500 for whoever wins this series. And on top of that, some EPT points that potentially might play a big part in invitations to the Esports World Cup later in the year. But for Amaru, they have to look at this game very quickly and identify some key problems that they faced. Because I feel like if your Colt was playing just slightly better in execution of the team fight, there's like 3 big moments where they just don't connect on their spells. If at any one of those fights your Colt connected on their spells, played just a little bit better, then Amaru would be losing this second game. So again, great to see Amaru winning a game, but I feel like it's not the cleanest win, but still very good that we are getting to a game 3. Both teams would love to get, you know, an extra, several $1,000s into the bank account to pursue their competitive careers. Again, these are teams that haven't really been making it to, too many events. Your Colt, again, have been making more than the likes of Amaru, but again, your Colt's results at events haven't been anything to, shout about. So Yeah, interesting game too.
Yeah, I mean, at least we got to see some skill expression from the young boys. Having Pango and Kez on the same team with a ton of in and out, back and forth gameplay. Did make it hard at points for Jakob Bros, who need this Terrorblade to just stand and hit stuff. Like in this last fight, right? He gets bonked by the Pango, the Abyssal Blade is on the Mars. Fly sees Oscar's axe, and that's it. He gets punched, he gets controlled. There's not really much that the TV could do.
Yeah, Tai Long's had an incredible game, right? Like, as much as there's like these back and forths, the graphs going kind of slowly towards Amory, but some dips within it. I think Tai Long just knew exactly what he needed to do the entire game, right? He finished the game 10, 1 of 15 on the Pangolier, and it felt like every time he pressed roll, it had a purpose. Like, sometimes you see Pango players and they miss the odd roll or two, but it felt like he knew exactly what he wanted to do. Like, kill the Warlock at the start of the fight, stop the Sand King from initiating, like, and we had a glimpse of it in game 1 on the Lash Track, like where he knew like how he had to stop the initiation or the counterplay from Naga, right? But I think if Amaru is to have success in this series, it is based on, does Tai Long have a good mid matchup and can he be the playmaker? Because I think if he doesn't play this well, again, they probably don't have the pressure on them, and without that pressure, they probably play the team fights better. But the Pangolier just kept applying it, and Yakult, they just crumbled. They just weren't able to connect a good epicenter with an arena with a fatal bonds. It always felt like the spells were used independently throughout the fight, without this big kind of gotcha moment for Yakult.
Yeah, got to tie things together, and maybe look at Moon again and his hero pool, and see what they can do for him. But yeah, maybe just try lane mid to deal with this Tai Lung guy. This 16-year-old wonder kid. We'll see what happens, though. Game 3, we've not had many of them, but we'll have one in a little bit. See you after the break.
About bloody time.
DreamLeague Season 27 is brought to you by DHL.
Всем привет! We're in Serbia right now, more specifically Belgrade, for our bootcamp for the Dota team. We're gonna play DreamLeague Season 27. Right now I'm gonna show you around the different houses that we have to prepare for the next tournament. This is house number 9, where, come in. This is the kitchen, where a lady comes and she cooks different types of food according to what people like or what they request. This is the big fridge full of delicious protein. This is the dinner room where we come here for breakfast, and we have usually eggs. People love protein in this house because they're all addicted to the gym. So we tend to have eggs, some pastry. We don't spend much time here. It's mostly just for 5-10 minutes breaks that we take in between scrims, or just talk a little for breakfast and lunch. Follow me. Let's go to see where the action happens. House number 10. Welcome to house number 10. This is the main house of the bootcamp, where we have all the computers and where we practice almost all day. Let me show you guys. This is the guest bathroom. Over there we have the kitchen. This kitchen is mostly for drinks. We just get tea, coffee, and the water's over here. I think this is some protein powder from someone, maybe Avid, I'm not sure. So this is all drinks, no food allowed. Now this is the main bootcamp. This is coach number 2 computer. This is coach number 1 over here. Watching some replays. This is our manager, Fesser. He's sitting next to the fruit area. This is where we have all the fruit. Just a quick snack, you know, as gamers we love bananas because you need fast energy that doesn't like slow you down. So banana is the perfect snack for this. All the computers that I was talking about, everyone's working really hard, especially that guy over there. I think he's working really hard. Over there too, just a bunch of hard workers. Don't disturb them, guys, they're really busy. myself too. Really, really busy right now. Yeah, we don't really use the backyard. Right now it's not accessible. Come to the rooms, let me show you. So here, I cannot show you the insides of this room. This is Hellscream's room. Over here we have Avid. We've pretty much separated. It's like 3 players, 1 coach one side, 3 players, 1 coach the other side. Avid came here first, so he took the nicest room, this guy. And I'm over here in the 2nd floor. This is the 2nd floor, I guess, or 3rd floor, I don't know. This is my coach room, 2nd coach. He's sleeping right now, I think. I share bathrooms with him. This is my room. But 1 second, I gotta clean up. Okay, you can come in. This is my room. Let me show you guys around. This is my room. It's pretty well equipped. I have a nice balcony where, wait, I get to enjoy a very beautiful view in the mornings. And if I'm ever tilted, I just come here and enjoy the cold weather. I reset, connect with nature a little bit. It's nice. I like this balcony. Let's go to the meditation area. Also known as the rooftop. The rooftop. This area is not used very much. I use it myself when I'm like super tilted. I just come here, you get to see the whole city. It's actually pretty nice. And yeah, you just get to chill here. That's why it's called the meditation area. Now that's 90% of everything. There's only one important room that I haven't shown you yet. This is the coolest part of the house. We've got our own elevator. It's pretty handy when you have like your hands full of dirty clothes and you need to go to the laundry room, which I'll show you soon. When coming to my room, I use this with my luggage because there's no way I'm gonna carry my heavy luggage like 3 floors. So the elevator is actually used quite a lot. Not daily, but when it matters. Okay, let's go. -1. Let's go. It's a small elevator, but it gets the job done. So. Okay, we're here, the final room. The room that we don't use that much, but we need it or we wouldn't be able to live without it. It's the laundry room. This is dryer. This is wash. Is it? Yeah, I think so. I think I've shown you guys both houses and all the things we use and we need for us to compete in the tournaments as players. I hope you enjoy your bootcamp.
Yeah, Falcons get another 2-0 and Amar gets one more word of all chat in at the end of the game.
Dude, I don't know what to do.
Are you alright?
AY just told me that I need to stop talking so much during games, but I don't know what to do. I just get crazy and start exploding.
Have you tried meditating?
Meditating?
I mean, I just read it in a book and it says in Thai culture it's a common thing. It helps people to relax. Maybe you could try it.
Fine. At this point, I'll just try anything.
So, just close your eyes. Take a deep breath in and out.
Where are we?
I think we're in your mind.
Then why are you here?
I'm just here for fun. Hello?
What are you doing in my brain?
I'm here to teach you. I was like you once. Did you know that I started tipping people in Dota the first?
You started all this?
Yes, but I soon realized that it's not important. The most important thing is to be the humble.
I haven't won a single tournament in years.
It's humility. Humility.
But no one. How do I do this?
That was fucking weird.
Well, I learned nothing from that. I love tipping. I will not stop.
Paparazzi?
What are you here coming to teach me now? Am I gonna just keep getting players over and over again teaching me
把你
stuff?
嘴丫子给我闭上，
What?
好好学着点。
But you're not even speaking now.
我从来不在比赛中说话，不和对手多话，连队友都不交流。AME 上次抢了我的服，我一句话都没说。
Wow, and you play like this all the time?
没错，你只要你别说话，别说话。
别说话. Wow, these visuals are quite realistic.
I really feel like I'm starting to learn something. Is that Curtis?
I think so.
What is he saying?
Don't be misguided. Don't take their advice.
I shouldn't stop trash talking?
Follow your instincts. Do what you feel is right. Stop listening to his calls, guys. These guys are fucking idiots. Listen to me. Path to success will soon be revealed to you. There are 3 invis heroes, guys. How do you not have dust? The words you heard before are incorrect for you. Oh, thank God that's over. Everyone report Teal for communication abuse. Now I can finally relax.
Wow. I now understand. Thank you so much, AY. I really appreciate your support.
What are you talking about?
I will never stop tipping, all chatting, and trash talking, and even on Twitter for the rest of my fucking life.
Content ideas, okay. Oh, okay, I got it. Arteezy has a sleep paralysis demon, Shadow Fiend, huh? Okay, right, too obvious, sure. Oh, Dota 2 award show! Dota 2's been around for like 18 years. How come we don't have an award show? It's perfect. Well, come on, bro, that's actually a good one, for real.
No, it's not a good one. Think about it. Actually, think about it. Imagine what a Dota 2 award show would actually look like.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome back to the Dota 2 Defense of the Award Show for the video game Dota 2 Defense of the Ancients, Dota. We are here now to announce the winner, but before we get into that, let me remind you one more time of your nominees. Fear, 23 Savage, FY, and ATF. And the award for most excited victory celebration goes to Fear! Come on up here, Fear. Come get your...
We've got a series on our hands. T has gone 1 apiece as Jackal Bros and Amaru, they go the distance, actually getting some solid team fighting in there. Amaru showing they've got life in them yet. We'll find out what happens as you're out of breath after casting all of those incredible head-on 5v5 clashes, T.
I am. I just had to help my girlfriend lift some stuff after watching such a beautiful game. And then also lifted like 150 kilos of just random... It's gonna be a hard game.
Random what?
It's just random shenanigans, you know, shopping, Christmas. Like, it felt like 150 kilos. Maybe it wasn't, but...
I was gonna say 150 kilos is a lot. You just bought the whole of Santa's workshop, elves and all.
Yeah. It just sounded like a good number, but honestly, you'd be... No, I'm seriously, this is going to be rough. I'm going to need a drink after. Not like I mean like a nice bit of water, just to be clear. I'm not talking about like a stiff drink or anything. But anyway, yeah, no, you are right. This is a close best of 3 now. Again, as we mentioned at the end of the cast, this is a matter of just pretty much farming more prize money if you are able to win the series, and also just pride. You don't want to be a team at the bottom end of the group stage, right? You want to look as if you were close to playoffs, right? It's like, oh, you know what, we're a series away, right?
Yeah.
So we can see if either team can do that.
Yeah, we're down to 1 game for $3,500, 100 EPT points as well. So there's definitely little bits there on the line for these teams just to try and shore up some entry into this new season of the ESL Pro Tour. Now, no no massive changes. Just a little Pangolier returning to the ban pool there from Yakla Bros, showing some respect to Tai Lung.
That's a good ban. That's a solid ban. That's like a... You know what, Tai Lung? You kind of 1v9'd us, boss. Let's get rid of that.
Do we ban the Kez as well? Just full on respect.
Just full send.
Because what was it last time? There was Timber, Naga, Jakiro, Dragon Knight, and then the Huskar Centaur, Marcy. So they leave the Marcy in the pool.
Oh.
We get the first pick, Tusk.
Okay. Quite an interesting read, because again, Marcy is one of those like hotly contested heroes, but of course in this series, it wasn't banned out in the first game, if I remember correctly. So it has been let through multiple times. So yeah, you're calling the bluff. You know what, Amaru, you probably don't want it. We take the Tusk. We don't want Knight to be this kind of playmaker. Again, he was like low level. Start of the game wasn't too hot for Knight, but then he kind of slowly got his way, found his groove, and then of course was doing all the Tusk things that we love to see from Tusk players.
A lot of deliberation going on over this first pick. It's the Kez again. I guess the conversations there is like, is it Marcy? Is it Shadow Demon? One of these other heroes that have been very popular. Seems like they seem very comfortable with the Chen, and Baboka's not happy about this. He's like, how dare they? We wanted to ban this goddamn bird.
Yeah, promoting it all the way up to like first phase overall heroes. It's quite a statement, because again, like Kez is a really good hero when there's no like early map pressure. You can get yourself to like the Deso timing cleanly. You're not having to react. But when you pick it this early on, there's a world where your cult can, you know, take like Enigma in the offlane, Beastmaster, Lycan, maybe even like an Axe, and just continue throwing in the tempo heroes. Axe through the killing of the Kez, the other heroes that I mentioned due to like, the objective pressure. But yeah, to pick Kez this early, you need to be like the Kez team. Like only kind of Liquid can really pull this off. Tundra kind of can, but they often second phase the hero due to like their draft structure as a team. But yeah, let's see if Amaru can pull it off.
And Warlock, who would offer that protection in lane for the Kez, is a good ban too. It gives him lane protection and then mid-game team fighting through Bonds and Golem. Not a ban we see often, but seems pretty solid there. So we're going to be looking at Baboka Tusk, probably. We've not seen an awful lot of Yakla Bros doing wave dragging. It's either been Baboka farms jungle behind Zeal, or plays with Zeal in lane and tries to get in the face of the opponents. So I'm curious to see if this maybe opens up the offlane pool a little bit more for YB. Get the classic Shadow Demon. So another layer of protection there to keep Kez in play.
Yeah. The Shadow Demon, it's like just like a chill dude in the draft, right? Like I'm not going like wow, oh wow, crazy. What? It's kind of on the next steps. My concern though for Amaru is like I already mentioned that map pressure can hurt Kez a lot, and now you pick Shadow Demon, who also doesn't want to play into map pressure. You kind of want to play that chill game, you know. Like, we contest the occasional objective, we push away, we make a stack, you know, like this type of stuff. But
Primal Snapfire. I was wondering if Yakla Bros could go for like the Chen direction and create that map pressure through Chen, but they're going to do it through just raw magic damage and aggression, level 6 timings. Now, we've kind of, well, I don't know, speaking for both of us here, we've kind of come to hate the Tusk Snapfire plus Mars Primal, whoever it might be, trio, right?
What are you on about, Gareth? I love it. What are you? No, of course, yes.
In this series, I kind of think it could be good just to, you know, you want to keep playing faster and faster and faster and faster. You don't want to give room to this Kez. You don't want to give any room to think for the young boys. You know, these 16, 17-year-olds, very mechanically skilled, can still struggle with like reacting to being swarmed over. You know, if you die and die again, you don't have that turnaround. You don't have that quick reaction to some of these heroes. The game could fall apart.
Yeah. The good thing for them this time around is very simple, right? It's like Primal plus Snap gets a kill. Snap plus Tusk, smoking together, can get a kill. Like, Snap actually has purpose with Mortimer Kisses, where I think, like, the drafts I don't like with Snapfire is you only have, like, one ganking hero, and then the enemy team goes, wait a second, like, the Storm is missing, or the DK is missing. Just be careful for a minute, right?
Yeah.
But your Colt have, like, multi-layered aggression. It can fall short, like you said, but Amaru, they go back for the axe. So finding success in game 2 and looking for the comfort of some of the core heroes again in game 3. Of course, Pipe pretty much breaks your Colt quite nicely. So that is where Oscar will need to go for the Dom into the Pipe build once more.
Ooh.
Ooh, what's up?
I'm thinking about Nature's Prophet again. I feel like that's one of those heroes that could just bring like the pain to these side lanes. They're gonna leave the Moon Zeal Flex open till later though with that Primal Beast. Grab the Ursa for now. Seeing what a Shadow Demon Axe lane, you're gonna have Ursa Snapfire. So can play pretty aggro there. Or is it Axe Chen with Shadow Demon 5? It's Gardic Chen, right? So it'd be him playing 5 again, probably.
Ideally, I'd like to see Chen lane away from the Primal Beast if it is an offlane Primal. Like, often Primal is like the counter to Chen. You know, Chen steps up, you can just trample on top of the creeps. You can just be really annoying. You pair that with a Tusk where you shard the Chen in. Like, it can just get kind of weird for him. So, but then there's also the argument where if Chen doesn't ever put himself in a death position, you just keep mana burning a Primal who has a finite mana pool. Also can be quite lane winning.
Yeah.
But each their own. We'll see how they want to approach it.
5 seconds remaining.
Amaru though, they need a mid laner, and Yoko also a mid laner.
Yeah, what's
Amaru
Moon
is
been
his last
playing?
pick of the draft. What has he been playing?
Nah.
I saw
Ember,
Pango.
Lash, he has played a couple of Nature's Prophet games. So I'm still
Right,
leaning
okay.
that way. Like his Ember's ban, his quad. Oh my god! I look away from the screen for 10 seconds and he's banned. We got the puck. Gone.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, Puck is of course pretty good, right? Coil onto a elusive carry like Kez can hurt him quite a lot.
And you see the two
no
supports.
lockdown at all. Yeah, exactly. It's just food, right?
Yeah.
That is like, that is my concern for Amaru. It's like they started the draft with so much confidence with Kez, but now they've put themselves in this like very clear position of like, we need to win our lane. We need Kez to have Deso. We need the pipe on the axe. We, like all these things have to go right. Otherwise, their comeback isn't just win a team fight. It's find a pick off, and to do that into an Ursa or a Puck, like hyper elusive cores, it can just be really annoying to try and find like comeback kills.
And it kind of feels like the pool of heroes here for Tai Lung is like, Shadow Fiend, Monkey King, these kind of flashy, fragile heroes who could just get run out by a Primal Beast. I don't know, like... it's a struggle to find the hero here, isn't it? Like, looking at Storm Spirit, looking at him struggling against Puck, against the Control. Still going to go back for the Lash, it looks like, to give that bit of mid-game tempo.
Ooh, still kind of like it's a confident Lash pick, right? Not because it's like great for the draft, but more for like your player. Like when you see this position, like what can you do to bring life to my game? It's like you give the mid laner whatever he calls for. He takes a Lash rack, and there will be some problems in this game, right? Like you go for a move near a tower, Puck TPs to follow, you get coiled near a tower and die. Like the Lash game can be quite difficult, but on the flip side, if you get an early blink, you keep chasing the Ursa in his jungle, forcing him to not think about farm too efficiently. Like, there's a world where Tai Lung can do just enough to bring life to all the other heroes in the map. So we saw what he could do in the Lash game, even when he was tri-laned and losing. This time around, his farm should be a lot better. He's not going to be vipered. He's not pressured to that same level. So yeah, a lot of emphasis on Tai Lung. But again, he did it in game 2. He has a marginal window to do it in game 3, but there's a window that he can maybe do it in.
Just thinking, it must be wild to be Oscar on this team when your mid and carry combined ages are barely more than yours.
It's
What are they,
true.
16 plus 17 is 33. Oscar is 31.
Yeah, it's
Wealth
quite
of
an interesting,
experience in
like,
the offlane, though.
yeah, but also like in like sports and general competition, right? Like, how often do you have that type of age gap within like competition? Like even in football, like you
I
might
guess
get the occasional
No, it's
young
quite
player,
often.
like a 15-year-old playing in like the first team.
I don't know about
Maybe
nowadays.
you get-
I mean, when I was growing up, it was like Rooney, Ronaldo. What was that lad called that played for Arsenal? Like the winger? No.
Walcott.
Yes, exactly. Theo Walcott. Yeah. Yeah. There was a bunch of these like 15, 16-year-olds that like made it onto the first team. I think it was not that crazy back then. I don't know about nowadays.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Again, my football knowledge is pretty lackluster, but my assumption in football is you retire early 30s and then you start around like 16, 17 outside of. I guess that technically we are talking about the extreme cases, right? Yeah.
And it also depends. Like goalkeepers usually retire mid to even late 30s. Like goalkeepers are usually the eldest on the team. So you can have a team where your goalie is like 36, 37, and then one of your like wingers or something is like 17 or whatever.
Yeah. I love that.
But yeah, I'm not saying it's common. But
limited
it's
football knowledge is like
it's for sure fringe case. For sure fringe cases. So I think your point still stands.
Fuck it, my point could be wrong. It's fine. I'm not attached to it.
They're the best kind of points. The ones that just float there. A lovely floating point in our video games. And Baboka up on the staircase. Gonna smoke break. Game 3. $3,500 on the line. 100 EPT points. And both of these teams kind of looking at lights out in terms of tournament progression. Elimination is pretty much already a foregone conclusion. It comes down to that little bit more prize money and pride. Let's see who comes out on top here in game number 3. And so far, no risky business. No playing into enemy triangle or trying to shard move yourself down a cliff and dying. Everyone's going to step out to their lanes. Set up for that Chen Kez bottom. Shadow Demon and Axe up at top. And of course, Tai Lung against Moon in that mid lane. The 15-year age gap between the Lesh and the Puck. And so far, they've gone blow for blow. It was Moon's Viper that really undid Tai Lung's Lesh before. Now on the Puck, we'll see how he does. On the Baboka and Zeal, already dealing with that Chen's creep in that bottom lane. Moon trying to start playing with him. Tianming. So Snapfire here with a little Shredder can trade into the Shadow Demon. You'll have Cookie to get the Ursa into position on the Axe. But you've also got to keep tabs on this Knight SD from doing some funny business. He's got a Windlace, and he could start dragging waves if he gets in the right position.
Yeah, at the moment, with the small camp blocked and the wave pushing in, all he has to do is stop this hard camp from getting pulled, which he is unable to do.
And
what a big wave bottom. What the hell? Like, Kez has just got like a double wave in front of his tower. It's like, alright, sure.
And Zeal's going to try to push it back into him even further. And so far, so good for the Primal Beast. You said he was very good at dealing with the Chen and his army. And Baboka's going to start dragging waves as well to make this lane even easier to play out.
They just need to respect the fact that, like, at any minute, Tianming could just twin gate, and then you put Tusk, Snapfire, Primal in lane, Kez will just disappear, right? So I'm looking at maybe like an earlier ward placed by Gardic in the safe lane, maybe on his next courier rotation through, just to scout out the twin gate tendency that your cult does have.
Even the other way,
small
right?
Things that they can use.
Like Primal and Tusk are pretty good at pushing this wave after they've dragged it to put it under Radiant Tier 1 where Wits wants to hold it. Then Baboka could go Twin Gate and play top if Axe gets in trouble. I mean, Axe is in trouble regardless of rotation. With a Blood Grenade, little Shredder. They've got tons of damage through Fly to get first blood. What was Knight up to? Trying to block up the small camp with a sentry. Not worth the life of your Axe, though.
Yeah, instantly gets dewarded anyway, and Tianming might even get the stack on the small camp as well. So not really working out their way. Of course, we do see the battle of Puck versus Lesh. Net worth somewhat even. Would have been nice. If you are a Moon fan, of course, no bias here. I don't mind either team winning this game.
Okay. Good for you.
Thank you.
I want Baboka to win.
Yeah, we know you're a Baboka fan. It's okay.
Yeah. I don't hide it. I can't dictate what's happening in the game. I can't control it.
Yeah, we're not covering
succeeds.
OG, so we can't see your OG bias, so we're gonna go for the Baboka bias instead.
Oh, I am purposefully OG biased. You have to be. Because if you're not biased for them, you're against them. You know, that's how it works.
And then you have the masses again. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. No, I've learned that the hard way.
Oh, Oscar. Oh, he just tanked the tower, hitting top.
That's rough. Fly gonna finish him off. Oh, he's done for.
It's fucking dead, mate.
Top lane has turned into a bit of a meltdown. Disaster City there. Like Shadow Demon doesn't really have a home to play in. Tusk is trailing Gardick's movements as well. We're not even close to the 6-minute rune spawning. We're already having these supports maneuvering around in the jungle. The wave cutting up top, not paying off there for Amaru Gaming either. The Yakut Bro is in a pretty good position overall. The only person a bit sad is the Primal Beast. After a good first couple of waves, he has been all but pushed out of the lane. Kez just keeps stacking up all this nasty damage. The Kazurai Katana. It's basically just a little wander towards level 6 as the Primal. Not really too bothered about getting a tremendous amount of farm now, because eventually you'll be able to start cutting waves.
Yeah, cut waves, and also, we already mentioned that potential rotation that could come into play. It really feels like it is an option, right? Like, Wits is kind of soon to be underneath the tier 1 tower. If there ever was a time for Puck to hit 6 or Snapfire to think about bottom, it is going to be now, but again, both these things are not happening as of yet. Baboka dragging another wave.
Baboka's busy, brother.
Yeah.
Busy boy Baboka. Bulling waves.
Ooh, he sees a courier. Can't get it though.
Shadow Demons come through the Twin Gate. They want to try and stop this. I don't know if they can. Already doubled up the wave. Now, if Baboka TP's now, he's out free. He's going to get mana burnt and hit a few times by the Chen. Zeal's going to come in, though, and trample down his wave, it looks like. Free money for Zeal. While Shadow Demon moved in towards mid. Tian Ming being pummeled by the axe and Shadow Demon. The off lane has become the mid lane. Lashrak pushing damage onto Moon, gets the courier kill, and dives the tower, looking for this Pug. Not quite enough to finish the job. Would have liked to bait out the coil, but good resilience from Moon, not just to chuck it at them.
Yeah, nice rotation there from Max. Right, he's not going to play stop. He needs to find some purpose on the map, and he does it.
Now coil.
Instant coil snap.
Into Snowball, Scatter Blast, Cookie forward. Baboka dies, but the kill on Tai Lung is well worth it.
Yeah, good response kill. Tai Lung, he has the tools to break open this game, right? Early blink dagger, keep blinking on top of the Ursa, just find supports and get a couple kills on him. Force him back down on the net worth, and we could see a repeat of game 1. Very, very important kills.
Even before that kill, Moon is pretty far ahead just in this laning stage.
Yeah, no, he is kind of like out farming the Leshrac, but that's the thing with Leshrac. At any minute, it just takes one kill. It's like, oh god, Lesh has got the blink. Oh no, now he's got the Kaya.
Is this a regular build? Double null gloves on Puck? This feels kind of old school. Like this reminds me of like 4 years ago. Buy double null, get gloves, you out farm, you click the enemy.
I would like to say it's not the build. I'm going to double check some other players, but yeah.
Hang on, I've just realised the Puck's... Is it on his courier? No, courier has boots on it. He's just
and he's got double robe coming out for the treads and then the... Yeah. To be fair, watching Moon mid though, he is constantly using phase shift on the tower. He's constantly using the orb to also dodge. Like he's being very efficient with his innate.
They found a coil on the Lesh. Disruption saves him, but Flyfly's arrived with a ton of damage. Rip into Tai Lung, but it's not enough to finish him. Flyfly gets Echo Slashed into oblivion. Now, with a grappling claw over to Chan Ming. Snapfire's in trouble, giving a double kill to Wits. That looks so good for the Yakut Bros, but they're not able to stick on one target. They spread all that damage across 3 different people.
And another Wits rotation, right? Like we saw it in the Abaddon game 1. Like he's happy to TP. He doesn't feel like he's locked into a side lane. Top net worth comes in, capitalizes on that kind of second guessing of the fight from your cult, and yeah, Amaru making a good move. 2,000 gold lead now towards them. For a couple early kills. You could argue your cult was kind of on like a decent path to some good item timings, but yeah, they're going to look pretty good. Deso on the way for Kez. And then, of course, the Blink Dagger for Leshrac. Like, the itemization from Amaru, they are going to be ready to do everything they want in that kind of like 13 to 14 minute mark of the game. Oscar nearly died into the jungle, though. Like 50 HP.
Go back, kill those mud golems. Come on. Go and deal with them. And now with a 2k lead emerging, Amaru can just kind of sit back and farm through their camps. Not feeling too much from Yakut Bros in the next couple of minutes. And Flyfly joined that fight, got blown up, and now I'm imagining in his head he's saying, right, no more joining, just farm Battle Fury, hit my timings. There might be a conversation across the board here for YB. And Blink on Zeal, very important. A Puck Witchblade, going to help out tremendously as well. Look at that, Wits and Tai Lung pairing together, really coming out of their shell to press forward onto this tier 1 mid. Chen Army going to tank it up a little bit.
I mean, it makes sense, right? For Lesh to have a good game, you need to break this mid tower to simplify the smoke moves, to kind of like open up the engagements. So bring your carry in, take the tower quickly, opens up for more farm to be had because you're not wasting an extra 15-20 seconds. So yeah, very, very good move there from Amaru. And 400 gold now for Lesh to get Blink Dagger. Very, very good window. Yeah, if you're Amaru, it's basically Lesh, get your Blink, and A-click the Lesh as quick as possible. Of course, you'd like to throw some spells in. Don't just right-click on Leshrac. Might be a bit grief, but
You may do what you can.
Still.
Because we're still waiting for 6s on the dire supports. Like, Snapfire desperately need kisses before you can actually feel comfortable on the map. Chen is pretty close to level 6 himself. Rallying around the Oscar axe. He's going to go straight for this Blade Mail Blink. The catapult has been distracted, though. The Wild Wings have dragged Carty away. Oh, come back here! Who's pulled this bloody wave? Blink from Lesh. Tai Lung gonna go straight for the kill. Oh, nearly had it. Not quite enough. Trying to bottle up and get the Split Earth down. Arcanes were on cooldown. Did Chanling just salve? He TP'd home. Did he buy a salve to get out of base faster? Is that what we're spending our money on?
I was looking elsewhere, I'll be honest. I wasn't looking at the...
Did he have a salve from laning stage? You don't just buy a salve and a heal, do you?
No, yes. That's not really efficiency, that's just... impatience.
I'm tempted to get the combat log open, but I just can't.
Be honest.
I can't be bothered.
There we go.
Can't find it. I don't know where it is. Things slow down a little bit. As Yakut Bros are really just on the back foot, trying to find levels, items, and maybe react to what Amaru bring. Tai Lung is running this map right now. DD bottled, Blink ready. They were angling for a play bottom lane, but it seems like Baboka on the front lines and the tucked away Primal Beast are pretty safe on that side. Well, Flyfly's Ursa has the Battle Fury, so he's now accelerating pretty quickly on this Ursa. So, gentleman's agreement, just to sit and farm.
Yeah. I think Amber, though, is respecting, even though they have Blink on the Lesh, Deso on the Kez, do they want to go for a fight and suddenly get coiled or Mortimer kissed, right? Like, the entire early game has felt good for Amber due to the fact that Snap's been underleveled, the coil didn't really connect with clean aggression from other heroes. Like, everything's been a bit lackluster for your Cole. So once they execute, like, 20% better, Lesh will die after his initiation. Kez will get deleted, even though he's 2-0 in the game, right? I think Amber are just very cautious. They want to make the perfect move and maybe allowing your cult to be the aggressors, right? The Primal just got the Blink Dagger. Once he goes for that initiation, a nice TP from a Lesh or a Kez could just turn the fight around, but yeah, Amber not wanting to be the ones that just throw away their lead. And here's the smoke up from your cult. The Blink on the Primal is the go time. The two killing supports are holding his hand. At the moment, they will be walking into Kez, but they have used the scan on the Radiant side.
Oh, he's in Viz. Raven's Veil, but they've got the jump on him still with his Primal Beast. Pulverizing the kisses. Witz tries to dash away to the tree line, but Moon has now arrived. Shards will block him in. Jumps over the Igloo, disrupted and saved. Oh dear, Yackle Bros don't get the finish on him. Witz, he got out of there, and now the rest of the team has rallied around him, turning onto Baboka, blowing him up with Tai Lung. Moon's puck might be in danger as well, as Oscar chases the puck down. But as a slippery hero to catch with a lack of stuns. Moon is just going to keep jaunting and jumping, but Oscar gets the call and the dunk. I thought the puck would be able to get out.
I mean, I also thought the Kez had got out.
Oh, did he die? He went back in.
He did. Kez lived after all of that. So just so we can get this all out in the air. Moon missed coil. Kez run away. Thank God we got a replay. So it all starts with Witz being a little bit cheeky, right? You use the scan, you know that you don't need to go here. You can just walk away. But then Moon misses the coil. He then walks up, gets disrupted. And then they reset, okay? Moon throws out an orb, life continues. But then for some reason, Witz is like, this is my go time. He runs into a puck, gets instantly waning rifted. He gets deleted, see here, boom, dead. And then Moon orbs again, gets hit by a call, which often puck dodges most of this. So
level
between
one
Moon and
fish
Witz,
gets level one call.
yeah, like between the two of them, Witz and Moon just had a bit of a mare in that fight. Both of them were. Yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah.
Well, game 3 continues.
At least Ursa is happy. Flyfly is watching from a great distance, just going, yes, I will continue.
Yes, continue
farming.
your. I don't give a shit about Leshrac. Please continue your Dota 2. I will eventually be very tanky and annoying. Yeah, that's kind of what's happening.
Pretty much. And what's next for him? BKB? Basher?
I wouldn't mind a cheeky Basher. Go aggressive. After Basher, go back for the BKB. And then maybe even look for like the Satanic build that we see on the Ursa. I think it's quite a fun build to have into always kind of like damage over time. Like Kez wants to build up stacks on you. You can dispel it with Satanic. Axe hits a call on you. If you have Axe and Satanic, you're never going to die to him. So yeah, I think there's a pretty decent item path available for Flyfly. Tusk now picked up the Blink Dagger. Of course, we are now at the 17-minute mark of the game. We are looking towards Tormentor in around 3 minutes' time. Roshan, of course, currently on the top side of the map. So if your cult is to get a pick off around the pit with an Ursa, a Tusk, and a Snapfire, they are very happy to look for this. And they are smoking up as for connecting on the Ursa. Flyfly hasn't really had to do anything in the game so far. Kind of just chilling.
He's going to get jumped, though. This Blade Mail could be his undoing. Gets off the enrage, and Baboka's here. Moon comes through with a two-man coil. Catches them on the backside with a good pulverize there, and the kisses over the top. Tai Lung gets blown up. Oscar was munched on by Flyfly. Now Guarding's just being trampled by Zeal. Flyfly did die in the end, though, to the Edict, I believe. The final touches of damage that he walked back into.
Yeah, they all kind of left him alone, and he was like, guys, Edict, eat. Okay, don't worry. Flyfly does die, but, just good read there from your cult, right? It's When the carry is uncontested for this long, you know that like the default answer is smoke to go kill him. Amaru makes the default play, they're ready, right? And they don't get that perfect combination. With the axe initiation, the Leshrac wasn't in time to hit the split earth before the axe could get the enrage off. There is an argument where if Lesh was in a better position, you get the chain stun, you kill him off, even with the core and the turnaround spells, then maybe it's still a one fight for Amaru, but...
Well, now they're on the primal. Zeal.
Oh, Zeal. Oh.
Didn't get the onslaught back to high ground, and now the Puck and Snapfire fighting back into Tai Lung. This is getting very scrappy now. It feels like there isn't a clear direction from either team of what's meant to happen when.
No, it's just the fight back and forth. But Amaru, they're utilizing... we spoke about the pick-off potential for Ursa around the pit, right? When you have a Desolator on your carry, you also can go into Roshan whenever you get a kill.
Moon's going to scout in with the orb. Roshan down to a quarter of his health. Do we attempt the steal? Another orb.
Moon's looking.
Moon's thinking about it. That
delay is going to go 100%.
That delayed move, the jump, the snake. He got it! He gets it! He does get dunked, but he got the Aegis. Radiant killed Roshan. Moon will have this second life to jump away, so no advantage gained by Amaru. And now it's Tormentor time. Everyone's going to run top left corner. Radiant Vision sees them in the northern jungle. Dire Vision is up in that top left area, but not on the Tormentor spot. So could give information, but it's not there yet.
No,
Amaru right now
they're looking for you.
With more intel. They'll see the Snapfire. That could be an easy grab. Literally on top of the Observer Ward. Couldn't be any closer if we tried. And is that now just Tormentor for Radiant? Yakut Bros give it up? No.
No, they're smoking. I mean, this is a pretty cool smoke, right? Like, in Amaru's mind, getting that pick-off, like, they're not going to contest, right? The Snapfire, the Mono Kiss isn't available, but they take the Tormentor so quickly. Your Colt, if they want to get a kill, they've got to go in right now.
Who are they going to find, though? First point of contact is the Axe. The Ursa finds Shadow Demon. That's huge for Fly. Now Oscar, Blade Mail up, getting turned on quickly. Pulverized there as well. Onto the Kez. They'll focus into Wits with a coil over the top. They've found the bird. He's down. A double kill for Fly. Gardic being chased to the right-hand side, but there's Leshrac. And he's got massive damage. Jumps back onto the Ursa. Pushing it to the limit here as Baboka comes back in to save his carry.
Ursa's going to go back in.
They do move back in to find Tai Lung. Thanks to Chan Ming. A dunk from Oscar, though. Oscar with a double kill, though. The two Dire supports, with Moon now arriving, should be able to turn his back on Oscar and recover the fight for the Yakut Bros. A double kill for Moon. 4 in a row. Dear Lord.
Much better fighting, though, from your Colt, right? Moon jumping up to the high ground, giving the vision, understanding exactly where the Shadow Demon is. When Fly goes, that is my target. If I jump anyone else, there will be a disrupt save. So Fly instantly takes away the life of the Shadow Demon. And yeah, you couldn't ask for a better initiation from your Colt. And then the kite back as well. It was really beautiful. The Boka makes a snowball dodge on the call. And then after they tried to kill off the Kez, I say tried, they did kill off the Kez. They then respect Leshrac immensely. A nice stun from the Shard of Primal Beast. They disengage low ground, continuing to go for this kite and Fly. You know, he gets over the tree line and Maboka, look at this, beautiful little stun, little snowball, continuing to just keep Ursa alive. And then, whoop, jump back in. Of course, Fly did get carried away, maybe.
Comes in for round 3.
But no, still, for your Colt, it was such a beautiful fight from them. Like, to go for the smokers, 4 heroes, to kind of call the bluff, like, you know what, they don't think we'll contest it. And Amaru, respect to them. After taking Tormentor, they didn't TP out, they held the high ground. Like, logically, some teams there would have just assumed it's safe, right? So they were thinking they can come for the fight, but they just weren't ready for the Puck Ursa, like, 1 second jump and everything goes to chaos.
And it has been a pretty clear game here from Moon. 1 death, 5-1 and 4. Has the full Parasma done now?
Other than that one coil on Kez, yes.
Yeah.
I hold him to high standards, Moon. Oh, Mineski.Moon. Do you think this is his return arc? Do you think, like, of course he's standing in for Emo, but do you think this is like playing this tournament is like the itch he needs to go, you know what? Yeah, I'm back, boys. I'm going to make another team.
It might be. We've had no one return. We had Arteezy on the big stage at Blast, you know,
Yeah,
showing himself
true.
to the stage and the crowd.
Yeah. Farming his way.
There was another couple where we were like, these guys have, you know, had a bit of time out of the top flight of play, and they've returned. Names are eluding me right now.
For some reason, eluding me too, to be fair. We've got some old lads who have returned. Yeah, I'm looking.
Aged players.
Let me look. Let me refresh
Wait,
myself. Oh,
Poppy is trying
FY
to come
for
back as a
XG.
coach.
FY,
Yeah,
that's
FY.
one, right? He came back. You can just never get rid of Fly. You know, he never leaves, so you can't ever, you know, he can't never return. He's always there.
Right.
Doesn't count though.
I mean, how many retirements has Seb had? He'll come back eventually, I'm sure.
Honestly, not enough. Let's be real. Like we need like 3 more, I think, to satisfy the needs of the people. Oh, whoops, that's dead.
Yeah, but the Kez trying to fight into Baboka and Moon and winning the fight, actually. Forcing the TP out from the Tusk. Moon will dip away as well. Knight and Oscar are still coming. And Shadow Demon might be able to just loop around the corner. See the puck. Hello, how you doing? Moon is very quickly away, though.
Top lane. Oh,
What's happening there? Well, they found
Dead.
Zeal, have they?
It was so awkward though, because when the Primal started the fight, or say he was farming the wave, right? He onslaughted onto the creeps, and the Axelash double blinked onto the onslaught, so they got pushed back. So it was like a half second where everyone was like, "Wait a second,
whoopsie daisy."
This is yeah. It didn't matter. It looked funny though. The net worth lead is a little deceptive though. The 3,000 gold lead is just because Chen has farmed more than the other supports. That will mean Gardic will be able to bring one aura to the fight where the supports on the Dire side will not be able to contribute that.
Yeah, with
time
Ursa having his
worth.
BKB now, it feels like Fly is yet again the big bad on the map. He's the guy you got to look out for. Because he could just solo kill the Lesh or the Kez in a coil, in a snowball. Just a little stun.
Smoke
They're
up.
done.
Again, another scan from Amaru. Really good scanning. I'm gonna guess it's
still
just
gonna get
Wits
caught.
using it.
Sure. Dire high ground ward into scan from Jakob Bros. Finds the Kez. In comes Oscar though with a 2-man call. Blade Mail turn. Baboka is dead. Fly has had to pop BKB and Enrage. Does get a bit of distance here, but Tylon closes that gap quickly. Oscar's being hounded by Moon, but they've lost Fly on the southern side. A 2 for 2 so far. Zeal and Moon could still keep going though.
Tylon has
looking for the
Hex.
long-range poke to see if they could re-enter.
He's got the Hex. He can find the jump if he can, but yeah. They are disengaging. They go so deep for the Kez, and yeah, there's a Shadow Demon, there's a Chen. Counterplay heroes galore. I don't want to use the word cocky, but just over-aggressive. One of them fits this scenario nicely, but maybe Gareth can help me.
Oh no, I'm no help to anyone right now. But
Or you
it feels
Googling
like
planets again, or
no, just sitting here chilling. It feels like one of those things. I know I suffer with quite a lot. The neurodivergent urge to like finish a job in one move rather than do the steps that get you there. Right? Instead of doing the steps of pushing out the wave, looking for a pick off, getting wards down, and then playing towards an objective, they've just gone, if we kill Kez, then we can win the game.
yeah. But that's just not putting any respect on Tai Long, right? The 538 Leshrac who went for second, I would say second item because Blink's kind of like a half item, right? But like second big items, Hex. Like they're just multiple times just not respected him. They killed Kez, and then guess what? Lesh killed the Ursa top. Lesh killed the Ursa in this engagement. And that is the joy of the Lesh-Kez combination, right? You've got the big magic and pure burst of a Kez. You've got the physical damage burst of a Kez, right? You have so many different items to deal with both of them, and they're very bursty cores. Snapfire breaking the smoke on the Snapfire. Yep.
A very all-in mood in this game 3 now.
Yeah, I mean, I love it. I love this kind of like, there's not really like the beauty of macro play. It's just, we must win the fight. And to be fair, it's refreshing. You know, it is refreshing. A little bit of a
Neanderthal
fest between two teams. yeah, exactly.
Caveman smash. Yeah, it's like that. Like expected value of you playing the map is like edging, forward little by little, like 0.5% here, 0.5% there. Going for that killer blow is like, oh, we can get this additional 50% value if you just go for this big jugular move. Like another sweeping smoke here is, another indication that Jakob Bros want to get this killer move and play into Roshan, but they've been scanned again. The read from Amaru has been spot on through this series with their scan usage. Knowing
If
the
they win
wraparound
this
is coming
series,
and now playing opposing sides.
Sorry to ruin the hype, but I'm going to ask that in the interview, mate.
About the scans?
Yeah, who's using them?
Yeah,
he's just incredible at battleships. My guy is just hit.
Oh, it's great. And B7, hit. We're in the Roche bit. Moon's going to scout it with an orb. And Roche at about half health. Things get a little dicey now. You've got to start thinking about how you're cutting the waves, how you are prepping the map. Or in Amaru's case, how are you smoking to re-wrap around the wraparounders and become the wraparound-y? Zeal's in a good spot to break the smoke. Wits.
The vision's so good.
YBC everything. So mid lane's pushed in. The signal there is to play down to the bottom right as Roshan is about to swap home in 20 seconds time. But they're going to go for it before he moves. And this is risky now. Oscar is nearly here. The kiss is cancelled. The blink. Well done by Tian Ming. Stops the advance. Wits moves forward. BKB up. Roshan's dead. Fly gets the Aegis. Snowball saves them from the damage out of the Kez. Meanwhile, the Primal Beast is over the top of the Leshrac. They've dealt with Tai Lung. The final bits of damage will come on through from Moon, and they've finished off a double kill for the puck now. Fly will munch on Knight. The Shadow Demon is done for. Yes, Aegis is claimed up. But Jakob Bros come out victorious. Kez and Oscar being eyed up by Zeal and Moon. This puck playing very aggressively with the shield rune going. They just need a bit of control. The snowball's coming, but it's not fast enough. The Kez breaks free. Oscar's axe looks safe as well. But it's Jackal Bros to bring the pain in this fight, claim their prize. Now there's no Roshan and no Aegis to push the advantage.
It's just the map move from your cult. You can feel it throughout the series. They play slightly better on the map than Amaru, right? Like Amaru has the Roshan. They leave the Roshan after taking it low to then move around away from the area that they control. They're running into dire vision on the Radiant side of the map. And then Nicole's like, all right, cool. Let's just go straight for it. And Aboka, great positioning to ensure the snowball save. Just Tai Lung just in the middle of the river, right? It's just, again, vision wins games, and Amaru leave their vision, play into dire vision. You're going to see the Lesh die. You're going to see the puck, kind of exploit the lack of control outside of the Hex. And it kind of pains me to see it, honestly. I feel like Amaru's in such a good position, but they just need just a drop of patience.
Sometimes you just got to scratch that itch. You just got to move yourself and try and prepare for Roche. Then the enemy sweeps the rug out from under you. Like, there's still nothing in it by the metrics, though. No net worth difference, basically no kill difference. But I guess the series, and this game in particular, the vibe is Jakob Bros are the ones dictating the pace of play, where we're fighting, under dire vision. It's been a non-stop struggle for Amaru here to find their openings. There's a struggle to read that graph as well. It's all over the place. And now Jackal Bros pivoting down to bottom, where they assume someone's lurking and farming. Radiant with another scan. I assume that's Wits now scanning in front of him so he can continue his dip into that bottom jungle. Actually going to TP out.
such an offensive item build as well for Moon, right? It's going straight for the Aeon Disc. That is a... Like normally here you might see, if you want defensive items, like sometimes they go BKB, sometimes they just go full tanky and go like Octarine, but he's like, nope, I want Aeon Disc. I do not want this Hex to do anything to me. You Hex me one time, I will proc.
Yeah, but
also,
like, how do you die,
that's
right?
also
It's like
the
Hex,
other option, right? Yeah.
Hex
yeah.
Call, Echo Slash. Oh, Gardic. This is not your side of the map, my friend. And Zeal is going to make sure you know that. Flyfly is going to steal this, though. Come on. Ursa's hungry. Kill off all the nasty Chen creeps as well, as the wave dragging was beginning. They've sent a black dragon in behind that bottom tier 2 to try and cut the wave as well. Anything to delay the advance from the Yakult Bros towards the Radiant base. It does feel like in these situations, though, we need some like second Roshan or something. Like Roshan dies, Aegis is immediately claimed, and then no one has anything to play for.
I've never wanted to disconnect from a call quicker than what you just said.
Why?
It's like League, mate. What are you on about? You want like a little blue buff, red buff? You want little mini dragon?
I just don't want to sit and farm for 5 freaking minutes waiting for
They're
next
not.
Rosh
Look
to
at them.
come
They're
up.
gonna fight, brother. Don't worry.
They're gonna go fight.
We have.
I'll try it. As Primal's hexed up and blown up, Snowball save doesn't come out in time. Baboka's going to try and turn with the kisses over the top and Flyfly arriving, but the save is there. Shadow Demon keeps Tai Lung at arm's reach from this Ursa, who now has to turn on the Kez, but can't get the job done. Moon arriving a little late to the party, seeing what he can get. As a Primal Beast re-arrives with a BKB pulverized, Flyfly died, but witnesses the trade. The buyback from Zeal gets them the trade, but I don't know if this fight is worth it anymore for YB. They have lost their Ursa, the big damage dealer. Puck can't really continue. Primal Beast bought back and doesn't want to die back. And Tai Lung, does he have it? The Scythe of Ice into control. They've got Moon done.
Sorry,
Why are they fighting if they could go for second Roshan T?
I know that second objective on the map. I just don't know why they're not playing for it and just stalling out the game. Amaru. Like, that's what they need to do with this type of lineup, right? They need to create the chaos. They need to just break in to the formation, be the ones initiating, and they do it beautifully. Like, they're just all clumped up, your cult, kind of underneath each other's feet, like, oh, what are we doing? What are we doing? No, right? Even the Ursa, like, he commits his BKB, trying to kill off the Kez. He bashes the first Raptor Dance, gets the second, of course, because it doesn't cancel when you get procced in your first one. So Kez still gets to, live slightly longer, kind of baiting them more into the fight. So yeah, for Amaru, take that fight and try to replicate it. Be the one starting the fight. Play in a pocket of the map where you have equal vision, at least, not this massive disadvantage that they've been like actively playing into before. But the game is so close. Whoever jumps first feels like they are kind of the victors of the game.
But like only if they find the right target.
Yeah,
like,
sure.
If Yakult Bros find his
asterisks.
Knight finally got to save someone without getting munched on immediately. Primal goes in, then just gets turned on so quickly. And has to buy back. So that's Snowball save wasted, Primal's initiation wasted, Kisses wasted. Disruption saves Tai Lung from Flyfly. And it seems like Moon's Puck here, full resources, but after the coil's done, you're kind of wondering, what next? My Ursa's dead. You kill one of the glass cannon cores, but there's still another one remaining.
That is the one thing with Ursa, is like, you do want long drawn out engagements, or you play for big burst. And right now, the Ursa's not able to ever kite back away from the engagement. Right? He feels like he's always locked into the burst style of Ursa. And that's when, of course, Chen, Shadow Demon, an Axe Call, or a Kez Raptor Dance can really just outplay. Maybe if there was Satanic on Ursa or something else, then maybe he could find a way to continue the fight, but Amaru's doing a very good job just stopping them. Ooh. Oh, an AC. That's a pretty rare pickup for an axe, but more burst now for the Kez. Just throw some minus armor as an aura into the mix, and Kez will be very grateful.
Tank himself up against the Ursa Primal. Pretty handy. Oh look, a long Roche respawn. 2.5 minutes. What are these teams gonna do? Waiting for Roshan to respawn, T?
If only there was a second objective.
stand on top of some staircases and wait to see what's happening. If only we could have an instant second map under the map where you teleport down to fight swarms of units to get an advantage.
I don't have great MOBA knowledge, but
that's Heroes of the Storm.
Wasn't that Heroes of the Storm? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Heroes of the Storm, right? Yeah, nice. Was that the shared XP one? I think I played 2 games of it with a friend.
Yeah, hot for shared XP.
What a concept.
No. no. It's an idea of a concept.
Yeah.
A fraction
it's
of a concept.
All for one. Yeah. But you could be doing literally nothing, and it's like, oh nice, I'm level 13. Thanks, mate.
I'm AFK Fountain.
Roshan, though, of course, will be once again the focal point of this game.
It is.
Thing is, though, Roshan's been very, but it's been so like resource heavy. Like normally in these type of games, the Ursa just gets the Roshan for free. Then you have like a Roshan Aegis timing for Ursa to play on. You survive it, you then fight. But now it's like everyone's throwing so much into the pits. We've got Aegis snipes, we've got instant losses. Like Roshan, if anything, is just kind of like the conductor of the fight. Less for the actual whoever gets the Aegis.
Yeah, he's just the black hole that you can't escape the event horizon of. Just sucks you into the pit. 40 seconds to go. The dawn breaks, so Amaru reposition themselves over towards Dire Triangle. There's a lot of tug of war going on with lane pushing. Chen's army is mid, Primal can move top, Puck and Tusk down at bottom. All trying to carve out areas of the map for either side to play into. The smoke expires for Amaru, but they are still over on his high ground above the Roche pit, ready for Jakobros to make their move. I'm just seeing they've got one smoke on Tianming, which they'll use now. Moon is a little late to the party, and I feel like I've been saying that quite a lot. Just feels a step behind. It won't matter too much right now. We'll see what the approach is like, though, because 3 heroes lead out with Tianming and Moon both pretty far behind. Dire scan the pit, turns red so they know there's people nearby. Staircase still being held by Amaru. As Fly was lurking, trying to find anyone in an advanced position.
Roshan, you're not allowed to stand behind that tree. What are you doing? Amaru just committing to the pit, right? That is...
Wits. Wits is just going
not
for
backing
it.
down. Yeah. It's very, very scary. This is the issue they had last time, right? They half killed Roshan, left the pit, kind of invited Yakult into it. Yakult slowly scouting it out. They got plenty of tools between Mortimer Kisses, Illusory Orb, Shards. Wits, I think he actually jumped into it at the tail end of the vision that Shards there. So Boca might be aware.
The Kisses, the jump in. Wits has Aegis for Boca and Moon. Eondis pops. They're trying to turn onto this Kez, but he's back to full health. Oh my god, the bird just comes out with a massive damage. Fly's now stuck in the pit. Knight is blown up by Zeal, but Moon is too low HP to re-enter. They've lost Tai Lung, Baboka, Knight. The Tusk buys back as Wits, Oscar, and Gardic tried to hold this high ground again.
This is going to go in, blinking 2.
Trying to move on towards Gardic. Can't quite get the grab on the Chen. So Amaru are out of there. And overall, a victory for them, seeing as Wits hold the Aegis, even though they did lose the Lesh.
Amaru really just playing with death. Like the way they look at Roshan, it's just so high risk. Like, they're putting it to low HP. They're not like at all going. Yeah, they might jump into the pit, and it felt like the vision of the shards was still available as they jumped in, but clearly it wasn't because Yako did not react to the Lesh and the Kez going in for the pit. So they do get it, but like one other spell used, maybe the Snapfire, just throwing the kisses earlier, they could have been punished, but that graph is also beautiful. Oh, Kez, he's farming mid lane.
Yeah, being found. Disruption there. He's got Aegis, but can he get out without using it? Trying to heal back up, but he's being pulverized now. Can't get the damage out to lifesteal. First life gone. And Ursa is coming. They've got Blink Abyssal Blade. Just need a little bit of reach here for Fly to gap close, get towards them. It's Baboga that started out. The Axe Call comes in. They're on this Kez, though, as they'll dunk the Tusk down. Fly standing his ground, going 1v2, mano in mano with a Kez. Fly coming out big time on top, but the disruption's saved. Buy some time. Tai Lung is in again. Wits is down, but this Leshrac opens up and pummels them down. Oscar and Tai Lung pick up a double kill apiece, make that a triple for the Axe. Oh, Amaru Gaming!
Lesh once again, Axe once again. These two lads, they see their Kez dying, and how many times have your cult committed to kill off the Kez, only then to fall short to the 1-2 punch of Oscar and Tai Lung? Not only that, the disrupt save from Knight, just prolonging the fight long enough to enable the Lesh to respawn. I feel like I'm repeating myself throughout this game, but your cult, they gotta chill. This Kez, they're putting so much emphasis on it, but you know, he's not the one winning the game. It's the 11 for 5 Axe, it's the 9 for 5 Leshrac. Weirdly enough, all 3 cores and Amaru all have 5 deaths. It's quite beautiful to see, but yeah, it's just 5-5-5. I'm sure that means somewhere.
It means ha in Thai. It's how you laugh in Thai.
Hog?
No, not kidding. 5-5-5-5 plus means ha 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 ha.
Oh, that's hype. Oh, it does.
There you go. Sick. That's a lane down. Amaru move up the top. They are. They've got a catch on the puck. Hexed up, stunned. Moon has to phase shift and coil back on to Tai Lung. The kisses are coming in, but they've got Knight behind him, saving the Leshrac for now. Can they finish off this pesky Lesh? Oscar is in to defend. The puck is pummeled. No buyback on Moon, dead for 2 minutes. And Baboka in trouble too, while Tai Lung stayed alive through it all. He's going to blink forward aggressively onto the Snapfire. Ethereal's not going to help you here, Tianming. You are down and out. We've got 1 buyback and 2 respawns. But this is now a 5 versus 3, where Amaru have taken 2 lanes of racks and look for the 3rd. Jakob Bros, not much left in the tank now. It's been such a close game up until this point, but Tai Lung pulls out all the stops. Finding these big sweeping moves, Fly will try, but rebuffed by Oscar. They protect Wits through the aggression of the Axe. A pulverize, saved by the disruption, and a Wind Waker out there gets Axe to safety. Wits will move forward, the big damage from him, the Echo Slash pummeling, sealed down, can't make his way back to Fountain. And that might be it. Oscar will get a grab on Fly now. The Ursa moves in front of his tier 4 towers, and he knows he's gonna have to stand and deliver. Tai Lung and Wits are over the top of him. Fly dead. Buyback from him. Baboka moves in, shards are out, but it is just a severe overrunning here as Amaru annihilate Jakob Bros 1 by 1. Another dunk for Oscar and GG called. The South Americans have done it through the young star players. Wits on this Kez, Tai Lung on the Pango and the Lesh, and Jakob Bros just run out in the end.
I mean, what a 1-2 punch, right? And of course, we see Oscar on screen as well. Like he also had to pull quite a shift, right, to bring this game into contention for Amaru. You know, for your cult, there were some pretty good moments, right, for them to win this game. It feels like I'm just going to repeat myself a little bit after game 2, right? But your cult, their team fight, their positioning just wasn't just consistent. They just made mistakes. And you know, Amaru, they too made some mistakes, but it didn't matter because they are so aggressive. And it is refreshing to see a team that focuses more on fight than like the map play. It is scary once they get their items. And you know, Tai Lung, game 2, game 3, the Pango, then the Leshrac, he did so much work for his team. And Oscar as well, 13, 5, and 19. You know, Wits, he had a massive target on his back this entire game. Your cult, they were just like, I don't know, addicted to killing Kez. It was just too much, and of course they just kind of got carried away. So yeah, props to Amaru. Their second series win now in Dream League. Of course, they are not likely to make the playoffs due to having 3 losses to their name, but you know, bagging 2 series wins, that does mean they get 2 bounties. What is it, 3,500 per series win? So $7,000 now obtained by Amaru. It is quite a nice little stack of money available for, you know, a fresh young team from South America.
Yeah, it's incredible. It gives them life. I mean, this fight was massive. Thailand comes back in here. The 2-man stun catches both of them. Axe and Lesh just pairing up and showing, you know, having multiple kind of glass cannon core heroes here. Yes, they built into defensive items, but Lesh and Kez, you deal with one and you're left having to deal with the other. It becomes very difficult. But there we go, a 2-1 victory for Amaru. As we'll get the interview ready for you. I think we'll have Oscar on the line momentarily. But I need to catch a breath after this one. I think we both do. Grab a drink, go to the bathroom, have a break, and come back with that interview in a couple of minutes. Welcome back, folks, as we come back with an interview with Tai Lung. We've also got Oscar doing translation as well. First of all, boys, congratulations on that victory. It was a very close one. We're super excited to see what you guys could do. What do you think was the greatest challenge for you guys playing against Yakult Bros in this series?
Tai Lung, ¿cuál fue el obstáculo más grande en esta serie jugando contra Yakult Brothers?
Creo que el obstáculo es que jugar, o sea, porque, por ejemplo, en el primer juego sacó un Viper Cauro, pero después como que fue más estándar, ¿no? O sea, después saqué el Edge contra Pug y tuve matchups más decentes. Creo que eso fue lo más complicado porque en el juego no estaba difícil, era la línea, porque sus supports también conectaban demasiado hacia medio y me presionaban demasiado.
Okay, so he says that the first game they had a cheesy pick on the Viper, the last pick, and since they're both super players always connect to runes, it was like really hard for him. So in the second and the third game, we were looking to get not get cheese by their mid laner and their game style, and the game was easier because of that.
Very good. And you're a team with some younger players, obviously. What's the kind of learning process like for you guys? Is it very internal? You focus on your own gameplay, or do you have someone you look up to? Is someone helping you train?
Dice, como tenemos jugadores muy jóvenes, pregunta si miramos a alguien para aprender o alguien está ahí que nos enseña algún tipo de cosas de Dota o
sea,
cómo haces para
replay?
aprender tú.
¿Replay, algo así? Ok, o sea, antes miraba mucho Queen, pero como se le tiró, como que no. Pero me gusta mucho ver replay de Marine, o sea, de No One. Creo que esos son mis favoritos midlaners, porque me gusta su skill, el matchup y sus héroes también los juego.
Okay, so he's saying that to improve, like he likes to watch. He used to like to watch Queen, but since he retired, now he watches Mayrin and No One because the way they lane, they are like very dominant laners. So he learns from that.
Yeah, we can feel it coming from your play. See?
I have a dumb question, Oscar. So enjoy translating it. You're very good at using scan. In game 3, I feel like every scan you used connected. Is it like Witch using it, or like who's using them across the team? Because it felt like you had like perfect vision when you used this like resource.
Dice que nuestro uso de scans es muy bueno porque cada scan que usamos es como que si tuviéramos la visión perfecta de ellos y es como que sabemos cómo responder a eso gracias al scan, ¿no? ¿Y quién es el que lo usa?
Creo que yo soy el que usa todos los scans. Yo soy el que usa todos los scans, literal.
Both young players, the young boys, are fighting each other for. They are saying that they use the scan. Which saying he uses it, and also Tai Lung.
Marine scan is good.
That's cool. We were kind of expecting it was Oscar or Gardic, the guys with experience, but it's the two young players getting all the information. That's incredible.
Yeah.
T, do you have anything else?
I guess one last question is, your Dream League results are now like 2 wins, 3 losses. What do you think you've learned most getting to play in like a tier 1 competition for like a kind of a newer South American team?
Dice que ahora estamos 2-3 y qué es lo que hemos aprendido de jugar en un torneo tier 1 ¿qué es lo que hemos aprendido básicamente en este torneo, el primer torneo que tenemos?
O sea, creo que contra equipos muy fuertes como jugamos contra Tundra y Yandex, creo que es que sale el early mal por un tema de runas o sea, la cosa es que sale mal el early y nos presionan demasiado, o sea, no hay lugar donde farmear o es difícil abrirse el mapa, ¿entiendes? Como que nos controlan triángulos, nos controlan arriba, más que todo contra Tundra es que sí nos dio duro.
So he says that versus teams like Tundra or Yandex, they like capitalize on every mistake. They are like really good laners, and then they use like close them up so tight that we cannot make any moves. And we are also having a bit of like drafting issues in the past games. That's getting kind of fixed. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much.
That's good to hear. Thank you, Oscar, for translating, and Tai Lung, thank you. It's been great to watch you guys. Very exciting Dota. Hopefully we'll see you more in the future as well.
Yeah, thank you guys for the interview. Bye bye.
Thank you so much.
Bye bye. Thank you.
It's so cool to hear it's the two young boys using all those scans because we're like they've got such a sick read on the game. Scan hits, and it's the two young lads. But yeah, that wraps up our series. 2-1 there for Amaru Gaming. As we've got to go pop off to a quick little break before we come back with our next one up. So we'll see you all in a couple of minutes. Welcome back, folks. DreamLeague Season 27 still underway. We continue with more Dota 2, second best of 3 of the day, about to kick off between One Win Team and Passion UA. Eastern European Derby. T-Gov.
Yeah, it is. And you know
Bit of money
what?
on the line.
Bit of money on the line, because unlike the last series where we had, a win under the belt for Yakult, a win under the belt for Amaru, both of those teams have not successfully killed the enemy Ancient in 2 games in the best of 3. They have not won a single series. So one team shall taste victory. And,
just once.
Yeah, just once, potentially. Is it okay to talk about the last series for a second? Or do you want to continue about this one? All right, sure.
We've got a minute.
Yeah, basically, Amaru's like a new org, right? The owner was just messaging me, like, thanks for casting the game. I'm just really proud to, have these lads on the team. Can't wait to try and bring back, this type of team to the tournament and stuff. So it's just cool that they were just so lovingly invested in these young players and like wanting to bring them up. So I just want to share the sentiment that he shared with me for his love for Dota and his team, and sharing it here as well. That good thumbs up. Anyway, we got some derby happening.
Anything else you want to share?
I haven't eaten any food. I'm gonna be a little bit hungry in the game, so hopefully the Dota's good and nourishing. Angry tea. Yeah, I'm gonna be very, very critical of both of these teams, because when Angry Tea is on the prow, honesty comes through. Anyway, who did we spotlight for this series? I think it was the mid lanes.
You're asking me. You're the one.
Yeah, I'm asking. Oh, all right, fair enough. Well, luckily, I do know who we spotlighted. I was trying to do it as a bit of a segue. But for this team, Passion UA, I highlighted Moonlight because the last time we watched him, one, he did have internet problems, bless him. It's very unfortunate. You never want to have these technical problems, especially, of course, Passion UA. Most of the players are in Ukraine, so there is obviously a clear reason why they have these problems. Yeah. But he was not performing too well. And I think he is a statement player for Passion UA. He is the Tai Lung of Amaru, the Moonlight of Passion UA, the go-getter, right? So hopefully he doesn't have any technical problems this time around, because when he's on a Primal or a Lesh, like, you want him to have the kill score, be the creator of these moments, and he just wasn't able to do it in some of the series that we previously covered.
Yeah, and it's good you bring up the Lesh rack there, because he was one of those players that kind of brought that Lesh to light back on Palanitsia before he joined Passion UA. So it's definitely one of his signatures, which he just pops off on. Up against One Win, though, a team that has often struggled to close out games and finish off a draft or a game that they kind of start aggressively and get things under their wing, and then all of a sudden things go to pot. They just need to pick up the pieces and find some confidence, I think. They've got the players, they've got the drafts. It's just this like post 30-minute period that they really struggle with. So I wonder if there's going to be a bit of that in this game where everyone just goes for the throats, or we have the long, drawn-out, delayed games to try and figure out who can actually go the distance.
Yeah, and of course, it's easy to want to highlight another mid laner, right? We could technically have highlighted a different role, but I did want to highlight another mid, because when we talk about Passion UA struggling because of Moonlight, I'm looking at Squad X, that if they want to get a series win under the belt, then beating Moonlight in the laning phase really hurts Passion UA immensely. So I'm looking at Squad X to find that hero to just bring some punishment. Of course, he is the puck player, the Lesh, Queen of Pain, Sand King. Like, he's playing like just map enabling heroes and like lane counters. But what's up? What are you wondering?
No, I'm just wondering. You know how Malrine in an interview was like, well, originally my name was actually meant to be Malrone, and the one is the O, the one. And we're all pronouncing it incorrectly, but he's kind of just accepted that. I wonder if Squad X is not Squad X, but actually Squad Donks. We've got to actually call him by his proper name. I've never asked him. If we get him for an interview, we should find out how to actually pronounce his name.
There you go.
Because Malrine threw us all for a loop when he told us it was actually Malrone. We were all like, nah, you're Malrine, my friend.
Yeah, I think I have always called him Squad X or Squad 1X. It's always been just weird. I've never really locked in like.
I mean, it's never Squad X, is it? There's no E.
Squad E. Yeah, you gotta go for a little E. You have to add a little bit of flair, right? So, yeah. Well, luckily the draft's starting, so we can talk about other things other than the name of a mid laner that
you
may
don't like
or may
talking
not
about
win this series.
pronunciation, T.
I'm really bad at it, man. Like, I have a slur, so certain player names I get really scared about. Like, there was a big period of time where I would just not pronounce Saxa correctly because I would overthink the double S's, and then I'd get scared that I would be slurring.
Or just call him sucker or something.
Yeah, exactly. But I've overcome that. But still, I hate having to pronounce things correctly because, you know, there's many different words and languages. Kind of difficult.
Language is meant to be
job,
spoken,
right?
not to be overanalyzed.
You say that though, but Twitch chat, they do overanalyze everything. They are the word police.
Yeah, but they don't know how to spell words either. They say things like one-erd and loosed and losted, lostered.
Yeah.
They have no idea what's going on.
F10k. That's my favorite. Alright, what's happening here?
I put my house on this game.
Got him. My Minecraft house.
Oh, who's the man in the back? The man with a plan.
That looks like a freshly shaven bald brother. He's maintained that. That is squeaky, squeaky clean. He's doing many other bald lads to shame actually with that maintenance of that fine bald head. Again, I'm bald myself. I got the bald pass. I can talk about it. Wait, what? What do you mean? Wait, sorry, what?
That's his name. His name is So Bad. That's the name of their coach.
Oh, fucking hell. I thought you were just flaming him. I was like, what? Leave him alone. It's not that bad. He looks pretty good.
We should find a different name there, shouldn't he?
Yeah, it should. No, yeah, that makes sense. How did you know the on Wikipedia? I can't find it.
What do you mean? It's right there.
Where?
One win's coach.
Huh? Am I blind? Oh, I'm on the team page, not the tournament page. Yeah, that would help actually. Yeah,
it's on the team
page. It's not.
It should be on the team page.
I couldn't find it, but it's alright.
Oh, it's not. No, you're right.
Yeah, see, there we go. So I was elsewhere.
Oh dear.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Well, we've got some heroes picked. It is Nagasarin versus Shadow Demon again. We love these heroes. Beautiful supports. Any funny bans? Is Viper a funny ban?
That? Not really, but do you know what is funny? Or maybe not even funny, but more of a did you know? Did you know So Bad played on Team Spirit back in 2020? With your Toronto Tokyo collapse, So Bad in the 4 position, and Maposhka in the 5 position.
Oh wow. So that was when Mira left?
I mean, 2020.
Had to try and find a replacement?
Wasn't that just pre-Mira? That's just pre-Mira.
Pre-Mira? Wow.
Yeah, pre-Mira. Because in DPC, yes. So he played 2020, then DPC came around, and then that's when Mira stepped in during the start of DPC Season 1. So, yeah, that's kind of a little eye-opener. There we go.
It was on Yellow Submarine, yes, it was.
It was only one tournament, I believe, though. It was literally just one BTS Pro Series. They won it. It was an online Tier 3 event, but still pretty cool, pretty cool.
10 seconds remaining.
Have we got any cool pics yet?
5 seconds.
No,
not
I was very tabbed. I came back and, yeah. How's your day going, Gareth?
Sorry, was
I
he
stun-locked you.
Was he on their Yellow Submarine roster then? Because it was they were Yellow Submarine and then they got picked up by Spirit in 2020. So yeah, he was. So that was the Yellow Submarine roster. Yatoro, Toronto Tokyo collapsed, So Bad, Poshka, and then they joined Spirit and then kicked him and brought Mira in.
Yoink.
Oh, lucky buddy. Well, we've got Dragonite. I don't know if that's particularly interesting, but it is a hero pick. Flexible fella. Loves to farm. And we all enjoy this Blink Dagger Armlet Mask of Madness business that gets him off the ground pretty quickly. He's no longer this like sit in lane AFK boring kind of guy. He does do a bit of active lifting from time to time.
Yeah, he's got moments.
It's a pretty early axe pick, eh? So what is this? You're laning into Naga, so you need someone who can deal with illusions, which Shadow Demon doesn't. So you've picked an offlane hero who can.
Yeah, it's also, I think, like the pressure that DK applies isn't very damning to Axe. So Axe will always get to like top net worth. Like in theory, Helmet Dome should be pretty free in this lane, and then the aura that you need after, be it Crimson or Pipe or whatever, Lotus, naturally will just kind of stumble its way into your inventory. Of course, one dub could put the DK into the mid lane, then pick up like a gyrocopter to then threaten the axe. I personally would really enjoy this type of drafting, but again, some teams just don't want to flex the DK. They just lock it into carry no matter what. But and a Dazzle pickup, we just don't see Dazzle pretty much at all. Only I think Na'Vi plays it for Riddies, and it is varying success. It works well in qualifiers, but when they get to lands, it doesn't really connect.
Someone played it POS 3 like once or twice at Blast, and I'm really struggling to remember who. Because Riddies played it for sure as POS 5, I remember that.
Was it Miro?
It might have been, I can't remember. But Ricky's a good response. Smokescreen, the shard, stop people from getting graved. So if they are dragon-tailed and then smoked, it's pretty hard to save them. But I mean, Dazzle and Shadow Demon both get undone by Ricky pretty hard.
Yeah, exactly. It is Shard is just a hard counter to the double support of Passion Ray. If it is a double support, of course, there is a world where the Dazzle might be some little like quirky mid lane, or I don't know. There is some like creativity to be had here, but it's very, very unconventional, so it's unlikely. But yeah, we'll see. 1W though, very, very low damage, right? When you look at Ricky, DK, and Naga, all physical damage heroes. They don't have big burst. It's kind of just like you all kind of control someone else to hope someone else does the damage. If it is a support Ricky, then you're eventually going to get a Diffusal Blade at a very late timing, so it's not like a core Ricky that can get Diffusal and hunt the supports. So a little bit of a punch from both the mid and off lane would be quite nice. Honestly, I still think Gyrocopter is pretty good for them. It kind of progresses the draft nicely. You force the axe into a kind of a weak lane. DK can still be off lane or mid, depending on what you want to go for. I think Noticed on Yandex showed that off lane DK is viable if your 4 is a big playmaking hero to just investigate, but instead they go for the Mars. So just more to deal with, right? You got to get through the arena, which potentially, if he goes for the vision facet, will further hurt Shadow Demon and Dazzle. Then you have to shard the Ricky. Not a lot of damage on any of these heroes, but annoying to fight if they aren't shut down and they do get to their items to bring the damage.
You want to keep on talking? I'm looking for Dazzle offlane.
Yeah, no worries. So
I don't think I'm gonna. I think I've lied. I can't find it. They played a bunch of it at support at Blast 5. Celery, Malady, Execration played it on their POS 5 as well. So I might just be lagging, honestly. I've just watched a pub where someone's played offlane Dazzle.
No, so Miro 2 days ago played offlane Dazzle in Dream League.
Okay.
Miro
Maybe I was
didn't
watching
play
that game. I just forgot about it.
Yeah, true. Miro didn't play actually at Slam, so what can you do?
Ooh.
That was just a big misread.
Husky Husk. So a couple of saving supports with Huskar mid. And now you get to protect him with, Sniper Ban. You're probably not worried about Ancient Apparition coming out, so you just get a couple of mid lane bans to cover him. And this gives you a real strong early game. Seeing your 2 supports and offlane with not an awful lot of control, you just need raw damage and the ability to run people down. Kind of curious what Crystallize is going to play, though. Because we've seen a lot of games where his Gyro gets banned early, his Ursa is now banned as well. And they have been leaning on some of Crystallize's comfort picks. The Lifestealer and the Weaver also come to mind.
They could still go for the Gyro themselves, right? I spoke about it to great lengths of 1W, but why not they just lock in a high, mixed damaged hero? You then have, good lane presence in your safe lane, Huskar potentially countering, a mid DK. Again, DK is probably going to carry. It's like your Axe will farm into the DK lane, your Huskar is going to play into some, ranged hero, Sniper Lina, the classics.
Yeah.
Viper's already banned out. Nature's Prophet's banned out. You don't want to pick Puck into Huskar. There's not really many ranged heroes left that actually like Huskar.
Mid, no.
No. You don't want to pick. Mid wins are kind of weird. unless you get like some clutch power shot, you don't really like threaten the Huskar. He just gets to farm.
Right, they pick win range themselves.
Oh, yeah, sure. I was tabbed. Cool.
I was wondering where you're going with that. It's like they've picked win range. Yeah, they don't give the gyro.
Sorry, I thought you were talking about potentially one dub heroes to play into it, but okay. And Crystallize did play the Windrunner before, right? In the carry role. It's the one game they won against Falcons, so a little bit of comfort.
Yeah, carry with a stun helps out when you don't really have too much of that. A couple of supports are very reactive, so it's good having proactive core heroes that can play forward. And one dub going to come out with a Lesh. So magic and pure damage to try and deal with the Wind Ranger and the Huskar. It's a pretty good grab for Squadix. How are these lanes? So Munkushi and Rain, Dragon Knight Naga into Axe Shadow Demon. Sounds boring. Mars Ricky sounds like lane dragging is going to happen against a Wind Ranger and a Dazzle.
You've just asked me to do like a crossword. I'm like, all right, sure, great, really fun.
What do you mean?
Just sounds boring, yeah. It's like the equivalent.
You don't like crosswords?
Yeah. It's just like you get the one word, it's just too convoluted, and then you suddenly want to turn the page upside down to see the answer, and then it kind of ruins the fun, and just not really a crossword guy. Sudoku, go crazy, but...
What do you mean see the answer?
You know, in the newspaper, don't they? They have them on the side normally, right? Or like you turn the page and it's upside down to make it really annoying, but they sometimes give the answers. Yeah, sometimes.
I don't know, usually I've seen them where you complete it and you send it back in to try and win a prize.
Yeah, we're showing a bit of an age gap, I think, between us, but it's okay.
Maybe.
Maybe I'm just lying, who knows? I don't know.
I don't know.
Anyway,
I've not seen a crossword on paper in years, honestly. I just do the one online.
That's a good point, yeah. Little, cheeky little New York Times, and off you go.
Yeah.
Or any other crossword providers, don't worry,
yeah,
guys.
They've removed the mini from the free play, and I'm not subscribing to them, so they can screw off, actually.
But don't forget, guys, they have had the 90% discount for pretty much the entire year, so...
Literally don't care. Right. We're in a new series. It is game number 1.
Like the same as it feels like the same as the last one, I'll be real.
It does. Like, once you get to day 4, 5, 6, whatever, wherever we are of group stage, everything just mind melds into one. Like, my brain is soup. Well, that's why I was like having difficulties about this Dazzle, because we've come from China, we've come from a land straight into group stage for this. Just Dota merges into one big blob in the brain. The synapses are not firing. Hopefully the players are in a different state of mind. They're crisp, clean, ready to execute. Game 1 here. They'll have passion, smoke themselves up from their own triangle, while Ricky, Sweden Strong, has already dipped up top to get some early observer wards down and sit in the river. He is moisturizing, hydrated, not a care in the world. In his lane. And a late smoke from OneWin as well. Looking to see what bounty runes they can play towards.
We don't see this ward too often from 4 positions, but this is the #1 I'm killing courier ward from the Ricky in the top lane.
Dazzle
they're already pinging it out. Yeah, they've already pinged it out. I mean, to be fair, Sweden Strong has walked to the tower. I do hope that Dazzle goes to D ward. He has 2 sentries on Cracker. I think it's quite a common ward to place from Sweden Strong, so I'm surprised he wanted to like show himself, put himself in that position. Yep, there it is. Nice D ward. Pings it out.
Oh my Jesus! Is he dead?
He might be.
Tricks of the trade gets low ground. Oh, the power shot misses. Oh, it's so close. That bomb out of the Shadow Wave, though, is insane. I mean, he might just still fall anyway. Cracker has walked right back. I mean, Ricky just walked straight back into it. I mean, that's not a good start, is it?
He's gonna have to rebrand. He's not Sweden Strong anymore. He's like Sweden weak, Sweden broke, Sweden something. But that was not it, Chief.
Flimsy Finland.
All right, don't need to do them like that.
I was trying to find a country beginning with the word W, but all I could think of was Wakanda, and that's not a real country. Wakanda weak. Like, no.
No.
Although, we kinda weak, maybe works.
I just don't know why Finland had to take the L for Sweden Strong's play. Like, come on.
Where's the country beginning with F?
Yeah, I get that. I get that. That one Finnish guy in chat's gonna now send a strongly worded email to ESL. Again, just because that was Gareth, just in case. Yeah, you mixed up the voices. Anyway, back to the game. Gareth, Finland fan, #1.
Big fan. They are a strong country as well, in real terms. They hold the line.
They do. They do. They got pretty good Dota players too, to be fair.
One of the greatest snipers of all time.
Matt
The White Death.
Oh, yeah, that guy too.
Simo Haiha, I think was his name. Not sure on the pronunciation of that one.
Yeah.
Anyway, we've got Dota in front of us. So all that nonsense up top has come to a head and then chilled out a little bit. Bottom lane, QBFY and Batyuk playing forward with this Shadow Demon and Axe. Able to do a pretty good job here at keeping tabs on this DK, keeping his last hits as low as possible, while farming up very nicely on the Axe himself. And this Dazzle and Ricky just having a non-stop head-to-head battle. Nothing much Sweden Strong can do apart from try and grab waves and stop pulls. He is an irritant at best. So have fun, Triple S. To be fair, Mars has got a good amount of last hits.
Yeah, the wave's just in front of his tower, right? Like the small camp in good position being taken, plus the hard camp getting pulled. Like he can now walk over, play for this. Like when you pull the hard camp, if you don't play inside the camp and get the denies, then the offlaner will just go, sure, I'll take a little bit extra XP. I don't mind. Sweden Strong just blocking up the 3-minute camp as well. Same thing happening bot lane. Just trying to be as efficient as possible. All cores are relatively happy with the start of the game, right? All kind of in the same kind of CS window.
I do wonder what happens in this mid lane. Can Lesh just like keep pushing the wave and stay at arm's reach from Huskar?
Yeah, so mid lane is going to be a battle on kind of creep positioning. If at any minute Leshrac can get the wave under the Dire Tower, utilizing Glyph, 3-point in Edict to level 5, you have kill threat on the Huskar. Sure, you might obviously die as well as a trade, but you know, when you get golden XP, Huskar dying, you won't give away the XP. Oh my.
Revenge!
Oh, did the courier kill? Yeah.
Yeah, he got the courier snipe before it arrived. So that's wand and some regen down. He's gonna get tagged up with the poison touch though. He has to TP home. It coincides with the 4-minute rune as well, so they'll guard the top one and the bottom one here, removing the Leshrac's ability to refill bottle. Now Squadix is TPing them, tipping them, knowing exactly what's going on. So Passion eking out that little advantage across the 3 lanes, just ever so slightly ahead. Feeling much more comfortable with their positioning. As top lane, the Mars is being walked at here, but Shackle Shot and Poison Touch having been expended means the Mars will TP back to his tier 1 and then return to lane quickly. Rain in the meantime, Battle Hunger is very annoying, but has a salve and has done the job of keeping the Dragon Knight free farming. So Makushi's pretty happy there.
We'll see. At the 5-minute mark right now, I think 6 minutes will be quite a big kind of tell, I think, for how 1W wants to play this game. Right, you got the 3 points in the Edict, you got a Naga Siren. You know, you rotate to mid lane, just put a bit of pressure on Huskar. It is a way to kind of open up this early game. You know, we've seen what Leshracs can do when they get a kill, but it's also so scary to want to try and run into a Huskar. It just takes one support DP, a disruption, or a hill bomb. You can just feed away and just catapult the Huskar into just a dominating game. So we'll see if they want to try and approach that. 30 seconds now into that potential timing to play on. And Mars is dead.
Yeah, just gone.
Yeah.
That's a pretty...
But that does mean... it's pretty good, right? Because Mars dies top, double supports now together. You know where they're coming from on one dub. So, see if they want to use this information.
And Sweden Strong's going to stick around near the top rune spot. The pings are going down to bottom, saying, hey, go deal with this guy over here. And the rune...
Of course it's top.
Of course it is. It's going to be QBFY to take it and steal it. Sweden Strong... the life break over, trick to the trade to high ground. Moonlight now trying to dip away from this. Squadix came forward with a level 3 edict, but with the arrival of the 2 dire supports, it looks like the fight's over. 1 win. Gonna be happy they don't lose anyone here. And while that's all happening, Axe is free farming Cutting Wave, Dragonite is free farming himself, and Mars has returned to lane to come here to sadness as the wave has been dragged into large camp.
Yeah, after a pretty decent start, the 2 kind of big losers in the course, right? It's the Mars and the Leshrac. Mars, of course, has died, and Leshrac didn't get the active rune.
Is he dying
pressure
mid?
Disruption.
Disruption into heal bomb. No life break from Moonlight. I thought he was going for that, but decides not
there
to.
It is.
No, decides to now. Goes back in with the 1 charges, kills off the Lesh. A little hesitant there, though, with the dive under tower. Waiting, I guess, until they see if anyone is reacting.
I think they were respecting the potential Ricky from the side. You throw down the smoke screen and now you can't burning spear and you're kind of under kind of edict pressure. Sure, there'll still be a grave, but it could have got a little bit dicey for them.
A pretty classic combo, though, this Shadow Demon Dazzle with the immediate illusions out of disruption into Shadow Wave Bomb. It's quite a lot of damage. We should look up to top, though, because Dragonite has decided to swing into action, level 6. And Triple S is there with the Arena Spear. Crystallize has Wind Run, a Lotus, but no health remaining. And Cracker was not able to get the grave out, now being chased by the Ricky. Courier down. The Crystallize loses his life and his pet.
A rough 1-2 punch for any man.
My thanks will come later, when you least expect
And there's no one stopping this tier 1 tower falling. Yeah.
There's so many pings on top, actually. Jesus.
And Batyuk and Cracker saying, let's go for this one. Tower's still standing. Wind Ranger's arriving as Triple S is the target they'll choose. Huskar is going to come in and help secure it with Batyuk. So they defend the tower. A really strong statement of intent there from Passion, saying we're literally going to bring 5 heroes to defend any moves like this in the future.
I think they have to, right? There's not really any big tower damage on 1W outside of DK and Dragon form. And he's gone for Frost Dragon anyway, so it's not as if there's any like minus armor to be applied. Going for Frost Dragon into Dazzle, the heal, the Huskar, the playing on regeneration, low HP. Like it makes sense, but structurally, Passion UA should be able to defend any objective they want if they bring the numbers.
Yeah, we so rarely see anyone move away from that minus armor green dragon. Monkushi down bottom. Gets walked at by Batyuk and QBFY. Power shot's good from Crystallize as well, straight across the back of the head. That was a pretty simple disrupt. Berserker's call. Keep chipping away with the damage, and Crystallize's rotation comes in. I look to secure the tier 1 tower down here, but that does give up control of top left.
Yeah, but then also they're taking bot lane, but they're pressuring mid as well. So they're doing 2 pretty big early game actions at the same time. And 1W just not wanting to contest it. This is a problem of having a Naga and a Ricky as your support duo. There's no like layering of the early game where support plus core can find a pick off. It really is just hope Passion UA don't run you over while your cores are farming up their big items. And Squad X, Squad 1X, Squad X does get the shield rune. 500 gold away from the Blink Dagger.
Squad 1X? Squad Wunks? No?
I was about to say another one. No,
I'm trying to get you there.
Yeah, I was about to. I was very close. It was bad. I'll message you.
Oh, the grave. Oh, the grave from a Cracker. Batyuk. He's going to farm all the ancients. Yeah, he's still dying to them. City, you've sent me a message at the wrong time. I know what you were going to say. I know what was coming out of your mouth.
Yeah, I know. Why is Axe dying to the ancients? What's
because
happening?
they thought they could grave and heal him and he would survive, but apparently the dragons are too strong. Replay! Here, T, you can watch it back.
No, yeah, I know, yeah. I mean, great illusion check for the Naga Siren, of course, but...
Imagine if the Naga got that kill as well, it'd be so big.
I've just not seen an act. Oh, whatever. Mars in the mid lane, getting
Hurry up.
jumped.
Life break. Moonlight doesn't finish the job, so Mars still alive, and a TP from DK trying to turn the fight. QEFY is blown up by the lightning. Huskar TPing out. The Grave not enough to save him, and they've got a couple of kills in a row. One win, come in, lose their tower, but still get the Huskar and the Shadow Demon, which is pretty good.
It is pretty good. I'm still flabbergasted at the ancient taking attempt.
Can we see it again?
Yeah, can we get it one more time? Do we have the tech to replay a replay we've already seen?
How close was Naga from stealing that kill? I feel like he was pretty close, honestly.
Yeah.
Production says no. No watching the replay again.
They're Batyuk fans, you know?
Oh!
Oh, no, they're not.
So what health is he on? So we've lost QBFY in life, but it's fine. It goes down to 7 HP.
Yeah. No. Probably, I think maybe the worst attempt of farming ancients in 2025. That is the award I'm going to give that.
It's wild. Well, he's 70 gold away from Blink now, so Blink Blade Mail is here, minute 13 for the axe. This game has already devolved into just back and forth madness. Sweden strong, level 6, but scouted under vision. Gonna trick the trade, dying to the poison touch. He'll tick over and die. As Cracker picks up the kill.
I mean, the game has had quite some layers to it, and we haven't really spoke about the facet choice of Windrunner, right? All the other carry Windrunners go for the shackle shot damage.
Oh.
But Crystallize, he has gone for kill shot, right?
Oh.
We have seen him get a couple sniped kills earlier. I was trying to rationalize why he would go for it. Is there a world where into Naga Siren, when naturally you song to save low HP allies, he goes for the snipe? Does he think that the skirmish and the fight and the pacing that this facet brings feels better than the right click scaling?
Yeah, I would probably just look at my two supports and say my Dazzle and Shadow Demon don't do any damage.
Sure. So then you want to kind of supplement that with a bit more of a punch with your power shot. Yeah.
Because it has been very much that shackle shot facet, 404, not even level power shot. Yeah, very different. Also on this different style, back to the DK with his Frost Worm facet, the treads into Maelstrom. We're not going to see the Armlet Mask Madness Daedalus Dragonite. He's going Mjolnir into Hurricane Pike.
Yeah, so when you don't have the minus armor, you farm slightly slower, right? Because you don't have minus armor. So that's kind of the natural... The path is take Mjolnir for attack speed and farm speed.
And also good against Huskar and Wind Ranger. A little proc through the Wind Run. A little bit of magic damage into Huskar.
Can be a little bit sus, but... I just like the fact that Munkushi's thinking about it.
Oh, we've got the courier micro coming in. QBFY and Crystallize both moving their courier as far north as possible. Axe putting his courier by the tier 2 top as well. They know.
Oh, Crystallize stop. There you go.
They know that Ricky is lurking. So, Passion probably wants to try and play a bit more aggro now with Batyuk having his actual items ready. Him and Moonlight can pair up pretty nicely to get on this Radiant side of the map and look for kills.
And he has gone for Blink Blade Mail. He's gone for just traditional axe. He wants to find the Leshrac and just keep blowing him up. When Lesh jumps in with a Blink and Pulse Nova running, you Blade Mail that inside of a call. You can't turn it off. You are going to disappear. Right, now they do see the Naga on the Radiant Vision. We'll see if they can find the jump on any of their heroes. Moonlight. He goes on in.
Straight into the Naga Siren. No Song of the Siren for 30 seconds. They're getting burnt down by the spears.
Oh, big solo kill there from Max. 1v1ing the Naga Siren, honestly, as he takes the kill.
He deserved it.
He did. Passion UA really like to ping. I've never really paid attention to it, but they just... This is quite a loud game. Even Sweden Strong's doing it. If you just stop... If we stop talking for a second, just listen to the game. They stopped pinging.
They stopped pinging, of course they did. Batyuk blinks into nothing. Spear misses. That's just a symphony of whiffs. Moonlight's low HP. Grave and Disruption overlapping. Batuk is dead. Shackle Shot's good, though. Squad is getting blown up. Naga Song comes out too little, too late. Madness! Like, no one can be happy with the way that fight went.
Yeah, that was kind of rough. But maybe they were listening to the pings too. Maybe they were just like, guys, it's so quiet for a second. We can think, and then bam, the fight begins.
To be honest, I don't think I noticed Passion pinging a lot in their previous games. I think this is like a good sign that they are trying to fix communication problems or just trying to give directive to the squad. And here they're pinging the dead Ricky. Sweet Strong has fallen to Crystalline and Cracker up at top. Cracker's got a good name. Good, strong name.
It is a solid name. It's just good branding around it. Don't know what it means, but sounds good. All right, off we go to Google. This is our thing.
Google Translate.
What does cracker mean?
Wait, come on. Go to translate.google.com or something at least. Get a bit of DeepL going.
All right.
DeepL.com.
Translate Ukrainian to English.
Cracker. Cracker.
It just translates to cracker.
But is that like
really?
a cracker with cheese, or is that a Christmas cracker, or is this axe getting cracked by another ancient camp? Squadix gets the kill this time.
No, it is just a biscuit.
Okay.
It is just legit, like the little triangle, like salted ones. No, not the little square salted ones that you have.
Like
Sometimes they
Cheez-Its.
have like a little onion flavor or something, little salt flavor, cheese flavor. Yeah, just one of them. He's just it's just a little midday treat. Dazzle.
Yeah, put a bit of cream cheese on there. Bit of red Leicester. You sorted.
Too far. No. This is only cracker.
What?
Trust me. When you see
what do you think I am? A pirate?
Yeah. You're traveling with high sea.
We're gonna cast the rest of the game in a pirate voice now.
Oh God, we just lost all our viewers. Right, I'm gonna send it in Discord, and you can look at it. And once you see it, you'll know exactly what I mean. It's like a snack-based biscuit.
Yeah, but you put stuff on them. You don't just eat them raw.
No,
You're meant to put stuff on them, jam or cheese.
No, wrong. I've lived in Ukraine, brother. When I see these are like a little treat. Get a bag. You just take a couple handfuls, quick little bite, and off you go. These are like independent to a bigger meal. All right. Like,
I disagree.
The picture I sent you is quite deceiving because it doesn't look like a large cracker. It's in Discord, D-Stream. I put it in the entire production so everyone can see. There are 30 ESO staff in this.
Yeah, that's
Discord,
a plain cracker which you're meant to put stuff on.
No, it is a small, bite-sized cracker that you're meant to eat delightfully by itself.
With a dip. Come on, don't be afraid of flavor, T.
I'm not afraid of flavor. I just respect the culture. You know what I mean?
I respect flavor. Flavor is my god. Flavor and texture, that's what I want.
Well, is there going to be any flavor in this game? At the Tormentor,
Nope.
10 seconds away. Both teams look to be gravitating towards it. Of course,
Batuk
one
needs to
bag
get a
of
move on.
crackers are on the line. He's taking his sweet time.
Into the smoke. Crystallized, come on. Get in there. Tormentor's already dead, though. 1 minute coming.
Don't worry.
And now through the twin gate. Passion UA, they're just too late for this. Maybe they get the Naga? Smoke breaks. They know someone's here. Yeah, Batuk gets the blink call. They do find Rain at the very least. But that is a full 5-man smoke to get a Naga Siren, while 1 minute get Tormentor and get to go play the map. Oh, but maybe. Back through the twin gate. Who's pinging? Radiant's pinging. They want to play bottom.
Everyone's pinging.
Everyone's pinging. There's dire vision in this lane, though. I saw them come in here. They haven't seen the extraction.
Ricky did break the smoke with the Husk up.
Oh, it's tentative now. Triple S. Spear misses.
Oh.
He's not been
Oh,
on the
and
money
pause.
with that. And Batuk has decided this is the best time to open up his pack of crackers.
And luckily, he doesn't need any dip or additions, so he can just eat them. Oh. as you can see from his player camera, I believe his potentially father or a family member has entered the room, in which now Batrick is politely reminding him he is currently competing for thousands of dollars.
Please leave my room. It's like that clip of the guy playing Valorant or whatever. His mum comes in to put a necklace around him and he loses the round.
I thought that's so rough, actually. Yeah. There you go, Batrick now probably shutting the door. Getting ready, of course, QBFO. I just said voice is the easiest reason. Explaining. Okay, go and ready. All right. The family has been extracted from the room.
So, Batrick's dead. Mil's pretty done for. Yeah, can't get the save or anything like that. Huskar is stepping up, though. Moonlight wants to continue this. TP out from the Lash, respecting the Huskar as he jumps towards Triple S. Spear TP. Banish from low ground. QBFY there to cancel the escape, so the Mars will get pummeled. Offlaner for offlaner. But Roshan, maybe? Roshan
that actually kind of feels... Yeah, Sweden strong. He's in position, though. He's got the, of course, tricks of the trade. And the Tranquil Boots. He's tippity top, full HP, but he reveals himself killing a courier. Oh, but he doesn't kill the second courier, though. As Roshan will fall to Moonlight.
Will it?
Good thing you bring up the... Oh,
there's a lot of pings. There's a lot of pings. The Radiant have like triple pinged him. Roshan's not dead. Roshan's not dead. They've pinged him again. Attack the Watcher.
Crystallize. What's happening? Why is he not going Roshan? Go... What?
He's popped BKB. He's run away from Sweden strong.
They've conceded Roshan. Interesting.
Well,
I'm now proud to say, at least in my lifetime, I've been in the Dota version of that necklace clip that we've seen. Oh well, Makushi's going to get Roshan for free.
Is he though? Because Batrick's coming.
Redemption. Oh,
Song of the Siren protects the Roche. Boring. The snipe is not going to work. There's Aegis for Mankushi. Now Arena on 4 with a big spear and smoke screen down. In comes One Win, pummeling Passion into the ground. 3 heroes in a row, and it looks like Moonlight's in trouble as well. Batrick, he's lurking in the shadows to the left-hand side, but he cannot re-enter the fight. A 4 for nothing.
Why did they
Tragedy
leave the
strikes
pit?
for Passion.
Why was Crystallize going for a 1v1? I just don't understand.
There's a lot of whys. I mean, why is Batrick farming this jungle camp when the Lashrak is very nearby? Walks into the creep wave, netted up, but Lash doesn't want to chase a blade mail axe right now.
Again, the argument is Huskar does Roshan. When it goes up the high ground, you try to stop the Naga from getting his song range, because we just saw how damning the song was at the pit. It sets up for a multi-hero arena. Of course, you cannot do anything. You can still hit Roshan during the song. That could be a future nerf to Naga Siren. It's not allowing you to song and still hit Roshan. But if a Passion UA to fully concede the pit, it just felt just strategical blunder from them. And of course, 1W, once they get a couple items in play, like the Mjolnir punching inside of the arena, of course, we go from a highlight into another team fight. Moonlight has the BKB, kills off the Naga Siren. The axe has fallen.
And now the Dragonite is standing pretty strong here. Shackle shotted for now, but a good spear across the front will catch the Wind Ranger. Crystallize holding the BKB. I know that this DK has Aegis, and they can't even kill him once. Never mind twice. So Triple S with another arena here. Wind Ranger will just about break past it, but Moonlight has been focused down. The disruption is saved Krekker. The Dazzle was bubbled, but on his reappearance, Mankushi just says thank you for another kill. Now a 10,000 net worth lead, 11k, and it's going to go up to 12, 13, 14 for One Win as they take down these tier 2 towers. This game has fallen apart very quickly, the Passion.
Yeah, they have disappeared very quickly.
Mars has missed like 70% of his spears, but Passion has missed like 70% of their team fights. They're showing up at the wrong time, wrong place. Wrong targets. Right, T, what's your Dota version of the necklace from the mother?
I mean, this? We just saw, we had the honor to see Batrick do it, right? Like,
sorry, I thought you meant that you had personally had it happen to
No. I mean,
you're coaching Digital Chaos, and you've come in behind We Are or something and said, "Here, buddy's your coffee while he's playing."
Hey, Misery, you missed a spot on your hair. You're bald, man. Let me just fix it up for you. Just mid-laning phase, yeah.
Was we on that team you were coaching? I couldn't remember.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
It was.
It was
nice.
HFN carry, Weehaw mid, King RD offlane, no, Tavo offlane, sorry, King RD 4, and Misery 5.
Ooh.
It was fun.
Well, that's the 10th courier Sweden strongest sniped. So that's Huskar's Blade of Alacrity. Yeah, not a big deal, but still more money into the pockets as one win. And now they control the enemy ancients. They've got high ground vision up in the base. Sweden Strong's Ricky, look at where he is. He sees the axe TPing. There's a spear arena. Triple S, he's not missing it this time. Disruption. A jump in from Moonlight. BKB Huskar not surviving against the DK in this frost form though. A Song of the Siren will give them the cover they need, the safety net to retreat, while Batchuk was looking for a blink call maybe. But a Rod of Atos will catch the Huskar now. Oh, the blink call misses. And one win just reset again.
They have overcome the hurdle of their draft by, you could argue there's some semi-damage problems. So now with the Mjolnir, BKB, the Pike on the DK, the Shivas and the Blink on the Leshrac, you find any initiation, their heroes will fawn. I do love the fact that Sweden Strong is utilizing the trick to the trade, getting into these weird little positions, setting up the vision, enabling Mars, right? Mars has had quite a awkward start to the game, right? He died in lane, he missed a couple key spears, but when Sweden Strong's doing all this kind of like macro gameplay for you, it just simplifies. It takes away the stress. As we do have another pause.
Algorithm?
Yes.
Or algae. Little flaw.
Maybe his TikTok algorithm was giving him some bad content during this this high ground siege.
We don't want that. No,
the Zoomer brain. He needed something to keep himself aware.
Oh wow, Mankush just pikes himself away. Passion unable to execute properly. They've graved up into 7-8 as DK illusion.
Yeah, it's
kind
of cute.
Yeah, that was a meme combo, right? We saw a bunch of clips of Nature's Prophet TP level 1 with Disseminate and Grave, and you TP into enemy fountain and everybody dies.
Yeah, it was really, really stupid.
If they can get that on Axe into like a 3-man call, it could be sick.
Why undersell it for Passion UA, right? Why not a 4-man call? 5-man call?
Because I don't think it's possible. Like, you're never finding Ricky. And I don't think DK and Lesh are standing next to each other.
Well,
who knows?
Guys, roll the clip. So I just did that for the ESL social media, because when it does happen, they'll have that clip of us talking about it. I say roll a clip, and then the clip just unfolds with an epic 5-man. The music drops, everything. I just basically gave them just free content for
good pickup.
For any social media platform. Yeah, no worries.
Just a little one-liner pickup. And Crystallize, can he kill a position 5 Naga Siren?
No.
Well. Yeah.
That's awkward. To be fair, he has gone for a very defensive build, right? Because he had Maelstrom Falcon Blade, went back for the BKB to now complete the Mjolnir, right? Pretty much every carry win we've seen has been naked Mjolnir, farm, get BKB, then you look to buy your kind of your specialty items. But he did respect Mars immensely, even the Leshrac with this earlier BKB pickup, which has thwarted his damage. And not only that, he doesn't have the facet to buff his damage, so QFY is dead.
He sure is. Moonlight and
I don't know how that
trying
connected
to
to
slip
win
out of here.
Oh, he doesn't have TP! He thought he had TP!
He has to fight now. Oh, that really hurts.
Oh, that's so awkward, because he ran BKB, you could see he stood still thinking
Batuk's
he
die
pressed
anyway.
it.
Batuk did have
Okay, well-
TP. He TP'd out, and then he's getting destroyed by the Dragon Knight. Yeah, this is a shambles now.
Yeah. Are they going to be calling GG, or it's rough? I really hope they don't. I love when teams find a new way in, but seeing the chain of events there, that honestly can break a team. We'll see if they can overcome just the emotional hurdle of the chain mistakes made across the entirety of Passion UA. They do have one more fight in them. BKB is available for Windrunner, not for the Husker, but again, 18,000 gold down.
And now we've got
there's not
Daedalus
an
on
Aegis in
Mancusi.
play. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, Daedalus, it's kind of nice for Passion UA. They can now Blade Mail it and maybe kill the... You do the trade, right? The Grave, the Call, the Blade Mail. Like, it could potentially hurt Mancusi in a very specific sense. But it really does feel like it's just one fight difference as Cracker. He gets his TP cancelled.
Leshrac brings the cream
Falling.
cheese.
Not for these ones, Gareth. Not for these ones. I'm gonna buy you a bag
Can't
of
just
these.
eat a plain cracker!
It's not plain, Gareth. It's got flavour. It's got light seasoning.
Like what?
Okay, when I go back to Ukraine, I'm gonna buy a bag for you, and I'm gonna bring it to you, and I'm gonna show you the depth that these crackers have. As
I'm
soon
gonna
as I
tell you
googled
they are
it reminded me.
bland.
You gotta wait until you try them. I promise you, they are quite a tasteful little treat.
Okay.
Best enjoyed with a beer.
This is a good
Or
catch on
something.
Ricky.
Okay.
Sweden
One
strong.
down.
Out of here.
Or whatever you called them, like 21 minutes ago.
Finland, flimsy Finland. Finland flops. I can't remember what it was now.
Yeah, it was some weird attempt of changing up his name, yeah. Smoke up though from 1W. Okay, with a 20,000 gold lead, it just really feels like they just need to go find the fight. Like, there's no smart to be had here. Like, you could argue, yes, playing for Roshan's fine, but with a Hex pickup on the Leshrac, it really is just a matter of one jump, one kill, one Roshan, and then one win. Yep.
Well, there it is. There's a Grave on the Wind Ranger, but she's already down to 1 HP. And Triple S has found the opening on Moonlight. The Song of the Siren here to try and reset and battle through the BKBs as well, but the turn? They kept the Wind Ranger alive and healed her back almost to full. Squadix is pretty low. Mancusi has the BKB. Try and bail away from this now, because Passion somehow have broken One Wind's attempt at that initiation. Another disruption from QBFY. Moonlight with a life break, back towards Rain. Naga Siren gets back to high ground though, dodging the power shot. Blink Call cannot be dodged though. Batchup will find the opening, but Leshrac! Oh, straight into the middle of them all. You got sucked in. You felt so strong. But a 4-for-1, I mean, a 5-man wipe is incoming. Congrats, you killed Naga Siren. Your Poogies are fleeing. Your tier 4s are dying to creeps. You're losing your base. As the enemies take Roshan at the same time.
Again, Passion UA, the fact they're not calling GG, the respawns are quite low. They're still just focusing up, thinking, okay, that fight didn't go well, let's run it back, go again. And there was a glimmer of hope. Like, if the net worth was just ever so slightly closer, like, you could see there was a world where Passion UA can win the fight. Of course, you know, the DK entered the fight with his form expiring. Crystallize uses the BKB, multiple Miono procs just ripping through them throughout the song. Like, they had a chance. The issue is, upon the end of the song, where's the follow-up? Where's that, like, that sniping blow on the Leshrac to get that kill? Where's the close on the Mars? Like, there just wasn't enough to get the additional, you know, knockdown, and that just allows 1W to reset to the high ground, re-understand the fight, kind of bait them into this choke point, and Leshrac run wild. As everyone has respawned, we do have another fight unfold.
Yeah, they speared back QBFY. They've got an Axe Call on the Dragon Knight, but he has Aegis in his pockets. So he's fine, even if he does lose that first life. Triple S, on the other hand, has the BKB up to dodge away from Moonlight. Trying to bulwark away from all that physical damage, and now the turn on the Axe as well. Batchuk graved up, and we've seen them pop these heroes back to full HP with some Greaves and heals. Not this time for Batchuk. We've got Song of the Siren here. Looks like it's an aggressive one, trying to get on top of the Wind Ranger. BKB's there for Crystallize, though, with a Shackle Shot. DK's the focal point. So Elder Dragon form could be wasted now. Mancusi does find himself able to break free, but Axe trades his life for it. Buyback's available for him. And he just claimed up, and again, no Dragon form anymore for Mancusi. So Passion have held their base for now.
doing a good job just fighting around the Dragon Form, right? Like the fight before, the reason why it looked okay before the wipe was Munkushi fighting at the end of Dragon Form. Here, they get the kill, Dragon Form expires once again. So, you know, the reason why Passion UA feel like they're in this position of maybe having, you know, the 1% chance of winning, it's just Munkushi and his Dragon Form management. And 29,000 gold, what even is the win percentage? Okay, it's 96% to 1W. All they're doing now is just waiting for DK to be ready. He has BKB, he has Satanic, he has all the tools to brush off the initiation.
They found the Wind Ranger.
Oh, yeah.
That is a huge pickup because she does not have buyback.
That's a game-winning
120
spear.
gold short. So there goes another lane. Huskar is grabbing bounty runes though. Wind Ranger is now 20 gold short.
Okay, so she will be in the
Jump
fight.
in. Batyuk making a move now. Munkushi does not have Aegis, but he's got BKB. Standing tall and fighting straight back into the axe, taking Batyuk out of here, but he does buy back. Squadix went quite deep as well. Wind Ranger returns to the battlefield and crystallizes with his BKB, goes on to Squadix Lash. Trading out the shiny golden items there as the arena is a defensive one, protecting all of these radiant cores. And Batyuk went in quite aggressively. Cracker will only be able to save one target. It's the Huskar, who pops back up to full HP. Swings into the Mars and does find a kill, but Munkushi and Squadix, beyond godlike, absolutely unstoppable, forcing out the GG with a 35k lead. One win, take game one.
Oof. I mean, a much better game from 1W, right? Like when you think about their performances so far in the group stage, in the Swiss format, they've looked like they've, you know, lacked that conviction, lacked that way to just close out a game. But this time around, they know what they want to do. Sure, as always, we're looking at the bottom half of the team, right? The bottom 4, bottom 6 on the Earth stream. So we're not expecting the best Dota, the tournament-winning Dota, but I think for 1W, they are making those little improvements. They are making the, you know, the steps towards trying to, you know, climb the group stage in a future Dream League. Squadix 16-2-13. We highlighted at the start of the series, but like, if they are to win, he's stepping up, he's shutting down Moonlight, and yeah, we just did not feel Huskar at all. And unfortunately, for Passion UA, the game looked pretty good, but you know, someone comes into the room, they get a little bit distracted, they then go for a Roshan. A minute later, they get wiped, and the game falls apart. So I'm not trying to make excuses for them, but yesterday they had like the internet problem and to disconnect. Now they've got like someone enter in the room and then they lose a game-deciding fight into a game-deciding Roshan. It's a lot of random factors hitting Passion UA outside of just the raw, honest Dota.
The world is against them a little bit.
Legitimate, yeah.
That's rough.
They do be rough. Well, not if you're a 1W fan.
No, and that Ricky pick honestly was a big factor here because this. No, I don't want to say this was a pre-made draft from Passion, but there were definitely elements there of, you know, the Dazzle, the Shadow Demon, the Huskar seemed like they were angling towards that from the get-go. Once they've seen at least the first couple of cores, right? You see the Dragon Knight, you've prepared something against DK. That's what this felt like. The Ricky just came out and said, well, your supports no longer function. You know, I buy Shard and you can't save people anymore.
Yeah, no, Ricky was a pretty cool pick in general, right? Like you have the untargetable nature through the shards, just the mischance and the silence to stop burning spears. Like Huskar, you need to apply burning spear. If you don't have BKB, you're going to be in a cloud. You're going to not have that. He also went for Gleipnir to increase the AoE of the cloud. You have mischance against ranged heroes, feels nice. They want to like stand in a position and click. Now they have to like reposition away from the cloud and it just gets annoying. So yeah, we don't see Ricky sport too often. But when you can get it to work, it looks really, really good. The issue is, it's not an every game hero. It needs to have certain conditions. So, testament to Sweden Strong, reading the draft, understanding he can play it, because yeah, he did a lot of little things this game. Whew.
He sure did. A lot of little things in the future as well, hopefully. Game 2 and maybe a Game 3 coming up. We'll take a break and return with the rest of the series.
Dream League Season 27 is brought to you by DHL.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Are you losing all your MMR? Do you need some artificial professional help? Well, then look no further than ChatEPT, ESL's new partnered AI chatbot.
Hey, ChatEPT, I have no idea what to buy. Can you help me?
Absolutely, I know exactly what you should buy.
Great.
Your next item should be Mantle of Intelligence.
What?
Your next item should be Mantle of Intelligence.
Need help outside of the game? ChatEPT can help with that too.
Hey ChatEPT, I need some assistance with my English homework. Can you help me?
Gee willikers, that sounds fun.
Okay, so I'm writing a story and I need your help finishing it. Here's what I have so far. Once upon a time.
That's all you have?
Yeah.
Gosh, that is atrocious. What an egregious insult to my ears. Of all the nonsense gobbledygook that has come through my ever-living
You
receptors,
don't even have
that is
ears.
one of the most insane things I've ever heard.
In addition to ChatEPT, we're also proud to introduce the beta version of our other AI tool, ChatGPK, designed for fitness. Working out and struggling to find motivation? Look no further.
Hey ChatGPK, I'm really struggling to find motivation to work out. Can you help me?
Конечно. Ты можешь это сделать, давай.
Can you dial up the motivation just a little bit more than that?
Не проблема. Ты ебаная собака, как ты играешь? Ты худший тиммейт, ты позор для мужчин.
Amazing.
Go online to the World Wide Web and download it today. ChatEPT and ChatEPK are not real products. Any losses in your public matchmaking games are entirely your fault, not your teammates. ESL do not accept responsibility for any MMR you may or may not lose.
People underestimate just how much these guys need to live this game in order to do well. And I should know. Team Liquid almost wins everything. When a new patch drops, everything changes. Our habits, our gameplay, but with every patch, our lives change with the game. Like literally. After the last patch rolled up, we just woke up and we're like, what the hell are these?
Worked out better for some of us than others.
Every morning it's the same. Wake up at 1 p.m., hit alarm, and choose the facet for the entire day. You pick the wrong one accidentally, and all of a sudden, the entire day is screwed.
Oh.
There is absolutely no way you did this again. I'm gonna lose my mind.
I'm not a fan.
Misclicking facets can be bad, sure. But some people just have garbage facets. Unlock. Amar, what do you want to do today?
Brother, you can pick one of these two. Doesn't matter. Anyone is really good.
Snaking, can you please pick your good facet today? Snaking. Snaking. Snay!
Hey Siri, tweet UOG.
Letting players choose their own facets puts a lot of pressure on us coaches. Because, you know, players are idiots.
Hello, Habibi, what is this?
What? This? Bro, I took it for the armor.
Sure, bro, it's only for the armor. You filthy stealing groupie.
What's the matter if I take one kill or two? At the end, we're one team.
Stop stealing my kills.
兄弟，给我看看你的命使。
兄弟，我只有一个命使，他出 bug 了。我只有一个命使，你知道吗？
兄弟，没有人会想和一个13分钟一起大神玩游戏。给我看看你的命使。
Hey buddy, how you doing today? You feeling fine? Everything's good? Let's get you a nice haircut, okay? We're gonna make you look pretty. And also your friend can watch. That's totally fine.
You're gonna give this guy the best haircut of his life. Do you know who this guy is? He's Ignition God from Indonesia, the Jakiro God. Look at him. He needs to be look smacked right now.
He needs to be look smacked
right now.
Let's go, baby. It's all good in the hood. Run it back. Let's go. Let's go.
Look at that. Oh, we zoomed in on the white wine haircut for whatever reason.
Look at that. That's uneven. I'm so upset with him. I really am. He had such nice hair too. That's the worst part.
I've been around for a long time and played a lot of different patches. And to me, new patches, they motivate me. Oh, come on. Yeah, it can be a little demotivating too. My facets suck. At least I got a huge innate. What's the status?
It's not good, boss. This one is far beyond my pay grade. I don't know if I can do it.
It's not what I want to hear. Tell me, what organization do we work for?
Casually helping others resolve issues.
And when we work to help Dota players resolve issues, I need you to think like our prime agent.
I should pull out a machete.
No. We don't solve issues with threats of violence anymore. We've changed. Our prime agent.
No, you don't mean him.
I do, Jenkins. Play more like Kuro.
Sleeper Agent Trent. I can't figure this man out. He's a savant. How did he do it? You were in Wallachia. Maybe you know.
I wasn't there. Synderen was actually casting.
Why the fuck am I talking to you then?
Here, you can't walk around and tell people to suck it. It's just not professional.
Okay, but it's my brand. I like to suck it. I like to tell people to suck it.
But it's not our thing on Team Liquid. You know, we're the professional team. Okay, you get it? You gotta stop this. It's not good.
Wow. You win TI once, get carried by Nisha. Let's have this conversation face to face when you're not standing on pillows.
Sleeper Agent Big L.
Son of a... I know you don't like to be bothered on vacation. This one's important.
Not my problem.
I could tear the fabric of the Dota 2 scene apart.
I can't believe that you would come here.
We're talking TI winners, Big L.
No. No.
Hey, Jenkins.
Best of luck.
You know what, Saber? We're both tall. Why? We don't need to argue about this. It's all good, dude.
You are right. We are. I'm sorry.
So how'd you do it?
What's the one line that no Dota player ever wants to cross?
Damn, that's dark. Well, we all did see the Reddit thread.
Are you losing all your MMR? Do you need some artificial professional help? Well, then look no further than ChatEPT, ESL's new partnered AI chatbot.
Hey, ChatEPT, I have no idea what to buy. Can you help me?
Absolutely. I know exactly what you should buy.
Great.
Your next item should be Mantle of Intelligence.
What?
Your next item should be Mantle of Intelligence.
Need help outside of the game? ChatEPT can help with that too.
Hey, ChatEPT. I need some assistance with my English homework. Can you help me?
Gee willikers, that sounds fun.
Okay, so I'm writing a story and I need your help finishing it. Here's what I have so far. Once upon a time.
That's all you have?
Yeah.
Hello. Welcome back to our second series of the day. We're cracking on with all the games as we have Passion UA against One Win Game 2 in its best of 3 down at the bottom of the Swiss for DreamLeague Season 27. These teams have not won a series yet, T. They've won a couple of games in some fantastic fashions, but this is going to be the first chance to actually win a series for them.
Yeah, it's just a lot of kind of, I guess, pride on the line in that regard, but it's also two teams that came from the Division 2, right? Where, of course, ESL has a Division 2 kind of qualifier to get into the event. And then, Yandex, 1W, Pipsqueak, Passion UA, and Tidebound came through that system. So if we are to see any of these teams do well, it's kind of cool. Of course, I think Yandex is the only team out of them, which I'm like, you probably didn't even need to be in the Div 2. Like, they got, second at Slam, they got, like, third at Fissure, and now they are looking to be a potential playoff team again. But yeah, it's a story of two up-and-coming teams fighting it out for just a little bit of pride.
Yeah, a bit of prize money as well. $3,500 on the line, 100 EPT points for every Swiss win. So there's that chance to take home that little bit of additional cash. We'll see how the draft goes here, because game one felt like Passion tried to build their draft around this Huskar with Shadow Demon Dazzle and some team fight to try and protect him. But against the blue Dragon Knight and the Sweden Strong Ricky, they just couldn't do too much. So we'll see what they do, how they adapt, because it has been a struggle for both of these teams to find any kind of rhythm or identity, whether it is draft, lanes, gameplay. They're one game very good in this department, and then next game they flop completely. It doesn't seem like they have solidified what they want to be doing.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, with these type of teams, right, as soon as you lock in a win in a game, it suddenly inspires you, right? Because both teams have won games in series before, but at least in the last two series, they both lost 2-0, right? Passion UA, 2-0 lost to Tybound, 2-0 lost to Nemesis. 1W, 2-0 lost to Game of Legion, 2-0 lost to Enigma with the base race. So for 1W, finally getting another win on the belt, it's like, all right, guys, this is how we do it. This is the feeling, right? So it is really very uplifting for them. Yeah, we did it.
Yeah, find something. An individual pick, a couple of draft pairings. As Jakiro and Dragonite are still left in the pool. We'll see what kind of priority is taken over them, as One Win do have that first pick of the draft. They could leave themselves... I was going to say they could leave themselves the DK again, but they ban the DK and pick the Jakiro. We do get rid of all the big ones.
I like this because Jakiro just opens your draft to do anything you want, and DK, it does kind of put you in a specific position. You need to have like the scaling, the readiness. So yeah, I honestly like the self DK ban into Jakiro.
And then some of the big pro teams against Jakiro have been playing a lot of Wind Ranger as that pos 4 to be able to trade, open up the eyes of their cores later on in the game. But Passion start out their draft with a hero that I've been calling for a lot of these teams down in the dumps.
You got it.
I just feel like Nature's Prophet is that hero that we've seen over the past couple of months that just gives you momentum no matter what. Like, you play it from mid, you gank into side lanes, you get kills. It's a feel-good hero. It doesn't matter what lane he's against. He can be against literally anything. He's going to do the same job for you.
Yeah, the only problem is you don't like playing into like Crimson Guard buying heroes who eventually get tanky. Like, if you're playing into Mars and Axe and Tide and Centaur, it just takes one bad fight on a Prophet and you feel like you don't have the damage anymore. So it's like, I fully agree that the early game feels exceptional, but if you're not a good Prophet player, you are always like one mistake away from feeling like you're kind of a burden to your team compared to having an Ember in the mid lane or a Puck or someone who's more kind of like evergreen to the game state.
I just think in these kind of games, give yourself that wind in the sails, right? You don't want to be you don't want to be dead in the water. You want to actually have some traction, some grip on the map to actually run forward. We're kind of assuming this is, well, I'm assuming, using the royal we again, T. I apologize. You don't like it when I do that.
You're doing it all the time, yeah.
Just anyway, we are a pair of casters. We are symbiotic, sharing thoughts. I'm assuming this is mid Prophet, but in the past we have seen carry Prophet, and Crystallize could be on that. Let's see where he goes with that. So left in the pool, we still have that Centaur, these tanky heroes that you were talking about that can buy that helm into Crimson, etc. Passion still have a ban to go. Who are you going to remove? Well, we still have nasty heroes like the Hoodwink.
I mean, any of the offlaners that I mentioned, right, are all in play if they want a core ban.
Yeah, but if there's so many out there, does it feel like a wasted ban? Like, if there's Pango, Mars, Centaur, Axe, banning one and leaving three is kind of like,
I think one option you would have is you ban one, pick another one, and then you run the numbers on whichever one you pick doesn't care about the other one, right? So you could ban Mars, pick Centaur. Mars then, of course, Arena can counter the Centaur. But then Centaur can skip behind the tower, so you don't care about Jakiro at some point in the game. And then kind of like you continue that train of thought, right? So if they can get this... Yeah, and it's like, do we care if they have Axe? If you then can pick Gyro or some shit and carry, right? It continues like knocking down this line. But they just ban Terrorblade and they put Hoodwink, so very simple. Nothing too crazy.
Very forward-thinking heroes, though. Scouting, like a past laning stage, is like scouting with Hoodwink, TPing out. You're opening the map for plays. We don't want to see this static, stuck in the mud nonsense where you don't get to do anything. So now, does OneWin want to try and pick heroes that can react to this? You know, play counter globally with this kind of aggressive move from Passion? Or do we just say, stick it out in lanes, be tanky, you know, stampede away with the Centaur, have saves from our supports? Because you've already spoke about the offlane and so many in the pool, right? And I mentioned how probably should get respected in some capacity. They don't get respected, so that's to me would be the easy pickup. Like Mars Snapfire is like the generic response to this. If you want just counter push, counter play, I don't really want to see Snapfire. I'd rather a bit more presence in like the map move rather than I just facilitate good like objective fight. Yeah, like Bat. I'd rather a Bat Rider or something.
Yeah. Like Bat
or
Mars,
Sky.
that's pretty nice.
Bat or Sky, or I think those are the two. I don't want to add a third one. I don't want to muddy the water.
Oh, okay. Dual cow. Sure, counter global map play. You raised the question, and 1W picked like the best support to do that. It's very very brawly. The thing is with Passion though, it's like you just put the Prophet mid, you put your Hoodwink in the 4-roll, and now you just pick up some like anti-Spiritbreaker heroes. So anyone who can throw down some like ground stuns, some like nuisance control, and then it stops him from charging freely. Like to me, Underlord is an insanely good pick here. You buy Pipe against Jakiro, you have just the Pit of Malice to insta-stop charge. Spiritbreaker support doesn't get BKB till like late minute 20s. But every time I want a team fighting offlane, they always go Axe. It's always Axe, man. Like
literally, you've asked for Underlord like 3 times in the past couple of days, and it has been Axe picked.
I just like... I understand Axe is like in meta, but like, look at 1W's heroes. What do they do if Underlord just exists in this game? Like, if you pick like, it's kind of cringe because you're second pick and then you'd be last picking your support. But like,
you're scared of getting Ursid or something?
Yeah, but like, you have Hoodwink. It's okay. Like, you could also, The thing is that you could also pick. I mean, you can't really pick to block pick, but or at least go like protecting it longer. Either way, it doesn't matter. They don't care about the hero. They go for Abaddon on 1W. So they have like, again, very early game, low damage heroes that eventually become just annoying to deal with, right? Like the mid game BKB Yours of a Mars, the mid game Radiance Manta Blink of an Abaddon, the mid game charge anywhere to set up with just drums and BKB and nuisance. So low damage early into a lot of tankiness mid to late game.
Yeah. And then looking for mid for 1Win and carry for Passion. I still feel like this Prophet is being flexed. They've got last pick as well.
Yeah, it is 100% being flexed. Based on the heroes being picked, I think mid lane makes more sense because of the pacing of a mid Prophet. You buy a Vessel, sure there's an Abaddon, but you just gank the other heroes with it, and you just your tempo. When you're carry, you can still be tempo, but it's naturally quite slower. So yeah, I think a good strong carry pick would go a long way. I just don't know what it is from the top of my head. Like
Crystallize is usually
Juggernaut.
Gyro Weaver kind of guy, right? He likes these ranged agi carries.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a kind of like the first 4 heroes are so skirmish heavy with no like big. Yeah, and then they pick an Ember. So now because of an Ember mid, I do feel like you might actually want to shove the Prophet back to carry.
And pick a Necro.
Prophet doesn't count.
Give me Necro. Give me that.
Honestly, honestly,
I've been waiting for so long. Please, mid Necro. I mean, I don't know. Sand King. They probably want more team fight. It's going to be some kind of like Sand Kinging dude or Primal Beast or something like that, isn't it?
But
bang out the Lesh
because
again.
The Prophet would give, like as long as you have something that goes, hey Ember, you don't have a complete free lane. That's all I care for now. Like if the mid was a little bit more static and slow, then I think Prophet mid would have worked. But you know, if you put Prophet mid here, Ember will free farm, you go gank a couple times, you fail a gank, everything falls apart. Ember's running free. So
what happened to Monkey King? Where's Monkey King gone?
Into Arena and Charge and Ice Partly. There's a lot of stuff, but if you only care about winning the lane, then sure, please go crazy, brother. Pick the Monkey King.
That's all I care about.
Yeah.
We need to keep track of who's talking. whose hero pick is this? They go for the Sand King. Kind of felt like
tried and tested. Yeah.
Kind of felt like it. When all else fails, just go for the meta pick. So it is Crystallized carry Nature's Prophet, kind of what I thought from the start, because that has been his hero, giving the main guy, the main hero for game 2 here in a best of 3. Expect him to make all the shot calls, basically. What is it? Prophet, Snapfire lane, Axe, Hoodwink lane. Mars, Spirit Breaker. So Mars, Spirit Breaker are going to be dodging, right? Dragging waves and stuff like that.
Yep. Jakiro Abaddon actually has some kill threat on the Axe Hoodwink, right? Because either hero steps up too close. If Abaddon can get his right click on, apply the slow, then Jakiro at level 3 also applies that Liquid Frost. You're dispelling the battle hunger, you're chasing the lane. When Axe goes behind tower at like minute 5, Jakiro follows him. Spirit Breaker will then charge as well. Axe can't now play behind tower. So like a big piece of Passion Yue's draft is built around Axe having a good time, and he won't. So when Axe is, let's say, dying twice, you're now looking towards Sand King to create these moments to enable the Prophet. So yeah, it's Batchuk on the Axe. Everything's on him, I feel like, in this game. How does he play them early game? Is he giving away any early kills? If he is in a spot of bother, are they TPing the Prophet in to help him out? But it really feels like Passion Yue. If they make mistakes in the first 10 minutes, I can see this game getting really, really hard. So I'm very focused on what they do as they enter this game.
Especially when, if the lanes do go poorly, they are reliant on farming stacks, building up bank for Sand King and Axe to clear Ancients in their triangle. Unwin have some pretty good heroes at contesting. Like Jakiro can just come across from the safe lane. Spirit Breaker can charge. Ember is very good at contesting and stealing. So this is going to have to be a bastion of safety. And they're already setting up there with all their heroes to stop any kind of sentries being placed. So they're already on that right track, making sure they have full access to their ancient spot. And QBFY says, hello, Monkushi. Hello, Rain. What are you doing over here? Late Smoke gonna reposition Passion and try and get some eyes on these bounty runes. Nature's Prophet. You got to be careful down in that bottom jungle, though, bud. And QBFY is going to start with Acorn Shot, a couple of hits on Monkushi. The lane hasn't begun yet, but apparently the trades have. And Crystallize under vision. He's thinking about going for this with Cracker alongside him. They've not seen anyone. And it's a Mars and a Spirit Breaker. And Cracker gets the bounty rune. And he's very quick in the river. Mortimer is a speedy salamander. Slipping away from Triple S. And this means that Spirit Breaker and Mars are unable to block the wave either. So bounty rune plus stopping their nonsense from happening.
2 for 2 trade. Everyone's going to be pretty content with this. Of course, Cracker. You did take the boots to be able to follow the Spirit Breaker. Like when you see this double melee lane, you just know they're pulling waves, right? So he wants to be able to follow that and just be as annoying as possible. And in top lane, this is the big lane for 1W. Like, you are meant to win this lane. You have a Baden Jakiro against an Axe. You have to dispel the battle hunger. The whole reason you pick Axe is to bully. And then you have the strongest support in the game for laning. So let's see what Passion UA can do to kind of just bring life to what looks to be a losing lane on paper.
Yeah, it looks very hard. And then mid lane, Sand King against Ember Spirit. Trading out farm for now. Moonlight's going to sit in his Sandstorm and gathering up all the farm that he can. Doubt much is really going to happen there. Kill threat not really available until supports start rotating in or level 6 is hit. Very much going to be looking at both these mid laners at pivoting to side lanes with active runes, contesting stacks, farming stacks, and kind of waiting for Sand King's blink in the first 10 minutes. While Ember Spirit, he's going to go for that Urn. I guess that is a question as well. So Ember on dire side's going Urn. Does Crystallize go Urn from safe lane Prophet? Or is this going to be just straight up scaling?
Ooh, hold up.
Cracker gets the bashes. Bashes into Spear and the kill is here. First blood for the Mars. You step up just a little bit and you get taken down.
Yeah. The carry Vessel, I think, is only good on teams that are very high pacing. They have the ability to do it, but I just don't know if Passion UA stylistically will be able to like execute on it. So I think I'd prefer to see Crystallize just go for the treads, get a Mjolnir. I am the scaling carry. Like if this was Liquid's draft, I'd just go, yeah, probably. I can see Mickey going for it. It makes sense. Like they play like this, but maybe not for how Passion UA have been playing so far in Dream League.
Treads Mjolnir, BKB, and just look for that kind of 20 odd minute timing.
Yep, along those lines, but we spoke about how strong the Abajakura lane is already. Cracker has TP'd top. He's only level 1, and the Spirit Breaker has followed him. So quite the scuffle will unfold at the Lotus.
What year is it? Got Tri-Lane versus Tri-Lane?
It's
There's no
2025,
Visage or Undying. But apparently we've got 3 versus 3. Shield there to protect the Jakiro. TP in for the Nature's Prophet as well. Rain has already fallen. And the Fury is deciding whether to come in or not as the Munkushi Abaddon turns back. Gets a trade on Cracker. Looks at QBFY. Can't finish the job. Axe will spin, get the kill.
Charge him one.
Spirit Breaker stopped his tracks as well. The gold being picked up by Sweden Strong as he bashes down QBFY. Can he get any more? He looks at the Axe. Battle Hunger's in there. The Sprout comes through and Crystallize will secure the kill. As Jakiro wants a taste of this action. Died very early on. And Batiuk gonna hoover up all the money bags.
I mean, they were so close to level 3 on the Jakiro. They changed so much, and also Cracker being able to snipe away the Lotus. Whoever gets the Lotus pretty much wins the skirmish normally. Of course, they're kind of even on damage in this game for this level on the heroes. Yeah, Cracker, he's kind of just doing his own thing. Now, more aggression to bottom. Charge bash and a right click bash. And a bash bash here and a bash bash there.
Bash, there, bash, everywhere, bash, bash. Probably means something very different.
Yeah,
Russian or Ukrainian.
Yes.
You remember Pasha, right?
Yeah. Didn't that mean something?
One of the most entertaining names ever. Yeah, Pasha Yabashu meant Pasha the fucker.
Ah, yes. What does mash mean in Ukrainian? Let's find out.
Well, Munkushi, he's fine up top. Jakiro's got access to a small camp, so they can hold that wave in front of tier 1. But Batiuk with that early skirmishing and fighting, let's kind of his way back into this lane a little bit.
Oh, QFY, be careful now. There is a dragon. He is angry.
Batiuk stepping up on this. Call into spins. Shield is here, but with the Scatterblast coming in, Cracker adds that touch of damage, but does have to lose QBFY in the process. honestly, looking at last hit values, Crystallize is the big loser coming out of this laning stage at 16, 17, 0. Mars is like doubling up on him.
But there's been like no creep position for Passion UA, right? Cracker died level 1, he then ganked top. He's not played on the small camp, he's not blocked the hard camp. Like, Cracker's kind of left the Prophet to 2v1, or even just 1v1 a lane. And Mars, you know, with a Bracer, the Gauntlet, the Quell, like, you can just out-CS an Nature's Prophet, especially when it's just in front of your tower the entire time. So yeah, Passion UA just pretty much conceded the safe lane at minute 2.
Well, Moonlight's going to find Sweden strong at least. Something going their way. And they've got a ton of stacks for the Sand King to go and take. I wouldn't be surprised to see him just go there after this wave and epicenter it.
It's not really a clean stack taker for 1W to contest it, right? Like, you need the Jakiro with the Ember. You need multiple tools.
Multiple heroes.
Yeah.
And up at top, they've got Abaddon all locked up. They bring the aggression. Battery gets cookied over onto the Jakiro as well. Rain will launch the Ice Path out as Cracker goes to gather the money bags. But Crystallize his lack of last hits made up for by the kills coming in until Triple S arrives with Arena Spear to find Batyuk. Another bushwhack there towards Sweden Strong and a scatter blast across the front. Squadix arrives to clean up the mess. Now Crystallize and Cracker in some serious problems. Moonlight's thinking about the epicenter burst strike, but he can't quite line it up. Waiting and biding his time, a spear towards the tier 1 tower. Squadix can chains and then Remnant away, helped by the shield to stand his ground and fight as Moonlight stays in the sandstorm to die. A double kill comes through for the Ember. A real messy fight there. As Dire lose 3 and Radiant lose 4 heroes. Madness ensues in that top lane.
And when you look at the financial breakdown, right? Like, Mars and Ember both profit. Nature's Prophet gains 500 gold, but for everyone else, it's not really that good for Passion UA, right? Like, to only allow your Prophet to gain gold, it's quite a rough little... Yeah, and Prophet. The Nature's... Oh, he didn't profit.
Wrath of Nature's thrown out. The Jakiro and the Ember Spirit are on top of him, and the Ice Path is there. The stun of Cracker and his reactive TP.
Yeah. That's always the spooky thing with a Nature's Prophet. You want to create opportunities to fight, and if the enemy team just better at reacting to it, then your game can just come tumbling down. And yeah, bottom net worth of all the cores. Weirdly, only 1,100 more gold than the Spirit Breaker. It's quite an alarming thing to say.
One win, just keep going for more. And this is like, in particular, a problem with the carry Prophet, right? From mid, you're not so worried about losing control of the lane. Whereas in a safe lane, the tier 1 tower damage, it is substantial. And with the Jakiro here, they're going to find that objective pretty quickly.
And the map is going to be just closing out ever so fast, right? When Jakiro has 3 points of liquid fire, it's a 7-second cooldown. It is just ludicrous. You take the safe lane tower, you move towards mid, kind of rally your lads, and off you go again. You just take any tower in the first phase of the game, pretty much for free. And that is the problem when you have like an axe in the off lane. You don't really want to run around and defend objectives. You want to be farming, be greedy, be a big boy. But there's no Prophet to defend. Sand King can't really defend. He doesn't have Blink. Axe wants to farm. It's the Tricore in Passion UA isn't built to deal with Jakiro just spinning on a tower. And it is a first pick Jakiro. Let us not forget.
Yeah. And if you're falling behind and need to farm to recover, all of the points you made about this Abaddon, Ember, Mars, who enjoy farming, getting these key items, flourish that much more. Like, Abaddon is so happy to see everyone just like leave that top lane. Yeah, go play 3v3 mid. You go have your fun over there. Let me farm my Radiance. I've died twice. I don't want to die again.
And he'll TP if he sees the fight progressing close to his tower, right? He's not afraid to go for a little TP.
Well, Bushwhack into Scatter Blast. Axes there onto the Ranger Kiro, but an Arena Spear onto 2 inside the Macropire, just clearing through Cracker and Batyuk. Another bash. The stuns on Moonlight. He's got Sandstorm in a second with 17-1 charges. Epicenter ready as well, but no stuns, so a spear in from Triple S will clear through the Sand King. Another situation where you lose out 3 for 1. Yes, you kill the Jakiro, but you just lose so much in the fight. Well, you lose tower, you lose your ancients. There's high ground vision coming through from 1 win. And Crystallize, I mean, he has to farm.
But it's farming into a Maelstrom. And then it's farming into a Maelstrom that does it really pack a punch when the Abaddon's going to have Radiance by the time, like, when you get Mjolnir, he has Radiance. I am just very, very scared of Passion UA. This is not how a profit carry game is meant to go. You're meant to be, you know, top 2, top 3 net worth, dictating the tempo, creating opportunities because your team plays aggressive, knowing you're behind. You know, all my fears for, you know, what 1W draft can do, I mean, it's just been accelerated by how they played the early game. All 3 of their cores, top net worth.
Yeah, 1W feeling themselves now. They did walk under a bunch of Radiant Vision to come up to top, but this Dire Vision in the Ancients sees Batcher. So Sweden strong with a charge and the Nether Strike opens up the eyes for the Ember Spirit to find the kill on Axe yet again.
He got 3 of the big creeps as well. So Axe dies, only gets 1 large creep. Spearbreaker snipes the other 3. And he's just doing a really good build, right? He's got the casual Sage for some mana regen. He's going to get the phase into Drum, so for more move speed, more map play. Even thinking about potential Soda Crest, so not going for like the I am the core style Spiritbreaker where you go for like an early BKB and frontline. It's, you know, a lot of utility, in and out, poking. I like it. I'm mostly a fan. I think Shadowblade on Spiritbreaker is a little overrated. It's good in some games, but financially it's such an investment that you kind of feel absent on the map.
Right, look at this now. 2-man chains comes in. Munkushi's connected from the Ancients to come on to Moonlight. No Burrow Strike, no Blink. Can't reinitiate here as Passion UA is starting to get steamrolled. 13th minute of the game. It's a, what, 5,000 net worth lead. Tier 1 towers have all collapsed. A wide open map for the Dire while things shrink for the Radiant. Yeah, keep looking at Crystallize. Yes, Maelstrom's ready, but this is basically a Hand of Midas at this point. You are sitting and farming for the next 5 minutes. And this is where QBFY probably feels pretty sad. The Hoodwink ideally wants to be in a situation where you are playing forward, scouting things out, opening up the eyes of your Sand King and the Prophet, but you are in full reactive mode. Reacting to the Mars jumping and missing his spear. But a charge, cancelled. And no chains, so Moonlight somehow, miraculously, does get away.
Yeah. Even just from the TPs of Passion, you know, they had like the double TP to go for the 7-minute wisdom. They've got like the frantic TP of, oh, Spiritbreaker's charging, go, 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 TP. You know, it's like they're not playing their game anymore. They are just victim to the aggression of 1W. And it's a 4,000 gold lead, but as always, this easily can just accelerate. And Moonlight, he's so far down the lane. That is just no respect to the cow. That is Spiritbreaker.
No, and Cracker is here kind of trying to protect the Sand King because he is so far down, but that's just a twofer. Easy as you like for Triple S. Godlike on the Mars. Sweden Strong picks up QBFY as well. I know we are very early on to this game. 15 minutes hasn't even hit yet, but...
Are you trying to say it? Are you alluding to it?
Over. It feels kind of over.
Again, the joy of Dota is you should never give up until your Ancient explodes. But on a analytical level, this game does look pretty over. There needs to be some intense, magical moments from Passion UA if they are to turn this game around.
I mean, Epicenter's good. Maybe this. Shield keeps Squadix alive. The Epicenter does take him down, though. Moonlight gets something. Finally. Gets some kills up on the scoreboard, and Munkushi, with no borrowed time anymore, pops his wand, has a Lotus. He's going to shield himself and turn to play here with his Radiance burning. Can heal up a touch more, but he's blasted by Cracker. In comes the Spiritbreaker, though, with the Jakiro by his side. Triple S will pick up his beyond godlike streak. Now looking at Crystallize. There's no Blink or Arena, though, relying on the Nether Strike out of Sweden Strong as Crystallize turned around to sprout him. A cookie forward may be here to allow the Prophet to escape, but the Spiritbreaker says no, bashes him up. Will trade his life for the kill on the Nature's Prophet. Signs of life from Passion and a victorious team fight in terms of the gold and the trades there. Not allowing one win to keep washing over them. Maybe a chance still. But when you get picked apart like this, trying to de-ward an area, this Mars is very strong. And he's got buddies to back him up.
He's got 9,000 gold on the Mars. He might even be thinking about potential Desolator. Like, that's how... Okay, no, he's going back for BKB.
Oh,
like, his
so we
game
don't
is
see
so...
the-
No, none of the big carry Mars.
The Saberlight armor Deso AC
Yeah.
build.
It was pretty cool.
Oh.
Crystallize. You're on a wall.
There's dire vision here, apparently. I didn't realize there was dire vision, but I guess they know there's nowhere for Crystallize to be apart from this side of the map. So, yeah, apparently
It's
it was
a
Raid
really
who
good
put that
ward.
ward down.
Yeah, it is like the best anti-Nature's Prophet ward because when you have that TP available, you will TP to like the double camp on the side, try and utilize it. You go from a kill there,
Look at this.
dust up.
The Mad Cow just keeps on going. Forest Strike's going to dodge the Nether Strike, though. Strike on strike. Sweden Strong going to be glad to get away from it. No time to breathe for either of these teams. Passion going to have to try and fight their way out of this hole that's been dug for them. Patrick has a pipe, so they can battle back. Epicenter's used here to deal with ranged Jakiro. Forest Strike across to Sweden Strong as well, but Squadix has picked off Cracker. Passion UA do get the two supports. Waiting for Mars's arrival, and here it is. With the Arena Rebuke, the Spear, the catch on the Nature's Prophet, a double kill for Squadix, and this triple S Mars. We've seen him whiff some spears and have some poor games, but he has been spot on this time. 12-0-9. 21 of the 27 kills he has been involved in.
He did go back for the Deso, by the way. He changed from Deso to BKB. Realized the state of the game was like, nah, this is my time. I will shine. And you know, 1W they did get a little carried away, right? Like they're making these moves, the Ember, the Mars, they're delayed to the fight. So at least with Passion they get something, but still, when they do turn up, the cores rock up to the fight, then Passion you may very quickly have to just run for their lives. And they just keep hugging the high ground wards, right? They play top side, that gets dewarded, 1W, then kind of shift towards the bot side of the map. Placing again the same ward, but on the other hill. So they're just trying to utilize this aggressive vision.
The Dire is still scanning up top, looking for Nature's Prophet. Crystallize, trying to find anywhere to farm.
I wouldn't mind it if one hero kind of walked up here, right? Like you have the vision on the bot side of the map. You kind of know that bot's fine because you got the watchers. So yeah, go explore. I mean, Sweden Strong, he is walking. You can see him on the minimap now. He's progressing to kind of like the Dire tier 2 area. So we'll see if he can connect. And the rest of Passion UA are just hugging the mid lane, just playing behind Moonlight. Very, very quiet game from him. 3, 5, and 2 on the Sand King. Oh.
Crowd numbers about to change, T.
Yeah.
3, 6, and 2. Moonlight
8.
and he's pummeled inside the arena. The kisses are big though. Triple S shielded, saved from Cracker. The Mars will break free. Thomas going to try TP on him, but gets the kill. Massive streak taken. Over 1,000 gold. Goes to Crystallize and the boys on Passion UA.
He has
Trying
to get
TP
out.
home now though is optimistic as the chains will arrive from Squadix and Crystallize will get taken down a notch or two. Yes, you killed the Mars, but what did it cost?
1 Sand King, 1 Nature's Prophet, 1 Snapfire, and a Hoodwink.
Not quite everything, but bloody close. The wild thing is, these fights in a 4-for-1, that's an even exchange.
When you kill a top net worth Mars as a solo kill, right? Because there was no one else around. It's kind of ludicrous, but Passion UA already 10,000 gold down. Like, oof. The good thing for Passion UA is 1W have played on both the wards and the high ground, the hills. So after the loss, they easily get a free deward. So 2 observers in the last 5 minutes have been dewarded for Passion UA against 1W. So the map will get slightly darker for them. A lot of lane vision is now in play for 1W to utilize. So there's 3 wards in all 3 lanes.
I've got the Jakiro here. Can we come in and save him? No, Mankushi tries, but couldn't get the shield in time. Instead, they're going to try and dive with Sweden Strong under the Sand King with the Mars. The Rebuke in Arena catches Moonlight, stop the Sand King's reinitiation, and Axe in trouble as well. Mankushi picks up the double, and they can hunt for Cracker now. Charge is ready. Ember Spirit can gap close. A long-range spear. And there you have it. Another 4 for 1. Raising the white flag. Cracker his arm caught. But honestly, I'll tell you, the wild thing for me is we are yet to see OneWin play, you know, the way that their draft kind of works either. With Abaddon frontlining and tanking spells. You know, Makushi has been the second or third wave of initiation. So far, Passion have had to react to Ember, Spiritbreaker, Mars running at them non-stop. They have yet to have to face this how do we break Abaddon problem.
Yeah, let's not make it sound worse than it actually is right now, Gareth. All right, I think as casters, we always have to give hope for both teams. And I think you're really putting another nail in the coffin of Passion UA.
My job is truth teller.
That is fair. I respect that. Yeah, it's really rough. They're losing, and I don't really see a clean comeback tool at the moment. It's really a matter of like inviting 1W to overextend, to waste their BKB, there's always a chance with Spiritbreaker. You have one aggressive charge that kind of baits them into like a weird position. So maybe.
Yeah, it's Sand King Ags, Nature's Prophet BKB. If we get to these second tier of items, well, I don't know if Moonlight is ever going to get to that second tier of item. Picked off yet again 8 kills, or 8 deaths rather, on Moonlight. And QBFY in trouble as well. A double for Squadix, 0-9 on the Hoodwink. A rough time as they've got vision on the axe somehow. Batuk is being charged at. Goodness gracious me, what do you do now? You call, you pipe, and you die. Try and kill a dragon, He killed the dragon! Minor victory for the axe. But then you look at the rest of your map.
As a truth teller, I just want to correct you. He didn't press pipe.
Well, I didn't say he did. I said, what can you do? That was an option he could have gone for, but did not.
Okay, that's fair. I misunderstood. Sorry, truth teller.
That's fine.
I know you said it like
that. You can't
that.
just call me asshole as well. I think that's
I have nothing else to say. I'm looking at this game and I'm like, I'm just going to pick apart what you say because the teams aren't giving me anything to pick apart, so...
oh, dear.
Yeah, dear oh dear.
Well, maybe we get one more sick team fight from Passion. Now, Epicenter into Blink Burrow. Maybe you bait your axe. Or you bait your Snapfire, or you just bait your Nature's Prophet. Yeah, Crystallize baiting by the mines. Not sure what for.
There was a Reddit post saying that we need to find the key to this door because there's like 10 green gems on it, and someone was like, if we find the key, then we reveal the patch.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Do you think there is an actual physical key?
Wait, have you tried looking for it yet?
Have you tried thinking about it? What if you just have to say friend and you can enter? Moonlight. Oh, Moonlight. Epicenter, Blink, Burrow, Strike. He's in there with Batuk onto Sweden Strong. They can't finish off the Spirit Breaker. They can't kill the Pos 4. So Mankushi, he's just going to turn, face off against the rest of them. Cracker Batuk down, Moonlight long gone. 4-5 in a row. GG called. OneWin just way better, way stronger throughout this series.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. Any tournament, you are going to have like kind of the punching bag team that unfortunately is unable to win a game, win a series. Of course, for Passion UA, they did win games, right? Their first series in this entire tournament was a 2-1 loss to Falcons. Like, they had a pretty good Game 2 showing, but ever since then, it has been kind of like a slow crumble of like their identity, like losing kind of shape on what they wanted to do, you know, as a roster. And yeah, they are going to be the team that has not won a single game in this tournament. They do have, I believe, one more series left to play. So maybe Passion UA can claw themselves from a 0-5 to, you know, 1-5. But yeah, it's really, really rough for Passion UA. Just nothing has really worked out for them after kind of the first couple of days of the group stage. And for 1W, signs of life. Again, a little too late. We were watching two teams that are pretty much locked in at 23rd and 24th place in this group stage. But yeah, I think for them, it is just good that in the back of their minds, like, all right, we've had a really bad tournament, but this win, if we can take this and move it into the next tournament, to next Dream League, to whatever they need to play, whatever they can play, then there's like signs of hope that they should be a middle pack team, because like, this type of gameplay, they should be, you know, again, like contending for maybe playoffs on a good day, but maybe not making it. Like they're meant to be like the 8th to 12th team based on this performance. The issue is they're not consistent, but still, congratulations 1W on the first series win of your Dream League Season 27 group stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just wondering how much of this is they sensed weakness and that unlocked their potential. You know, they're against one of the weaker teams who are kind of floundering down at the bottom. This game in particular very much felt like we're going all in. We're just going to slam shut the door on Passion. No breathing room at all, bringing 4 or 5 members to every single fight.
Yeah, they were just relentless. I think it helped as well, like the drafts were just really good today, right? We had the Ricky pick in game 1, the Spirit Breaker pick in game 2. I think Sweden Strong just identified the heroes he wanted, and you know that gives them a lot more kind of confidence to play around.
Non-stop waving the white flag.
It's a really good emote. Like the fact is the emotes also appear in chat now. That kind of opens up for like sprays to be even better. Because like before you have to see the spray, right? Now it's just like force fed down your face. Like, oh god, in all chat. Like what happens if future team sprays also in all chat? You can see like Boxy's face from Liquid every time you play against them. It's gonna be quite annoying, it's for sure. But
funny memes.
Yeah. Yeah, no, for sure. Very good meme, very good memes.
Relentless stuff, isn't it? Sweden Strong on this Spirit Breaker just popping off. Sees a hero, charges hero, kills hero. Always backed up by his buddies. And I gotta say, Triple S, you know, he's had some pretty bad performances on the Mars, I'm not gonna lie. This game, completely different. Completely different person, different player. It's beautiful stuff.
Brand new Spirit Break Mars. I'm just thinking of Spirit Break, I'll be honest. Yeah, brand new Mars. Cool.
Right, so we've got an interview coming up shortly, but he's not here yet, so we'll take a break and come back with Sweden Strong in a couple of minutes.
About bloody time.
Scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And we're back, folks, as we just witnessed one win taking that series 2-0. We've got Sweden Strong joining us. First of all, congrats. You guys seemed super confident in that victory. It seemed like you guys had kind of unlocked a bit of happiness and a boost of energy as you guys got to play. Well, you got to play in particular Ricky and Spirit Breaker. But in general, in the camp, what's the mood like? Because it's been a hard group stage for you guys.
Yes, hello and thank you. The mood is okay, I guess. Like after the win, we're obviously disappointed, like with the result, because we believe we could do better, but we didn't. So we're not that happy. But after this win, it's okay. We're okay.
So in terms of coming into this tournament, what were your expectations? Like, did you expect to go in the middle of the table or take some more games off of people? Or like, what was a series where you thought you would win?
I mean, we expected to at least be in the middle and like hopefully make it into the playoffs. Like judging by our scrims and how we played before, but couldn't translate it into this tournament, I guess. I mean, we had close games with the Aurora, with Gamer Legion, but we lost both, so yeah, just disappointing. And with Nigma as well, I guess, had a close one.
Yeah.
True. Yeah. I guess my question is like, so for 1W, you've been on the roster for some time. I think the last time we saw you at a tier 1 event was back in March. Like, how is it having to play like so many qualifiers, so many events, like feeling like you're getting closer but not making, like how are you dealing with kind of like the stress of a season that isn't really connecting on like the results of, let's say, other teams?
I mean, the amount of games is exhausting for sure. But I mean, you just have to keep going. Like you cannot stop. If you want to play at this tournaments, you just cannot stop, and you just keep going. You have to deal with it. That's it.
Mm-hmm. And do you think you guys are dealing with it in a correct way? So when we move into 2026, we'll be seeing 1W make the playoffs. Like, do you think even though you have found defeat in this group stage, like, do you see the path to like being that type of team?
Yes. I mean, I really hope we can like prove ourselves. Yes. So I hope, yeah, it will work. What we're doing will translate into results. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And also, thank you very much, by the way. I love Spirit Breaker. It's one of my favorite heroes. Thank you for doing the correct build on the hero, okay? I hate when I see these players like not maxing charge, all right? Charge is beautiful. So I just wanted to close my questions with a thank you for doing Spirit Breaker justice.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the scaling is just horrible on Bash. Like, I don't know why you would max it. You have to max charge, of course. Yeah.
Some people do it. It's so cringe. Gareth? Any questions from you, boss?
Don't look at me. I'm not one of those people. That's not what do you mean. No. Thank you, Sweden Strong. Congrats on the victory, and hopefully some success for you in the future to continue as well. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you. Goodbye.
Cool. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Still room to grow. Hopefully, we'll see them continue this confidence they had from this victory and take it and run with it. But that wraps things up for us. We've still got one more series on the Earthstream, though, as we'll pass over to Mike and Winter, I think. And there we go. Heroic against Gamer Legion. South America against North America. T and I say goodnight and see you tomorrow.
Why doesn't anybody like me?
Radiant are scanning. under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Billy Bits! Billy Bits! Woo!
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Much needed God.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Wanting this.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nothing touches the heart like my venom.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Flash of inspiration.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning. scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower. Radiant's middle barracks. Radiant's middle barracks. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
potentially not really having kind of the solutions to that. And I think Yopaj, I will say he played fantastic this game. Like he was popping off. He was single-handedly defending their base in situations that they probably should have lost, buying his time like 5 extra minutes, 6 extra minutes, but it just wasn't really enough. And I think that OG had good sparks. They had good potential. They were up 7,000, 8,000 gold versus Falcons, which is really good. But I just think that they missed the mark like once. It takes one mistake versus a team with the caliber of Falcons and everything's gone.
What do you make for OG though in particular with what you saw from the series? Because of course this is our first series that we saw from OG. So for them heading, and again they're also qualified to group. So their first loss, they've been looking exceptional. But what are your just thoughts from seeing this team?
I do really like their fight taking. There was a bunch of times mid game where it looked a bit scary for them, but I also sometimes saw them make the same mistake, even in this game. It started here, it was what, 19 minutes in the game, they jump Centaur. And then it's like 35 minutes of the game, they jump Centaur. And then it's like 50 minutes of the game, they jump Centaur. And I would have really liked to see them kind of be able to make that choice. But sometimes in the game, it's really hard to be able to solve that anytime soon, knowing that Falcons is allowing Amar to be the one solo by himself. And even like here, right? They're jumping the center. I don't know. It just, to me, it just felt like I kept seeing the same mistake from them over and over instead of being able to adapt. And I think that's the really big thing in Dota, especially, is having a game plan, but being able to change it in the game, change the way you want to take these team fights. But outside of that, genuinely outside of the centaur jumps, I think their map movement, their speed of the way they played, I think their hero picks are good. I think individually, specifically Yopaj is playing amazing. So I'm not really going to give them much flack. They lost to Falcons, probably the best team in the entire world right now. It's not really something to complain about. They're still 4-1 in the group stage. They still looked pretty spectacular.
Yeah, that they have been indeed. But Falcons continuing though with the dominant group stage from them, 5-0 now. So a incredible run that we're seeing. They've not skipped the beat at all, looking to try and have a bit better of a showing. Again, I know Amar was a little bit frustrated with the elimination at Blast. We are going to get to hear from Amar as well. So firstly, congratulations on your series victory, Amar. I'm intrigued on what your comms are like, playing a Centaur in game after game after game, where heroes keep jumping you and you keep baiting and your team keeps winning fights. What are you saying to your team in these moments?
Nothing. I mean, I just don't understand why people keep jumping into Centaur who has bread and pipe. It makes no sense. But this is how these teams actually nowadays play. They think Psychopath Dota is the way to go, and they just die. I don't understand what's happening.
This is, if I remember correctly as well, you even said that OG play like Psychopaths as well. When you did the seeding kind of a video that you did for them, you were quoted saying that they play like Psychopaths. You feel like unfortunately this is just the problem. They run into a tank like you, and this is their play style.
I mean, I think this can work against teams who are not prepared for it. Definitely, you don't let's be honest, no matter which players play on Team OG, they're always gonna be the same OG. They're just gonna run around, go, 5 heroes, pick gyro, let's go, guys. And, nothing gonna change.
Were you like that when you were on OG?
I mean, I was forced to be like that, and then I joined Nigma, You can imagine, how fucked my brain was to think that this is the real game. In 2019 it was, but now... Yeah, unless you get surprised by it, it's so easy.
So in the first game, I was curious. You guys bought 2 pipes. Was that intentional, or was that one of the things where you both just didn't really talk much about your items?
I mean, sneaking, no, but I don't know why he has 2 pipes, and then he says me Sammy, when you're gonna press pipe, and then we just press pipe together every single fight, so I don't know.
Yeah, I saw that. I was hoping, maybe they're gonna layer it, and then I would click the cooldowns every time, and it'd be the exact same second you guys clicked both of them, and just overlapped. But yeah, unfortunate. And then I guess so. You've been watching 33 replays, or is that you're just telling other people to watch them?
Listen, I don't know why, but like I just 33 fan, you know. This guy's a legend, rank 400, but still like wins every tournament. So any hero he plays should just look at it. He always just play like 4 or 5 heroes. Like he cannot even play more. Like he can't play his best hero Doom, you know. But like it's just how he is. He just every patch 5 heroes. That's it.
Is a legend, and you're building up quite the accolades as well with the tournament victories you've been starting to gain and looking for a Dream League victory as well. Thank you for joining us, Amar. And any closing comments you want to make before we let you go? Oh, are you gonna show it this time? I know on the main stream you look to try and find something, but I did see it.
I swear to God, it was just here. Thing is, I should not show what's behind me because this is the team I just beat. But like, 1 second, is it here?
Are you gonna do the same thing where you don't find it and then leave? Like,
I mean, I just don't.
Is there actually?
I just don't understand. I swear to God, it's just something. I'm not gonna say what it is. I just don't understand. I swear, like. When I didn't find it, like 1 hour ago, I just saw it on the table, and now it just doesn't exist anymore.
Why do you do this every interview? Amar, we want to know what it is.
I don't know. I just... it's not here. I give up. Next time. Maybe when I win the
next way.
Yeah, I'll fucking have
No way. Not again.
I don't know. It's not here. Like, I'm gonna like... I don't know. I'm gonna just
so
find it
when you win the tournament?
I will just prepare it next time. I will literally just go and find it before interview.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you. We're all eager to see actually what it is. So there's some suspense with that. I appreciate it. Congratulations on your series victory. Always fun to be able to watch you and the boys play. So good luck in the rest of the event.
Thank you. Goodbye, guys.
All right, we don't get to see what it is. I have no idea. I don't know if you saw. Did you see that interview on the main stream?
I didn't.
Do you know what was going on or no? You didn't.
No.
Okay, so
what's the lore?
I don't really. I don't have much context. He gave an interview, of course, on the mainstream maybe yesterday. I believe it was Tsunami said like you can like say bye, have the floor, do whatever you want to say. He was going to show something. He walked around the room for like 15 seconds, 20 seconds, didn't find something, and just said like get me out of here. And then the producer cut him out of the interview, and Tsunami's like, I thought I only had that power. How did the players, be able to get people removed from the interview? So I thought he was honestly going to do the same thing. Yeah. Well, at least this time he didn't like cut himself out from the interview.
Will make its home amongst your bones.
Are fortified. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Has been denied. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower. Radiant are scanning.
Never refuse good bounty. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has been denied. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Rune of double damage.
Dire are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Almighty money.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Dire are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Well, well. Is under attack. Dire are scanning.
are scanning.
A very warm welcome back to Dream League Season 27. It's Permasneeze and Winter taking you through the last series of the day here on the Earth stream. And you know how we roll on the Earth stream, Winter. Fortunately or unfortunately, we cover the games that are filled with teams that might not have been doing the best so far. In that regard, I think many people will be quite surprised to see Heroic down here up against Gamer Legion. That's our matchup. Heroic, you know, after TI, when they swapped over to Whisper in the mid, there were whispers of them being the next big thing. And then since then, the results haven't really panned out. Kind of similar situation for Gamer Legion. I want to say that there was maybe a bit of a momentum for them. People were starting to look at RCY, starting to look at some of the ideas that these guys had. But they haven't really been able to solidify.
I think in the beginning it was like working okay because they were picking off-lane heroes in mid, if you remember the initial stages. So right now they're trying to integrate the actual mid laners into the team where the problems start to appear, right? Because he's not exactly that proficient yet in the mid lane. But in the long run, I think this is actually going to be good for the team. I think maybe 6 months down the road, they're going to be actually way better than before. So only time will tell, you know. You make a role swap this big from off lane to mid, it is going to take time. The fact that he's actually doing decently right now, it is already a huge statement.
Yeah. That's one thing to be said, but at the same time, Heroic themselves and even the Heroic coach Capitado, he's come out and said that he has full confidence in Whisper from the very get-go because Whisper is always playing mid in his pubs anyway. As we know though, pub mentality, bringing that into pro mentality is so different, especially for something that you like to keep mentioning, Winter. It feels like in this current meta, making sure that your mid is enabled is the top priority, and feels like despite Scofield's constant partnership with Whisper in the offlane, still sometimes struggling to find the right balance of making the mid Whisper heroes work. Of course, we're going to get a bit of insight more into what this team thinks about their current situation. We have a short video for you right now.
Heroic has been a South American staple for the past couple of years, and that hasn't changed. Their roster was comprised of Yuma, Analog, Whisper, Schofield, and KJ, and they look to be staying together forever for this entire year. Until Heroic made a very surprising major change following TI. They moved Whisper from offlane to mid and replaced Analog with Devi Lama as the new offlaner, returning back to Heroic after spending a few months in NA on Shopify Rebellion. I guess he didn't need very long to see that the grass isn't always greener on the other side of America.
I think this situation Heroic is much stronger than the one I was in last. We had 3 different carries in the last year. I became a lot stronger as a player compared to the last season. So I think it's a night and day difference between the Heroic of 2024.
And honestly, the move seemed like it immediately paid off, with Heroic taking first place in Fissure Universe 7, taking down both Liquid and Mouse on the way there, until they went straight back to the middle of pack placements once again. Clearly, this team is capable of being a top contender, sometimes. If they can figure out the reasons for their inconsistencies, Heroic might be capable of becoming one of the best teams in the world. But that is one big if.
I think this roster has everything it needs to become one of the best teams in the world. I think Whisper has always been a mid player. I think he was just wasting his time playing offlane. You know, he's always been a mid player. You know, the way his play style, his heroes. So you know, he's finally where he belongs, and so am I.
Will we get to see first place powerhouse Heroic, or the Heroic that settles for 8th place? Only time will tell.
I don't think I could have explained it a bit better myself. A bit of a rundown of the Heroic situation so far. Basically, in short, what it sounds like is they traded the consistent maybe 7th, 8th placing in tournaments for a team with a much higher peak. But the problem right now is making sure it's consistent, right? Making sure they can start to get there. And so far, there have been some issues with the draft, some issues with integrating the mid heroes, like you mentioned, Winter, that seem to be plaguing them.
Yeah, I think the hero pool is like their biggest issue right now, trying to actually pick real mid heroes. I think before they were having huge success when they kind of were able to put some offlane heroes like Enigma, Mars. Those are the ones that they had really, really huge success with. But when it comes to the Ember Spirit, the Storm Spirit, those are the bread and butter mid heroes. So you gotta be able to play those heroes, and even like a pub, you know. You have to be able to master those conventional mid heroes. Otherwise, the drafting phase is going to be very, very complicated. I think some games you can get away with the offlaner in mid, but in general, you need to have way more flexibility in the hero pool of the mid hero.
Yeah, one of the big things being one of those classic, you know, your second pick, and then you get the chance to last pick a mid-hero counter that wins you the game, wins you the lane and everything. But that's not our featured player. We're actually looking at Heroic Yuma, the carry, and that's because, Winter, you think that this is one of the most impactful players, if not the most impactful player on the entire team.
Yeah, I think he's the backbone of the team. Like, he oftentimes shows up a lot in the early game. Like, even when he's playing something more farm heavy, I think my favorite hero of him is like something like Ursa Gyro. He's very, very active. He helps his teammates. He's always gating. He's coming to the mid fights. I love carry players that come to the rune fights, defend the mid tower. Those are my favorite carry players. And he's also flexible, right? He's playing sometimes some meepo in the game, some gotcha pick. So I think he has a lot of tools in his arsenal, and they have to be able to figure out how can they make the whole team work together, right? So you have all these different type of heroes, and how do you try to bind everything together?
Sure. And Yuma, of course, a very powerful tool to Heroic at this current stage, but to his opponents also, no stranger at all, right? You look at Gamer Legion, bunch of these guys, Yamson, especially, was on that iteration of Nouns. I think they've all played in NA, they've all sort of rubbed shoulders. In a way, there's a lot of cross, I guess, contamination between these two teams, because if you think about Gamer Legion's new coach, it's none other than Mungusu, who used to be assistant coach for Heroic for what feels like the longest time, and then suddenly you've moved away. On the flip side, Parrot Vision's Estini is now the analyst of Heroic, and he worked with Nouns way back then as well. So these guys will all be very familiar with one another, except this is a new face, right, for NA. Some of the newer kids on the block. You got Fade, you got Big Num sort of coming over from EU. And of course, when you talk about a new kid on the block, you can't really forget to mention RCY. Prodigy, Filipino, mid laner, child out of nowhere from the pubs. You gotta love that type of story.
That's a winning formula right there if you have a Pinoy mid player, you know. They have one of the best mid players in the world. Their region has countless time produced a lot of top tier mid laners. Abed, Yopach, yeah, those are the two very, very strong players that came from Philippines.
Absolutely. And RCY, you know, he's of Filipino descent, but he did grow up in North America, so I don't
it's
know.
the culture, you know. I haven't I told you about like something about along the lines, you know, like in SEA, right? So if you look at every role in the game, like certain players they always make really, really good mid players because they, like the Filipino mid players, they are always very confident. They are very they take a lot of risks, you know. They're very risky with their play, but it fits the play style of mid laners. Sometimes you just have to, you know, have the balls to do that move that no one else expects you to do, right? So they make really good mid laners. And then you see like the Malaysian players, you know, they are always like the support players because we are good at, you know, enabling other people, because we don't mind following people around and we don't have to like have the biggest voice on the team. I think it's all about finding the right balance, right? And culturally it could affect the players' playing habit and the way you see the game. I think in SEA we've already seen like the best teams usually they come from different places, you know. You don't necessarily have to have all of the same nation, you know.
That's true, and there's a good mix right now on Gamer Legion, but let's find out a bit more about how they came to be.
North America is back. Hopefully. Gamer Legion is a brand new organization to the world of Dota 2. With hopes of rejuvenating the North American Dota scene, they picked up a roster that was formed earlier this year. Despite playing under several different names before Gamer Legion, the players have remained the same throughout the entirety of the year.
I mean, I would say at this point, we're a strong team, or we're going to become a strong team because we're really becoming pretty cohesive. We've been working together for a while now. A lot of teams have a lot of roster changes. They're constantly switching. We've been together, I think, over a year now. I don't know the exact time, but it's been a minute. So
this team is the most American roster we've seen in a long time, with Yamson, RCY, Fade, and Speed representing the region, and Bignum being the seemingly mandatory EU ringer that all NA teams have to have. While they haven't yet hit it out of the park with their results this year, they did achieve a very respectable 9th place at the International. You might think 9th doesn't sound too good, but hey, they placed as well as Team Spirit and Team Liquid. The team's last event before DreamLeague was PGL Wallachia Season 6, where they also placed 9th.
You know, went 2-3, took a game off Bet Boom, definitely could have made it to playoffs, and that's where we feel like we're at. You know, we could show up to a tournament and have a bad tournament, but we also feel like we could show up to a tournament and make top 4. Like, I do believe, you know, we're in contention with these top teams.
Will Gamer Legion be able to perform even better at DreamLeague Season 27, and in doing so, show people that you can't count out North American Dota?
Perhaps one of the last proper bastions of North America. I hear Eagle in the distance, Winter, as the pride of that entire region rests on their shoulders up against their South American counterparts. And I like something that Speed said in that whole interview content piece. He said, we've been around for a while and we're feeling a bit more cohesive. We feel like we've been working together for so long. We're on our way to being a top team. How important do you think that is? Because realistically speaking, it's not just Gamer Legion, right? Heroic, that core of 4 players other than Devi Lama, they've been working together for a long time as well.
Yeah, you gotta believe it, you know. I think it doesn't matter whether it's true or false. You gotta believe you can win. I think if you don't believe that you can actually do it, then you're gonna lose a lot of motivation and things are not gonna go well.
Sure, yeah, and the belief is definitely there, as we heard from Speed, but we want to turn our eyes towards the carry player, long-serving North American player, used to be support, now on the carry role, went back to support for a little bit, now back on the carry role. Yamson, I know you have some opinions on, you know, all his little position changes and everything, but I will say that overall his flexibility has been impressive, to say the least, right? He was on Nouns for such a long period of time. He was working with Astini, who eventually, of course, helped Paravision reach pretty big heights, winning ESL 1 KL. No, sorry, not KL, that's Bangkok that I'm thinking about. But yeah, overall, I would say still one of the more promising recent talents to come out of North America as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be flexible. I think nowadays Dota, you can't just understand one role, right? I think to be a good carry, you kind of have to be able to understand what do you need to do as a position 5 as well. You need to see things from his perspective so you can understand how to play the game and the lane especially well. Like Dota is a game that I think that even if you only play or specialize in one role, you still have to understand things from the other roles, and it's going to help you develop more as a player.
Yeah. And during his time playing the support position on Nouns, he worked with many different carries, K1 being one of them. And, you know, different carry players have different styles, right? We see carry players like Yuma that Yamson also was with for a little period of time, where he is more active, wants to fight. And then you have the opposing archetype like K1, where he just wants to farm, you pool all your resources towards him. K1's never really changed in that regard. We'll see whether that flexibility helps Gamer Legion as we get into this game number 1. But overall, I will say, I kind of agree with Speed. I feel like this Gamer Legion team is just brewing at the moment. There's a real chance for them to hit their stride, pop off, and maybe repeat some of the stronger performances that we've seen from them in the past. But I'm not sure whether they're there yet. I'm not sure whether at this point in the meta, without any new surprises, without any new tricks up their sleeves, they have the firepower in the tank to take down Heroic.
Yeah, but Heroic is also in a very, very tough spot right now. I think they're kind of confused, or they're in a spot where when you need to get to another level, you have to become worse first, because they're trying to incorporate certain heroes, like they're trying to change certain things in the team. So in order for them to get to the next level, they have to be worse than before. So I think it's a very good time to play Heroic at this moment, because they're going through a phase where they're trying to get better and they're a lot worse than before. So I feel like Gamer Legion is probably going to have a pretty good chance at taking this series away.
Okay, well, we'll see how it all gets here, as we will have the draft for you very shortly. But of course, just to remind everybody about what's at stake, at the moment, both these teams are mathematically very, very, very unlikely to make it to the next stage of the tournament. They both have 1 win and 3 losses. So unless they get a flawless record from here on out, which means series win after series win after series win, I don't even know whether tiebreakers are possible, right? I really don't. And Winter, I did my homework. I went and found out what the Buchholz score means, and you'll be interested to know that it basically calculates the relative strength of your opponents. So if you have a higher Buchholz score, that just means you've played against stronger opponents, because it tabulates how many wins your opponents have as a whole. Both of these teams, unfortunately, they haven't really played against many of the stronger competition. They've dodged some of these Falcons, they've dodged the OGs, the Spirits. They end up with a Buchholz score for Heroic of -1 and Gamer Legion of -4. So that's not really the best sign for Gamer Legion. It just goes to show that they haven't really been met with the stronger teams in this tournament just yet, and they're still kind of struggling to pull off something.
10 seconds remain. Heroics turn.
Yeah, maybe we'll just have to see, you know. Like, I think if you don't play every opponent, if it's not a round robin, there's gonna be, you have to use some form of formula to calculate things or separate the teams, right, when the scores are close. Whatever it is, my thing is not about calculating the numbers of the scores, but it's calculating the draft and pick order, my friend.
Hell yeah. Timbersaw first
Oh
look
my
here.
god, Timbersaw?
Yep.
The most contested hero. And it's true. We don't really see a lot of Timbers getting let through.
Yeah, every Timbersaw that gets let through very promptly wins. I saw a Timbersaw on the mainstream just now. Andra managed to pick it up, and you give 33 Timbersaw, you lose the game. The question is whether Fade Timbersaw has the same level of aura.
Yeah, whenever you let something through, right, it's you saying, oh, you guys can't play this hero. We're just gonna give it to you in the first game, because the first game is always time to test your theories. Before you go into the match, you have all these theories, right? Oh, they're shit with this hero, they can't play this for sure, you know. And then somebody says, oh, just give it to them, it's okay, it's fine, you know. So the first game, it's always the game to test the waters, to see if you're right.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Winter. I think when
you lie to me all the time.
I don't. I think when you're at 1-3 in Dream League, I don't think you test things anymore.
No,
to be honest with
that's
you.
not what I mean. I'm saying in the first game of the series.
I know, but I think even in the first game of the series, I don't think you can really afford to give a team that momentum.
It's not just about testing theories, right? So it's part of strategy. So you look at how a team plays. For example, I look at your Dota buff. I see Venor, Ogre, Jakir. But this guy is a fucking toxic hero spammer, right? So I just ban all the heroes, you know. And then I just look at your heroes. Okay, I look at the games, right? If I want to be more specific, you always lose on Jakiro, and you only win when you play Ogre and Venom. So obviously, I'm going to go in with the theory that even though Jakiro is a broken shit, but I believe you can't play it. So I'll ban Ogre and Venom and give you Jakiro. I think this is what is exactly we are seeing right now.
Sure, and the stats back it up as well. You take a quick look at Gamer Legion and their Timbersaw performances in the past month or so. They've only been able to get it first pick twice, and they lost once against Bet Boom almost a month ago, and once 4 days ago they managed to first pick it. It was met by a Paravision Centaur. This time round, they kind of prioritize, I guess, the team fight a little bit more. Mars also a very highly contested hero. Pretty surprising that the Centaur is still in the pool. But I guess with both your offlaners picked already, you don't really care for that horsey boy anymore.
Unless you are in the mood for some mid centaur. You know who's playing mid centaur right now?
Don't even. I saw
GPK.
Well, unfortunately, GPK is out sick. Okay, have some respect. He's not even playing this tournament anymore. Unfortunately, he's been stood in for by Mr. Kiyotaka. But this is something I wanted to ask because I've noticed that a lot of teams like to pick this Pugna as a response to the Timbersaw. I don't really get it because in my mind, Pugna's really great pushing towers.
But what's not to get? Pugna has a spell that's called Nether Ward.
Sure.
And Nether Ward damages you when you cast your spell. And you click on Timbersaw. Timbersaw has 3 active spells. And on top of that, you are very, very good at killing Timbersaw when he doesn't have any magic resist items.
Are you sure? I mean, I'm just thinking.
You do a lot of magic damage on Pugna with your other spells, not just the Nether Ward.
Get me out. Get me out, Winter. You ready for this? This is gonna blow your mind.
I'm
Timber
not
Chain.
ready.
Timber Chain. What does Pugna do against Timber Chain, Winter?
Pugna? You're not supposed to get Timber Chained, period.
No,
You're hiding.
I mean,
bro,
you
you're
say
hiding.
you say he's so good at killing the Timbersaw. I'm saying, yeah, Timbersaw can just Timber Chain away from you. Maybe not anymore with a Nyx on his tail though.
So what you're supposed to do as Pugna is you wait, and when the Timbersaw shows up and he Timber Chains, he commits into the fight, and then you burst him with your Dagon. Just kidding.
Okay. Well, Heroic, they certainly woke up on the active side of the bed today. They want to move fast. They got 2 scuttling insects ready to put the pressure on. A Weaver pick here, more than likely going to be the position
nice Weaver pick here. Weaver pick is very good against all their heroes. And you don't care about Demonic Purge. I think whenever you see SD, you're always thinking, oh my god, he has a BKB piercing slow, right? You want to hear that, acknowledge it. And then Weaver is really, really good into Timbersaw in the lane and in early game because the Timber can't really kill you. And you have time lapse to kind of remove a lot of the damage. And you're also really, really good into Bat Rider support because the Bat Rider support has very little tools of locking you down. And on top of that, they have a perfect Nyx game, almost close to perfect Nyx game right now. You know, it's really good against all 3 heroes with the Carapace. Maybe SD not so much because the SD nowadays you don't really play with the poison as much. It's more about the disseminate, disruption.
Sure.
So there's that. But it's still a very good hero against the Timber and the Bat.
I do wonder if we're going to see Gamer Legion try and take advantage of this Nyx Assassin though, because as much as it is a good Nyx game, Nyx is absolute garbage in the lane, right? You pick something
garbage
strong
in the lane and garbage in like team fights most of the time. You know, he likes to split the map and go for pickoffs until a very, very late game where he actually starts to want to take the team fights. But you're right, his main problem in the game is the first 5-10 minutes where he's kind of like a creep.
Yeah. I just worry a little bit because Mars, of course, one of the most stable laners, but now you're going to snap up a Kez to really put the pressure on. We've seen just how well Kez can scale. You talk about the amount of tools that a player has. Gamer Legions, I mean, Yamson, he's going to have everything in the kitchen sink. There's also the chance that this is a mid Kez, although I'm inclined to think it's going to the safe lane to try and bully the Vi Lama as much as possible.
Yeah, the Kez is going to be very, very useful, I think, against all this like Weaver, Pugna, where they don't like to buy any things to dispel the silence. So I can see the silence working out very well. And he's very strong in the lane against double melee, Nyx and Mars. So I think this hero can definitely snowball and get a very, very good start, and you start to run around and you just keep killing heroes. And then you combine that with a Timber where you just want to hold an area and you want to wait for your cores or your supports to go to you. I think this Cass and Timber has a lot of synergy together in terms of how they are playing the game.
Okay. Still feel like, to a certain extent, Kez is the type of hero that is pretty hard to break down. Still kind of have a difficult time understanding
like what he does in the game.
No, not really what he does, but more like I feel like a lot of other heroes have obvious power spikes. I can tell that when Kez has Falcon Blade Desolator, he's feeling happy, and then another power spike when he has the Aghanims. It always confuses me a little bit when exactly the Kez wants to go, right? What's the timing for him? Because he's such a strong hero that it feels like once he gets 1 or 2 items, he can just keep fighting. But then sometimes you see the Kez like wants to scale as well, it's weird.
He fights all the time, and I feel like he has a lot of small little timings, and he's always like able to fight. I don't think there's like a point in the game that he just wants to only farm it. I think this hero in most cases just wants to be a part of the action, want to go for kills, trade heroes, and just want to be there for your team, you know.
Sure. This Timber, as we get to the final picks, could also be a mid lane Timber for RCY if they are looking to dodge that Weaver Pugna lane. Pretty scary for the Timber to offlane into.
I think either way they need to pick stuns and catch. They don't really have a lot of catch right now, so whether the Timber goes mid or the Timber goes offlane, the hero to complete this job has to be some sort of like catching hero. I mean, a lot of the catching heroes in mid, they don't like to play into Nyx, like those Embers, the Pugs.
I guess it's not the worst because you always have the Shadow Demon Disruption save.
I mean, you kind of can. It's still gonna be annoying, you know, with the spike characters. I mean,
I will say Ember versus Nyx goes both ways though, because Nyx just doesn't like being held down and
yeah, to a certain extent. And the way you play the Ember Spirit nowadays is also very different from before, right? So you're just using the remnants to land your chains and whatnot. You can do it from very, very far away. So I would say nowadays you're not as vulnerable towards the Nyx ganking you with the Carapace.
Sure. What is Whisper going to pick in the mid lane for himself? Yesterday, you talked about Whisper maybe lacking in terms of his hero pool, and that weakness was on display a little bit yesterday. He tried to bring the Huskar out, and it's clear that he...
I mean, right now it looks like a very good Storm game, right? Not a Huskar game. It's also like you need to figure out like what hero is good and what he's with. It's like a process, right? You just kind of want him to learn the actual mid heroes, and even if he feels like, oh, I can't really play it, but you just want to pick it so that he can improve or he can learn. Like you also mentioned, they're probably not gonna, make it through anyways. So why not just treat it as like practice? You need to get better. You need to pick him in this sort of environment. You want to make sure that he can learn and improve on the small little details, especially like when to move. I think laning wise, he's a really good laner. Like he needs to learn how to move in the mid game because it's different from his other heroes. So he needs to be able to understand that, and if he can actually conquer this hurdle, I think he will be a very, very good mid player in the future.
Some people might already disagree with you on that front. Some people might believe that he's already a good mid laner right now.
He's for sure, he's still top tier on certain heroes, but if you put him on the actual mid heroes, he might not be the best. I think Storm is an actual mid hero, so I think this is going to be like a good game to see like where is Whisper at in terms of the actual mid heroes. Can he actually play them well enough to win the game?
Sure. And as the dust settles and we have our lanes ahead of us, any particular side that you're favoring, at least in the early stages when we're heading out into the lanes?
Early stages, I think I would definitely prefer like the side with the Timber, Bat, and the Cass being active. But long term wise, mid game, late game, I think Heroic has a very, very strong draft. Scaling wise, team fight. They have the Mars, they have the Pugna ward. It's very, very annoying. Then have the Storm initiating. Storm and Pugna together is really, really strong. Like the Pugna keeps you topped up, and then you can always fight. I think it's going to be a battle of like who's going to be faster. I think both sides wants to play fast with the Cass and Weaver matchup on both sides as the carry players, and they're gonna be playing around their off laners and mid laners. They're playing for other people. So I think a lot of it is going to come down to who can outpace the other.
Sure. You talk about the late game scaling though, we recently had a harsh lesson in just how strong Kez late game can be. Weaver, of course, explosive burst damage later down the line as well. Once you get that shard, a Daedalus, a couple more maybe MKBs and stuff like that, heroes start to disappear. But until then, Gamer Legion versus Heroic, we're gonna start things off nice and civil. A battle not just of players who are probably pretty familiar with each other and have rubbed shoulders at certain points, but also a battle of the coaches, right? We saw in the player cams there Mangusu helping with the drafting against his former team. He probably knows a little bit of some secret sauce he can let his team know about to try and take advantage of.
Yeah, it's always like a very, very different like meta when you have like players in the team that understands their opponents really well, right? You're gonna try to use it against your opponents. You're trying to think, oh, they think that we're gonna do this, but we're gonna do that, you know. Like usually you would see that in the early game wards. Because you have to really take a look at all the replays and you have to understand, okay, this team likes to start the game like this. And they're always going to place certain wards in certain positions and you're going to try to abuse that.
Good luck, K3. Who the hell is K3? Okay. I guess he's referring to Yamson over there.
Yeah, as you said, he's played with K1. And now he's learned from K1, so he's become K3.
Who's K2?
I don't know, they jumped a number.
Yeah, they just missed. If anyone knows who K2 is, please let us know. Quick check on the facets. Nothing out of the ordinary other than the victory feast, which is pretty interesting. I thought that
against Shadow Demon? Oh,
exactly,
okay.
right? Against a Shadow Demon, you would always think you'd want to get that blind so that he can't save in the arena. Yeah, but a bit strange, isn't it? I wonder whether he's just thinking, even if I get the blood spot, you can shadow poison or the ember can jump in and give full vision or
it's
something.
I guess it's like also like you heal your teammates, right? Like Storm, you give him extra mana for the team fights. I think that's very, very nice for the hero.
The battle begins.
Sure. I think all in all, the victory phase is actually better overall in most cases.
Yeah, I really like the facet. I feel like people generally underestimate how much healing it gives you because it's like an overtime thing, right? And suddenly you think you're winning a fight and realistically speaking, it's never going to go your way. As soon as they get a kill, of course.
Yeah, it could matter a lot, you know, especially for a hero like Storm. Like he already has the Park now to give him health, and then you have the victory feast. And mid lane, I've seen this a few times. The level 1 smoke gang just for the first blood. The Ember, the Rough against the brother. The Storm is gonna die here.
That's painful. He goes down denying a
But he
creep,
didn't
so...
get the... What the hell? They didn't give him the kill? Why on earth would you go through so much trouble to set up that kill and you didn't give it to your Ember?
I don't think you're completely sad about that. I mean, Fade, it's not like he's being pressured out.
I mean, you're not completely sad, but it's still inefficient to have gone through the whole process and then not give him the last hit.
Yeah, one thing about Winter, he's a man who respects hierarchy. I feel like I've never discussed. I feel like you're the person I talk to the most who's most outraged about situations.
Bro,
like this.
it's
You're like,
not,
how
it's
could
not
they
just
do
about
that?
hierarchy. It's like you're trying to win the game, you give the kill to the core, you know?
Sure.
Your mid laner, don't you want your mid laner to get a good time, Mike?
Oh, what is that? I guess he just feels like he's in an awkward position, but he ends up TPing away out of pure fear.
Nice,
Whisper is
nice way of
putting a
dodging.
number onto RCY though. Maybe this is what the early gank was about, because even though he came late to the lane, he's still keeping up. CS is still looking okay.
I mean, this matchup is slightly Storm favored, obviously. Against melee hero Storm with the new facet. I mean, I say new, but it's been a while for some time.
Probably like 2.5 years at this point. I think.
The static slide? No, static slide is not 2.5 years for sure. I don't
You
know
do have to pull it up, brother.
I don't know the exact length, but it's just always really good against the melee heroes.
I don't know how to break this to you, Winter. We've had facets for
2.5 years.
Okay. Well, I'll go look it up. We'll see. But early game.
It's okay. I trust you, Mike. I trust you. I've been told that I doubt you too much. You know.
Who's telling you that?
I'm afraid it's my wife.
Okay. Sure, gotta listen to the wife, I guess. Schofield. This is kind of what we discussed about the Nyx Assassin. Echo Slash going off the mark there. Even if it did land, I don't think that they get the kill. But meanwhile, bot lane,
that's a big
Yuma
kill.
gets swiped down. This Weaver lane is supposed to beat out the Timber, but Fade is putting the pressure on instead.
It's the power of the disruption. I think they were able to
The
catch
guy's
him during the
dead.
Shuguchi. I mean, both side lanes dying, you know, back to back, and this is going to mean that they lose out on both Lotuses. This is very, very bad news. I mean, Whisper has to somehow, even though he got killed at level 1, he has to somehow find a way to gank the side lanes and help them.
A lot of that's going to come down to whether he can secure the power runes, and that is an affair that the supports also need to be involved in. You talk about fighting in the river, a Bat Rider and a Shadow Demon versus a Pugna and a Nyx. I know which side I want to be on.
I'm gonna take the Bat Rider SD anytime, any day, anywhere.
100%. I don't even want to.
200%, Mike.
Who at the 3? Make it 5.
You can play the Shadow Demon, I'll play the Bat Rider.
Wait, why you play? Oh, right, you're Bat Rider spammer. I forgot. You're disgusting. You coming at me for Venomancer gameplay. I feel like Bat Riders.
Bat is not the same as Venomancer, bro.
Look at this and tell me it's not gross.
It's
oh,
not. Okay,
Schofield!
fine.
You can't miss that. And out comes the speed voice line. He's gonna kill Schofield. That is cruel.
Okay, that is actually pretty disgusting. I'm not gonna lie. Just got ran down.
Yeah, I mean also.
Bro, he actually
lands
needed
the
to
stun.
he actually needed to TP right away when he got hit by the flame break and blood grenade.
Yeah, I think you're right. Not really what you want to see
This
from
is
the
the
Nyx
problem with
Assassin.
Nyx, right? We talk about Nyx being a creep in the early game. Very, very strong hero when it comes to mid game, when you get your levels and items, but before that, yeah, you are pretty much a very, very weak hero in the early game.
You know, between the Nyx or a creep, I'd rather have a creep at this point because at least you can deny him. I mean, right now, Davai is going to go down again. Speed is on the killing spree. This Pulse 5 Bat Rider, I mean, he's making it look amazing right now.
Yeah, he is. The lane bully, you run around, you have very, very high move speed. I mean, this is something that we don't talk about, I think, enough, you know. Being a support is actually very valuable playing heroes that have very high base move speed, so you can run around, set up, and you don't get killed easily in the lane. You can place wards in deep areas. There's a lot of things you can do, you know. This is why you don't see CM in pro play, you know, because she's so slow.
Yeah. Speaking of a deep ward, look at that. Already one placed into the triangle of the Radiant side. And I believe it was the Vi Lama who circled out both supports.
I mean, if they can actually get the rune and kill the Storm, Storm is not level 6 here. If they actually somehow find a way to kill the Storm, I'm actually surprised they're leaving on the two supports. They're going back to their side lanes. They probably should have stayed to protect the catapult. Yeah, I think this is a really big oversight here.
I mean, for now, seems like Speed has his eyes set on Davai, wants to kill the Mars again. At least Davai gets a courier, but can't even find a bounty. Gets splashed up by a Croaker. That is tough, and Speed is dominating. This Bat Rider, everywhere he goes, Heroes is just going down.
I mean, this skill is actually not really that great, you know. I think they needed to actually stay mid. And this is also the difference when I say that when you're not like a real mid player, the catapult wave, and you need to tell your teammates to come, you know, because you have to understand how much time you have before the Storm gets level 6, you know. And I think they actually missed a really, really big timing here to pressure the Storm.
Absolutely.
They definitely could have with the setup they had in the early game.
I mean, the way that they've warded so far makes me feel like they want to wait for the Storm to be...
Precisely, right? They ganked him level 1 with smoke, and then they place wards like this, and then they leave. They don't pressure him during the catapult wave, you know. That is very strange. But I'll see why
they're showing mercy.
Shield rune. Mercy. Come on, bro. They're showing mercy.
Spear, RCY, again, like you mentioned, still with the shield rune, he's completely fine. Barely scratched him. Trying to contest, 7 minutes, beautiful bounce away,
Very
and
nice.
Speed is going to steal it away. Bro, this Bat Rider is doing everything for Gamer Legion right now.
Makes me feel like I want to play Bat at the moment. He's
When
probably
do you
gonna
not wanna
die
play
here, but it's gonna be worth it.
He's not even gonna get. He is alive.
What? They missed the spear. They missed the impale. They missed everything.
What's going on, guys? Hey,
Just
Heroic,
happened?
what is going on to this team right now? I know it's tough. Bit of disruption here, looking for the setup onto Device, slowing him down with the blood grenade. Nice spear though. Pushes Yamsen away post grappling hook. The RCY here to cut them off. Go into the Ravensvale. The stun is there. They need help. A nice double stun is there, holding them in place. But Devi, he's just taking way too much damage over time. And King Jungles was a bit too far away to help with the decred.
Yeah, Storm was also in not a very good position, right? Not a lot of resources, doesn't have boots, doesn't really want to move. I mean, I don't know about not getting boots, getting the soaring first is also something that is rather greedy. I think when you look at your side lanes, right, your side lanes are already getting killed in the early game, and you know that you have to make rotations to go and help them. I don't know if it's good to get the soaring first, you know. I think it's gonna put your team in a very difficult spot.
Speaking of difficult spot, Whisper being run at in the mid lane. RCY swing and a whiff on the Searing Chains. Not going to be a kill that's happening anymore. Earn charges kind of being thrown out. He still has one more, but you kind of want to be conservative with those, I feel like.
That's okay. I mean, one is enough. You're gonna get one anyway every time you die.
Bit of a jump in, speed. He might have overextended this time. Big stick, big Lotus will burn up King Jungles but die for it. Not sure whether that was worthwhile.
Not a good trade. I mean, it's a little bit playing over, playing over his head, you know, like being over aggressive. Like they have all these very, very deep balls, and he's trying to, I guess, pressures and force some rotations, give his team space. But at the same time, you know, like every time he dies like this, he's feeding away so much. I think I would actually prefer him to be around the Ember, you know. I think they just need to move as a trio. SD, the Bat, and the Ember.
We're trying to make a move now into the mid lane, but Schofield there to back up Whisper, as per usual. We haven't really talked about Fade on this Timbersaw. We were mentioning that it's not been the most successful hero for this team, but in the middle of all that action in the top and the mid, they've managed to find a tower, and Fade's just free farming down here. Speed again, perhaps getting a bit too deep. Dead. He has to watch his HP with that Stoke Facet, but Whisper doesn't want to commit with the ball lightning.
Okay. Now runes. Yuma gets the Arcane Rune. This is so important that he actually gets the rune away from the Ember. And potentially buying them some time to farm. You know, they're gonna need as much as possible because they didn't get the Wisdom Shrine, so their supports are very, very low level. The Pugna and the Nyx, they're both level 4 at 10 minutes. You know. This is going to be like a huge problem. Like somehow Whisper needs to figure out where to make a rotation to make some space for his team. There's just no one else that can do that right now except for the Storm.
I mean, maybe you try and look towards top. Devi has that level 6, but not looking too healthy on the resources, and no tier 1 tower to work with as well. Where do you go? That is the question. You talked about both drafts wanting to outpace one another. In Gamer Legion, they have put their foot on the pedal. 4k gold lead at this early stage in the game already. Feels like they're getting everything they want.
Yeah, they really understand how to play against Heroic. Starting with the level 1 smoke, you know. When the Great Wave spawns just to kill Whisper, they know that when Whisper gets behind in the lane, he just wants to go back and farm. And he doesn't really try to make rotation. This is what I'm feeling right now. So maybe the thing they have to try to fix is when Whisper doesn't get a good start, he still needs to find the moves for his team, you know. And especially in games where your side lanes are not going well, you know. They have to try to figure out how to overcome this problem.
And Mangusu reading his former colleagues like a book right now. As them all mapped out, they finally expire the wards deep inside their jungle. Perhaps that will allow Heroic to make a smoke move out. But for now, it's Gamer Legion who are on the prowl. The Shadow Demon smoked up. I'm not sure whether RCY messed up or something. Maybe he slighted, or maybe Schofield ran a bit too close to him and the smoke broke. Not too sure what went on there, but now they'll see Schofield in his fresh vendetta. You can really tell that Heroic want to try and make something happen. They'll fight around the 12 minutes.
Oh, that's 5 heroes.
Going to be a top room. Gotta be careful. Whisper in some trouble. The slash is there. Way too much damage, but Whisper narrowly able to survive. Nice spear holding the Kez in place, but still Storm can't get out. RCY was able to do the lingering damage, and they'll shackle up that poor Mars to boot. Schofield has to try and scurry out of this one, but a Timber Chain to chase. Don't think you got the move speed forward. Fate still looking. They try and cut him off. Twisted Chakram, nice little dodge, and the Spike Carapace. Still a miss, but at least he gets out alive.
Yep, but they're gonna lose the mid tower, and this is very, very bad news for Heroic. Game is just gonna get harder and harder. They're losing control of the map. They're gonna even lose their triangle. And this is gonna be a very tough few minutes here. They have to plan ahead how to defend the 40-minute Wisdom Shrine. They have to be able to hold there. They're gonna have Arena in 50 seconds, so they should be able to have all their spells up and ready for that fight. But they need to bring a lot of heroes to defend it. I don't think they can allow Gamer Legion to just run in and steal it again.
Gamer Legion, they understand what their draft is good at the moment, right? You talked about how Heroic, especially with this Nyx, they want to split the map. They want to play for these individual pickoffs. They just haven't allowed Whisper to come online, and Schofield, that first Vendetta has gone completely wrong.
Timber is in trouble.
Tries for a kill. Maybe it's just a bit of a bait. That's the tag team play that we were asking for. Onto Fate. Nice little interrupt there with the Spike Carapace. Still with the Chakrams, not enough damage. Nice kill for Whisper, finally getting himself on the board.
Yeah, the Timber just overextending, playing too far into enemy territory there. It's paying the price. And whenever you have like Nyx, you have to be so careful. You have to really be prepared as a Nyx beside you.
Oh, this is way better though. Whisper in the mid lane getting focused up. He's not going to survive that one. Meanwhile, Divide gets a kill onto Speed, who just killed off KJ in the top lane. So trades going back and forth, but you still gotta imagine that Gamer Legion pretty happy with this as they continue to keep Whisper down, and RCY finds himself another nice rune.
Yeah, it's been picking up all the runes so far, Yeah, at the same time, you can't be dying on the Timber, In a game that started out like this, you have to be way cleaner with how you're playing on the map, You need to just make sure that you don't die, you push out the waves, and whenever the Nyx is missing, you just have to, play it safe, go to the jungle, and not feed away kills.
Yeah, the only reason why you can be that far up is if you're baiting for your team for some reason.
Yeah,
Schofield.
Precisely. Whenever you're playing against Invis heroes, you just have to assume they could be in the area because you never see them on the map.
Yeah. I guess the bright side of all the action happening across the map is that Gamer Legion were not able to make a concerted move towards the Wisdom Shrine, but now they're looking in the bot lane for Schofield. There's the Demonic Purge, and it'll be another free pick-off. Off the mark there with the Timber Chain, but Big Num will still secure that kill. A killing spree now for that Shadow Demon. Been playing very clean Dota on this offlane duo so far, apart from that one pick-off on Fade.
Yuma is going to get the Dazzle soon on the Weaver. I think with this Dazzle, they have to try to do something. They have to try to make a smoke and ideally get a very important core kill with the Arena.
Yeah, the game's starting to ball a bit out of control here as Gamer Legion's cause. Farming without any real resistance. You got your Kaya Sanj already on the Timber working towards the pipe. The Ember as well, Spirit Vessel, long done. He can look towards some defensive items. I'm not sure whether he wants something like a BKB this game. Whether he wants to further maybe get like a Kaya Sanj or a Shivas. Yeah, he's gonna look directly towards the BKB. That's gonna unlock his ability to just fight any way he wants.
Speed is running in. Whoa, they are running in so deep, Now they are going to... they're still going to get the rune at the end, but they were trying to hunt Whisper on the Storm there, thinking that he might stay around top lane.
Entry there. Arena is available. They should be able to focus down the Shadow Demon. I say that, but it's Schofield to go down first and Big Num to walk away. A lasso pulling in Devi. How dare you come for my support? Devi is not going to be able to finish this kill off. Turns around to try and preserve his own life, but way too much damage over time as he will tick out to the damage. Yamsun with a triple kill, and really not what you wanted to find there. AD Rune, RCY. There's still a time lapse. I think Yuma should be fine here, but you just feel like everywhere you go on the map, even when you're trying to set up kills with Schofield, it's just not working out for Heroic at all.
They're just not finding the openings with this Nyx, They need pickoffs right now, as soon as possible.
It's not happening.
Fate is in a very dangerous position again.
That he is, but you don't have the arena. All you have to work with is a spear, a stun. Do you have enough damage? Still pretty tanky. Keeping him in place, and now Whispers join the fray, pulling in the Timbersaw, and they'll manage to take him down. The supports were not nearby to help, and RCY, with a Savior Buddy syndrome, Schofield's gonna run in, look for the follow-up disable. RCY, the spear will tag him. Yuma, do you have the damage? Needs a few more auto attacks, and Schofield will get the connection.
That's such a big blunder. Him committing so deep there. It was being so deep, you know, into enemy territory. Now it's gonna cost them 3 kills.
Yeah, Whisper's gonna find a third. Yuma will be the one to pick up that last hit, and that is a killing spree like we were mentioning. And the TP in, Schofield, have you got a bit too deep? They're looking to the left though, looking onto speed. Lasso available, but he can't even find it. Divide won't burn out. Schofield managing to survive, and in one fell swoop, Gamer Legion, the advantage, they've just tossed it back over to Heroic. Sure, it's still a 4K gold lead, but this is everything that Heroic were looking for.
Yeah, it's really, really bad the way they played that sequence. They were not even ready to connect to that area. They definitely needed the 2 supports, the Bat and the Sheridan. They were so far away when the Timber went in, you know. I think he's just in over his head, you know. They have a very good start, but he needs his team to be around him, and you're only invulnerable, I would say, as Timber once you get the pipe, you know, this game, because there's so much magic damage from the Nyx, the Storm, the Mars, and the Pangna. You can actually die to that, you know. He's playing like he cannot be killed.
I think one thing's for sure, if Heroic only bring 1 or 2 heroes, Fate gets out every single time. Right, but Heroic are making a very active effort to punish him. Like, they are bringing all the numbers, Whispers coming over as well, and Fate, he just has to respect that Heroic are ready to do the same thing again. A smoke move out, Heroic, they want to keep the pressure on. Vendetta available, looking for a target. RCY would be huge. Sentry on the high ground, they find him, but he manages to slide first. There's the Vortex, there's the chain stun. A bit of a weird one from RCY, as I believe he had an ample opportunity to get out. Now you'll use out Jensen, Whisper on the backline. Disruption's gonna buy time for Big Dom, and now Fade's ready to fight. Trying to look for an angle in, trying to slow anyone he can down. But Heroic already sounding the horn to escape. Talent Toss not going to connect, speed off the mark. Same thing for the Impale at Schofield. He's just not been too good at landing these this game. But Yamson will be able to cut out one support, looking at the other, but they want the bigger kill onto Whisper. Again, more than enough mana to just disengage, and Heroic lucky to get away alive there.
Yeah, once again, another blunder by Gamers Legion. They didn't get the disrupt, you know. Bignan, I think he just hesitated too much. He just used the Disseminate first on the Ember, and then the Arena came in and he just couldn't get the disruption off after that, you know. He should have just disrupt him, and I think the fight would have been way, way easy, you know. The Ember doesn't die and then they just turn around and kill them all.
With that being said though, all the ultimates used on Heroic at that timing means that the Tormentor is just unlocked for Gamer Legion. One of the weird things about the Heroic gameplay so far feels like they haven't really been looking at the timings in particular. They're gonna try and come up here, smoke and punish the lingering hero. Scan comes through. Oh, if you can find the Cares, that would be everything. Yamson, he's had a perfect game so far and he needs to go down. More than enough burst along with Yuma, and they're hunting for more on Device. Speed down to the south. Don't think they caught a glimpse of him. There's a blink and a TP.
Yeah, they have to somehow settle down. Wait for heroes to be ready and then smoke and go together, you know. Like, it's so messy the way Gamer Legion has played the game despite starting the game so damn well, you know, with the lead they had from the early game.
Another catch, Davai with the Yule through the Twin Gates onto Big Ram. He thought he was safe, absolutely not. The hunting party has begun, and Heroic is starting to stack up the bodies. Very nicely done. He's gonna try TP, but he's in vision. Vortex is available, and you're just giving another free kill over to Whisper. Last bit of damage, needs the Soul Ring to try and find it. Up to the high ground. Plants himself in an awkward position. Fancy footwork from Speed, saving him in that scenario, but Schofield. Schofield, he's always in the right place. Don't need to land an Impale to secure that kill.
Yeah, that's too many kills, you know. They're giving away so many of these freebies towards Heroic. Heroic are just gladly, you know, taking advantage of them, you know. So credit to them, you know, they're just punishing their opponents for every single mistake that they are making. And right now, this is a very risky move. It just feels like they're having such a bad last 5 minutes and they're just trying to do something very, very drastic with this Roshan when the Bat Rider is
still available. This is scary. In comes the Zip. Whisper ready for the action, forcing the Raptors dance. They're trying to focus KJ. They find him, but the Shadow Demon's down as well. Now looking onto Yamson. He's in trouble. Feared out, focused up, and killed. The Kev is just gone. And now, I mean, it's just the Timber Sword trying to fight against the world. A BKB on RCY will preserve him for now. With the Victory Feast, you can see how much it does for Whisper. Getting him back up to over half HP. The Spear connects onto Fade, keeping him out of the fight as RCY getting focused down. Whisper, you gotta be careful though, as Fade able to cut through them in the end. Looks like the Timber was enough after all.
Yeah, good last couple of kills there by Timber. Cleaning up the Storm, cleaning up the Mars, that was very, very crucial. It looked like they could have just ended up with nothing and losing the bat there as well. So it just turned out that they were able to somehow salvage the fight there towards the end. I mean, you see the pipe, once the pipe is ready on the Timber, he's starting to be a real force, right? He can't be killed easily and he's allowed to output the damage. And we'll see here, this is a very peculiar Roshan attempt. They didn't really have a very good opening here with the Back Rider down and just decided to go in, and somehow Mars catches them in the middle and it all became very, very difficult.
See here that Yuma, he's doing a good job putting out the damage, but RCY with the BKB just tries to start focusing him down. To be honest with you, I'm not even sure where Yuma ended up dying, must have been in those final mommoments. Tries to come up to the high ground.
The lasso is also like pretty dangerous there, that he actually didn't just lasso the Storm. I think it was risky, but it worked out in the end. They were able to finish the two heroes and the game goes on. And now they're back in Roche.
Fade feeling unstoppable right now. Off of that fight, gets himself an Atos. Roshan is very, very low. You still have the Arena still healed in, gets stunned onto two. Arena's up as well. Talon Toss couldn't stop it. Aegis goes over to Fade though, he's too quick. Now Divide will go down, you'll have to give up this fight. Lasso not in time as Whisper has to evacuate. Atos will fight him, you need some help. Coming through in Spike Carapace, trying to stop them. Will be able to at least stop the Lasso from coming through. It looks like the Flame Break should catch KJ. Fate can just keep diving in. He's so strong right now. King Jungles will go down on the Pugna. Gamer Legion, as much as they've made some slip-ups, looks like the Roche call was the right one.
Yeah, there's no Arena, none of the team fight spells were ready, so they were able to secure the Roshan very, very safely there. And now the Timber is, yeah, it's starting to be very scary. Like the Glademir is going to be ready, and that's going to give them the extra catch they're going to need against the Storm Spirit.
Yet to really feel the impact of this Nyx Assassin so far. Sure, he's been able to stop some of the initiations, but coming out from Gamer Legion, it just doesn't feel like it's enough. They don't have the gas in the tank to kill some of these tankier heroes, especially not Fade now with that Aegis. Starting to mop up the outer towers on the map. Heroic, what is the response here? Do you just need to dodge, or are you still trying to fight?
I think they have to find the pickoffs still. I think the game plan doesn't change. They want to play the map, they want to be around to look for pickoffs on the Nyx and the Storm Spirit, obviously. And I mean, if you look at scaling wise, if you go late game, I think against like Timber and the Cass, I feel like it's going to be harder for them in the late game situation. So ideally, they have to find a way to come back into the game as soon as possible via all these small little pickoffs they can find on the map. They're looking for one right now at top.
Too quick.
He's going to find a bat, I think. He might. I think Schofield knows someone is around.
A bit too late though. Misses the mark slightly. That's got to be so frustrating. You got two insects crawling around trying to find anything to feast on. The best thing they might find is a courier. They don't even get that. A BKB completed for the Mars. That could be something. Oh, Fate gets spotted out here. This is... Did they see him? I saw a ping. A Fate spots them. This is not who you want to go on. RCY now closing in onto Devi. Now spot out that Mars BKB. It does feel so difficult for the Weaver to...
Yeah, we was gonna need to finish the datas right now. I mean, you mentioned it's starting to feel difficult to kill off heroes, but once they get the datas, I think it's gonna solve a couple of their problems.
To be honest with you, I thought Yuma did a great job in that previous fight. I saw BKB being used, forced out. I'm not sure whether he misclicked or something, but... Yeah, but you kind of see how fast Yuma can die the second the Timber looks towards him, right? Like, he was doing just fine the entire time, still at time-lapse and everything, and then suddenly 2 Chakrams, 1 Timber Chain, 1 Whirling Death, and he dies like 80% HP to 0. Smoke move out. Should be able to catch the buy. No hope there, and the BKB was previously expended, so he's just gonna get cut down to size. Good move here from Gamer Legion.
Yeah, nice little find here. They have to keep, I think they have to keep finding all these really good moves right now. They do not want to give away the momentum to Heroic. 28-minute shrines are coming up. Gamer Legion looking to try to just secure both by sending the Ember Spirit back towards their own, and they have the rest of the heroes on the enemy shrine. And do they have BKB on Storm? Yeah, Storm has BKB. I think this is like a pretty big spike right now for Heroic to fight back. Double BKB on the Storm and the Mars. They need to find a good initiation here.
Yeah, you can see there's respect from Gamer Legion being shown, right? They even scanned that Shrine of Wisdom because they're not sure where Heroic are. Haven't seen any of their heroes in a while. Not sure whether Schofield's on the hunt.
Hey, look at
Fade will just
he's all
fearlessly
alone.
walk on
He's
forward.
1v5.
I mean, he knows. He doesn't have to be scared of a thing, but maybe he's made a mistake here.
But
Will
why?
lose the first life.
Where's his team?
Bit too far away. Fade will lose the gem to Divide, and now he's going to try and come back. Getting speared up. Fade, have you gone a bit too far in? The answer is absolutely yes. What the damn hell are you doing, brother? Now you're looking towards speed. You need a bit of vision.
I mean, this is the
dusted up.
repeat. This is the repeat of the early game where he fed twice because he was like so far away from his team. And this is the reason why they are losing on Timber, you know. Like, he doesn't feel like he understands the power of the hero. I think he always thinks that he's way stronger than he should be, and he's disregarding his teammate's position on the map whenever he's playing this hero.
I mean, don't get us wrong, right? We're not saying Timber is not absolutely OP. There's a reason why he's picked and banned, but the reason why he's OP is because if you have a figure like him in the fight, you kind of need to full focus him like Heroic did, and then suddenly the rest of your team is just fully unable to cast their spells.
It's easy to play with his hero because the hero is very hard to kill, number one. The hero does a lot of damage down to, and the hero clears waves very quickly. So it makes it easy, in theory, to connect to your team. But the way they are playing it, this doesn't look like the Timber is OP at all. They're just not really connecting as a team towards the Timber, and obviously the Timber also has responsibilities to not go in 1v5, you know, all the time. I think it's a mental thing for the Timber, like he's just feeling that he's unkillable all the time.
It's just surprising when you see it come out from Fade of all people, because I feel like Gamer Legion, they've relied on Fade to be that rock for them, the team fighter, the initiator a lot of the time. Maybe it's just a hero that doesn't necessarily fit his playstyle. Bugs coming out, lasso up, grabbing onto Divide, but they managed to get a nice decrep onto him, saving him for now, but Yamsun still with the Raptor Dance, slashing away and killing the Mars. They'll drop the gem to the deck, and Heroic have to disengage. No more fight for them here.
Yeah, Timber is looking for a claim here. He's gonna catch two. Very nice.
That's huge.
Okay.
I will give KJ credit and say that that was intentional, because that was pretty cool. I think that's one of the last few self-deny mechanics you can actually have in the game. So he manages to deny them of the gold, but obviously he still ends up going down.
You must miss the Abaddon. Abaddon could have... he could do it so much before. It was so easy to do it. That was so imba.
I'm actually okay without it, to be honest. I don't mind it being
I
gone.
know, me too.
What I do mind is this Timbersaw hero being so absolutely busted. We saw Fade overplaying his hand a few times, and then he's still top net worth. He dies in key locations. He's still completely unkillable.
Yes. The hero just farms so quickly, you know, and then you get mana back because of your innate exposure therapy. So you can just keep going and going. I mean, if you look at his build, right, like he's actually allowed to, you know, do so much damage. Like if you look at his build, it doesn't scream like he's doing a lot. Then he has a pipe, you know. Then he has a Gleipnir. Like he shouldn't be doing so much damage, you know, but he is doing so much. It's crazy. Like he can go for a build that allows him to be tanky and doesn't sacrifice the amount of damage he's doing in the team fights.
Yeah, like literally none of his talents give him any damage whatsoever, right? He got Chakram Slow, Reactive Armor, Mana Regen. Okay, he's still ripping these heroes apart. Smoke move up now, Gamer Legion on the prowl. They still very much are in the driver's seat by a long shot, and it remains to be seen what the answer from Heroic will be. They've just been cowering on their side of the map for the most part. Trying to set up some vision. But the ward on the high ground, that's a pretty decent scouting one. Coming in forward now.
Speed.
Chivas, he got to BKB. Devi got to turn around. He doesn't even get the chance. The lasso's in and he eliminates him. Ends up being a 1-for-2 exchange. Speed getting a bit too deep and dying to the collateral there, but Fate, again, this is where I encourage this type of gameplay, right? He actually is unkillable.
This is fine. Gotta know
Forcing
when
the
to
time
do it.
lapse. Schofield. Spike Carapace saves him there.
Vessel.
Very,
take
very
to the
close.
Vessel. Oh no, he actually died to the DPS of the Kes, the Katana.
Now onto the racks they go. 20 charges on the Deso, just ripping these apart with ease. Heroic, it just feels like they don't have any semblance of a response. Yes, you managed to get speed, but then what? You just imagine, even if Heroic did jump in and did commit onto one of the cores, say Ember Spirit or Yamsun, what's stopping them from just popping BKB and pressing Raptor Dance, or maybe even the Disruption coming out? It just feels like you're past the point where you can actually kill any of these heroes convincingly, especially if you're taking the 5v5.
Yeah,
hasn't really worked out at all.
Also because you don't have the blood spot, right? So it's not very reliable for you to kill heroes if you don't catch the SD. So it forces you to be very, very conservative in your initiation. Like you have to see where is the Shadow Demon before you can jump in with the mask.
Might be the final fight of the game here. Smoke right in the mid lane. It's gonna break onto 3. That's a huge change, and KJ just goes down instantly. Has the buyback. They can't really find a target. They get the SD on the backline though. Heroic doing a good job eliminating the support, but Devi, again, he's just going to go down with ease, forcing the time lapse out from Yuma to the left side. Now Scorpio on the run will surely be chased down here. There's a buyback coming out from Big Num. I think Gamer Legion, they're fully aware that this game is theirs to win now. Just need to wait for the Roche coming back up in 5 seconds. Bit of a long respawn time. It's up to the max, but get that Aegis now. No real answer from Heroic.
Yeah, they just couldn't really find the initiation that they wanted to. You know, like the Timber is just like such a big annoying hero in front, you know, and then they got a 3-man Eternal Chains from the Glaive, yeah, which made the fight so easy after that. Once you get caught, the Timber unloads all the damage, and that's it, you know.
We didn't even mention that Whisper has that freshly picked up Aghanim Scepter as well with the Vortex, but it just didn't really feel like a factor in that fight. Yuma as well, he's forced to skirt around the outer ring of the fight, right? He can't get in.
He doesn't have the right environment to do his damage. He's not allowed to right-click people because they're not getting the right jumps with the Storm of the Arena. And meanwhile, KJ is gonna die. This is a dieback. It's gonna be a very, very long death. In SEA, this is what we call Facebook time.
True.
Do you guys still call it Facebook time?
I haven't heard that in a hot minute, to be honest with you. Yuma is gonna try and be sneaky, but he gets dusted up. Yuma, what are you doing down here? Has to pop the BKB, but he can't TP away because there's the bashes, there's the slashes. Yamsun, he's on your tail, and he'll chop you down. Pest extermination, success. Gamer Legion saying, get the hell out of my top lane. It really does feel like it all came down to that early laning stage. You draft the Weaver, you draft the Pugna. How are you losing lane? Same situation, right? With Schofield, we talked about it being an excellent Nyx Assassin game. But then he just dies like 4 times to speed. Okay, you're never going to get to that point in the game where it actually matters. And then you put so much pressure on Whisper's shoulders to make something happen in a game where he had to die first to a gank. Devi's not getting any clean initiations, nothing. Absolutely nothing is working out for Heroic in this game.
Yeah, it goes to show how Gamer Legion really understands them, you know, understands how they are playing. I think it all really started with the level 1 smoke, right? They understand if they can somehow break apart Whisper's laning, the game is going to, you know, become very, very difficult for them to play out, and it's really, really working out well. Banner's dropped. The cat still has his Aegis, he has no fear, and Timber is running in now, and this is the right time to run in when the enemy carry is dead.
Getting speared back, but this is not really a position where you can threaten the Timber. You need that physical damage from Yuma. Is in a little bit of trouble. Does have that Aegis though. Phil put him in a tough spot. Still have the Solar Crest. He'll take out Whisper there.
Yuma's alive.
Yuma is in fact alive. There's a big arena onto 3. BKB out as well. Devi gonna look to control them. Holding them in place. Vortex onto 2. Not too bad, but the disruption is there. They finish off RCY. That's a big kill. Can they find any more? Whisper back up to full thanks to that victory feast. And now onto Fade. They're able to kill him off. The buyback there from RCY. A little bit messy from Gamer Legion. Here comes the lasso. They're jumping back in. Onto Whisper. He has the buyback immediately, but he can join them immediately. Jumping back in with another Vortex, holding on to Kes, but the TP BKB is there. The Nightfall out. He got a stun. Looking for it, can't find it. Devi was a bit too far off to the right. Somehow, Heroic managed to hold.
And lose the Rex. In Gamer Legion, again, you know, a little bit of oversection again. I think it was fine when the Timber did his thing, when he jumped in and he got spear back, but then the Kes didn't need to go in and help him. I think the Timber was okay, he was able to walk out. They just needed to hit the Rex. Plain simple. Objective gamer, you know. They needed that objective gaming moment. I think it was somewhere around here. He gets stunned, then he gets spear back, and they just need to ignore him. He's fine, look at him, he's okay. They didn't need to go in, the chain was okay, but the Kes just needed to finish the Rex, you know. The chain was just to disrupt and delay, you know, the defense, you know. They didn't need to commit in. And this put them in a very, very awkward spot, right? The Aegis is used, and then they kind of have to go in, and they stayed around, and the arena catches them, and they die.
Gotta also mention that Whisper, that was his buyback, right? He tries to commit for the fight here, he ends up getting blasted down, but then he immediately rejoins. That's the power of the Storm on the base defense. You can just immediately come back out, and I think that's where the Aghanim plays a big part. Lasso onto King Jungles again. Feels like this game he's just been found 1-11. Not really the performance that you want from your save support.
Yeah, he has a Lincoln's, but he's still just sitting dark, right, once they catch him.
Fine, the mid lane. Can he even get out of here?
I mean, the default area, that's pretty big.
That is huge. They're still chasing. A good thing for him, he goes off to the right side. If not, he would have been caught by that chakra. Great placement there from Fade. It really feels like... Funnily enough, even with a 14k gold lead, I feel like Gamer Legion are slipping up just enough that Heroic are somehow still alive in this game.
Do you know what it means? It means they were in such a dominant position that allowed them to make so many mistakes, and they are still ahead in the game, you know?
They're literally just finding these pickoffs off cooldown. I still blink away from Schofield, but they know exactly where he is. It's daytime. A chase with the grappling hook. Big Lotus there. Going in Viz. And with the scuttle, he's actually going to escape somehow.
It's going to be very, very hard to run down here.
Catch a glimpse, but the Ember of the Gem has no mana.
Like, you wish you had a glimpse.
You do.
Oh, level 25 Timbersaw online. He has the long chain.
Level 25 Yamsun as well. Echo Slash attack's gonna go crazy. What's the plan now? Are you scared of the high ground defense so much that you're gonna wait for the next Roche? I guess there's no harm in doing so, right? Just keep choking out the map.
They don't
have need to force it.
They don't have to, I think. I think with the right setup, they could still get the Rex and kill them.
Hold this thought. Big smoke and the scan. Gamer Legion know exactly where Heroic are coming from, and they put Fate right in the front. Big bad
RCY
Timbersaw.
has X. He's very strong now. That's a big power spike for the Ember.
Look at their positioning. They know exactly what's coming. RCY all the way to the back, so he can't get found even by rotating Schofield. Creeps are going to start pushing it in the mid lane. No one's showing in the mid. No one's showing in the top. Devi will finally reveal himself. And the circle is drawn. They know exactly where Heroic are, like I mentioned. What or not.
Yeah, they're going to smoke up right now. Ember has all the items he needs. They just need a good initiation. I mean, if they could jump the Mars or they could jump the Pugna, those are two very, very good targets to go on.
Oh, they've had no problem jumping the Pugna this entire game, I'll tell you that for free. Lincolns might trip them up a bit on the Bat Rider lasso if that's what they're going in with though.
Yeah, AD on their cats right now. They really want to
Yikes.
find a pick off here. They might see someone here.
Up to the high ground, but there's a ward. Immediate time lapse.
Oh my
Lasso
God.
is there.
King Jungles again.
King Jungles again, like you mentioned. I believe he must have used the Linkedins on somebody else. I'm not too sure, but they get the lasso onto him.
I think he placed it on the Weaver. Yeah, he placed it on Weaver. Weaver has Rapier, by the way.
Ooh. Yuma, no stranger to that item, but it's not really going to matter if you're just losing your heroes left and right. Forcing the BKB TP out from the Mars, meaning he doesn't have it available for the base defense. Yuma with a Blink Dagger. He's gonna try and jump the back line, find the supports, make use of the Schofield vision, but Speed, he's holding that high ground with a sentry available. Just stepped out of it. More than enough damage. BKB not going to matter. Nice pick off there.
They have a ward here. They're gonna see them, you know. I think they're gonna run them down here. Ember's around the neighborhood. Oh, the Nyx, he's in vision.
Gonna get caught. Schofield, with not enough gold for buyback, will take a tumble. Both supports for Heroic being picked off here. Again, it comes at the cost of speed, but you're kind of at the point where this Weaver, I think, especially with this Blink, he can pick and choose his targets a lot easier. He's also level 25, so +1 Geminate attack, it might just unlock the fights for him.
Yeah, the Blink
This
is
doesn't get
actually
easier.
a very, very interesting choice. I think he just wants the flexibility to find the Shadow Demon. The Shadow Demon is just such a big problem in the fights for him.
Sure.
Like with the saves, the disrupts, and just being in general very annoying in the team fights.
Aegis again claimed easily for Yamsun though. Looks like he's working towards what I think is a Satanic.
Yeah, but at the same time, they don't have any nullifiers on Heroic side, right? So this Ghost Scepter on SD is going to, most of the time, keep himself alive.
Sure. Haven't really been able
and
to
also, like
afford
you
that.
mentioned, Cass has Satanic now, so he is going to have an extra life if he gets his Raptor dance off when he's low.
I mean, the Ghost Scepter's starting to come out for speed as well. He has it in the backpack, so suddenly not quite as easy to burst down. Again, same position, Devi on the front lines. Gonna try and hold. Gets a stun out, that's awkward. That's not what you want. You still get speed though. Force the Yules out, Devi in trouble. Coming through, huge vortex. Devi will go down, he doesn't have buyback. Whisper tries to hold them back, but Yuma can't get in range. Has to use the time-lapse and the BKB. Looks like KJ will be the sacrifice, but they're looking for the bigger target. Onto Yuma, he turns around, throws out some damage, but no one's there to help him. The Divine Rapier's on the deck. Trying to TP back in, Whisper will pick it up. Very, very clutch plays from the Storm Spirit to preserve the Divine Rapier and bring it back to the Beetle.
I mean, still your buyback, being expanded, right? It's still not ideal. They didn't get the Aegis. He's still full health and full mana. I mean, somehow they need to win a team fight with some Vortex combo.
Oh, Whisper, he gets caught on the chains. He gets so low, but the heal coming out from the Pugna. Can they finish him off? Dropping way too low, and he ends up going down. Buyback is there, though. KJ somehow able to stay alive in the face of the Timbersaw.
And the damage
Starting
is
to
done.
rip away at the resources of Heroic, and just like that, Gamer Legion, they're happy with what they found. They'll back off for now, at least until the Bat Rider respawns.
They still have 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the Aegis. They don't even need to rush, and now Speed is going to TP back in, and they're ready to siege once more.
Yeah. Still a banner available if that's what they want. Gleipnir holding you in place. Yuma! Very scary as Gamson coming through, slashing out onto KJ. Again, has the second life, so it's not that bad that he's in the tier 4s, but they find KJ, forcing the buyback. Arena now. It's an easy Raptor dance. He will get clicked down by Yuma, but that's a time lapse used by the Weaver. Nice spear back, Yuma. And you fully focus him down. In comes Big Num with the disruption, saving them for now. Vortex is huge on the back lines, and they are able to kill off the Kaz. In the meanwhile, the distraction is there. Yuma, though, he's dropping so low to the Chakrams, they can't find him again. It's King Jungles keeping him alive, and another spear back, forcing the BKB from RCY.
They're not getting the Rex.
They aren't getting the Rex indeed. This time round, it's Heroic that outfight them, able to pick and pull them apart. bringing in Fade. There's the Impale. Yuma, he needs to get in for the damage. Still holding the high ground, but Fade, oh my goodness, the Disseminate. GG is called. They just killed themselves.
Pick Cloak plus Disseminate just destroyed everyone there. I mean, this is why this hero is like a tier 1 support right now. Like, it's just so insane, you know, how much damage that the hero does. You don't see the damage, but he does so much, and he keeps his teammates alive with the Disseminate, the Disruption, and then he has a BKB Piercing Disable with the Purge, right? This hero is just such a big menace right now in top flight Dota right now. You have to be able to hunt him down in the team fights. If you don't get the Shadow Demon in the team fights, you are not winning the team fights.
I don't think I can remember a single convincing teamfight Heroic won that it wasn't Gamer Legion overplaying or overstaying. It feels like any chance that Heroic had to win that game was all because a couple slip-ups, but other than that, Gamer Legion, I think it's exactly what you mentioned, Winter. They just know what their opponents want to do from the very start with the smoke move out, from the very start, putting Schofield in the dirt. I mean, this Nyx Assassin barely had any impact in the game. It's so difficult for him to operate, and every single time Devi comes in with an initiation, he's met with a very swift death at the hands of Yamsun.
I think the Nyx just had a hard time because Whisper, he just played too greedy in the early game. Like when your side lanes are doing very poorly and you don't move as the mid laner, I think you're gonna have a very hard time on the supports. They lost the 7-minute Wisdom Shrine, so the early game was just abysmal, you know, for Heroic. And Whisper didn't really do much to kind of counterbalance that. So they pretty much had a very, very hard time. I think they already lost the game. If you ask me, at 10-15 minutes, Heroic should have already lost the game. But Gamer Legion, with their throws so many times with the Timber, and they kind of gave Heroic a lifeline. But still, you know, with all that throws, they were still so far ahead. So imagine how big of a lead they accrued, you know, just from the laning phase.
So these mistakes that against some of the stronger teams, perhaps Gamer Legion would have thrown their lead away. You give some of these teams an inch, they'll take a mile, but unfortunately for Heroic, not exactly playing the cleaners as well. They were given some opportunities to take an advantage, but they just didn't have enough resources, right? It felt like at every point in time, they were a little bit behind. Schofield just didn't have enough items. The Pugna was just perpetually dead in every single fight as well. Very difficult game to watch if you're a Heroic fan, and hopefully for them, they're able to scrounge together something, because even though they are already mathematically out, you still want to make those steps towards improvement. Winter, you were saying at the start that you need to put Whisper through the ringer, and unfortunately at this first gantry, he's not passed. Let's see whether they're able to come back in game number 2, or whether Gamer Legion can take a nice win here.
That bloody time!
DreamLeague Season 27 is brought to you by DHL.
Hello guys, I'm Babi, the team manager of Heroic, and today I'm gonna show you a little bit of our bootcamp, so come with me. Starting here outside, we have our ping pong table, well, it's not ours, but the cat, and a small gym for the boys to, you know, work out. Coming inside, here is our kitchen. Let's see, granola, tunas, eggs, protein bars. Here is our lunch. Let's see what we have. Some salads with proteins and stuff. Here's our playing room. Some people are missing. They're either sleeping or not in the bootcamp. They're in their houses because they live in Europe. Hey KJ, what are you eating?
Salmon, chicken, couscous, vegetables.
Good. Hey Cafurtado, what are you doing?
Just preparing drafts for our series today.
Thank you. So I'm gonna go up, show you guys a little bit of our rooms. Maybe I should not open the doors, so let's see. See, really big rooms we share or sleeping individual rooms. And last but not least, this. After a match, a hard day, this amazing point just to relax, looking at the ocean. I hope you enjoyed it, and thank you.
Heroic versus Gamer Legion. Game number 2 here at Dream League Season 27. We are well into our Swiss stage here in the opening few days of the tournament. And many people might be wondering what we're doing seeing Heroic here at this stage. 1 win, 3 losses. Maybe some NA doubters would feel like Gamer Legion, of course, they'd end up here. But Heroic, not so much, especially with how they started out with their new roster. They literally won a tournament, and then since then it's been kind of a downhill decline. Feels like teams are starting to figure them out, Winter, and no better team to do it than Gamer Legion, who have their former assistant coach Mangusu on their side.
He knows their strengths and weaknesses. He's the man that's been on the inside of Heroic.
A secret agent M, perhaps. He's coming back out. Is out with a vengeance. Of course, we do know that the Heroic guys have immense respect for him, and maybe the move out for him from assistant coach was more of a, okay, you know, let's separate and try and look for opportunities for ourselves. We know it was on good terms, so it's not like some sort of revenge battle or anything.
We are better
but
off without each other.
Something like that, but a bit more friendly. You know, a bit less hateful.
What?
A bit
What do
less.
you mean? That wasn't friendly? The way I said it wasn't friendly?
Yeah, so I'm saying a bit more friendly. I think that's kind of the situation that it was for them. But nothing friendly about this situation that we have right here. 1-3 on the score. Like we said, 1 win, 3 losses, in case you didn't really understand that. That means none of these teams are likely to proceed to the top 8 of the tournament. But there's still pride on the line, and there's still prizes in the form of cash money. $3.5 thousand per series win. Kind of a big deal. I think during the break we saw Heroic's boot camp. Of course, that is very helpfully, I think, supported by ESL. But at the same time, you know, a little bit of ESL support doesn't put food on the table, doesn't pay the bills, doesn't inspire a lot of confidence, much like Heroic's performance so far. Somehow, with the Mars and the Shadow Demon banned, the Marcy makes it through the pool here for Heroic.
Not a hero that we get to see too often. Usually it's in the ban phase, but recently I've seen some teams start to ignore this hero. I think this hero is actually still really good on the carry role. I prefer it on the carry role, because I think sometimes on the offlane role you kind of have a lot more hiccups. You get punished in the lane more because there's a lot more position 5s that are really, really strong in the lane. You know, guess what? You know, Jakiro. And you don't really get to play your perfect timing game. I think Marcy is very, very powerful, because once you get to your timings without, you know, getting punished too much, the hero just runs over the game on its own.
Sure. I don't know whether that is something Heroic were able to do in recent memory though. Just up against Pipsqueak +4 2 days ago, they had the chance to secure their Marcy in both games, one on overall last pick and one on 14, and they got completely manhandled. In fact, it wasn't even close. Pipsqueak just destroyed them. I don't know how much confidence they still have in this hero, but they're going to make sure that it gets off to a good start. It's a hero that relies a lot on snowballing, doesn't really farm the fastest as well. So you're trying to get that Helm Dom, you're trying to make action happen, you're trying to really grow quickly. A Gamer Legion, they're going to go back for this speed, presumably Bat Rider, right? It looked so amazing for them in that game number 1. It was bullying everybody, the early rotations were excellent. I don't mind it.
It's also a very good hero against Marcy. I think against Marcy you need BKB piercing disables.
Right.
Bane is one of those heroes that Marcy really doesn't like to play against. I think Bat Rider sort of functions the same way. Because when you pop your Unleash and your BKB, you want to hit and kill heroes. So you do not want to get controlled. I think that's the main reason why they picked the Bat over the Jakiro. You know, Jakiro is available, but they opted to pick Bat instead.
Sure. That was a big question right now. Heroic can pick up the Jakiro for themselves if it makes it through from the ban phase. What else is in contention here? There's the Tusk, there are Pangos, Jakiro will be snatched up. So position 4, Bat Rider instead for Big Num, I want to say, and then speed on the Jakiro. I mean, they could switch it however they want.
Probably Jakiro on 5 and Bat on 4 most likely. And usually I'm not the biggest fan of revealing your 2 supports, because it kind of gives opportunities for your team, the opponents, to pick certain heroes that can be very detrimental to you. Like normally against Jakiro and Bat, Abaddon's already banned, so that is the first one that comes to mind. Then heroes like PL, any dispelling heroes are usually very good against Bat and Jakiro.
What else is left available though? Because I feel like we talked at length about what type of heroes can actually survive in the offlane against Jakiro. The Skyref Mage, definitely a position 4 that can trade. Okay, you keep the distance, you concussive shot, you get that shield of the Scion.
I think we might see some Zoo heroes coming out this game. I think for Davai Lama.
Beastmaster?
Because most of the conventional ones are already banned. I mean, there's still Pangolia, but Pango kind of doesn't really feel that great into the Jakiro +1 lane. I think a Zoo hero will probably suit you a lot better. You have the Zoo hero to kind of come back from jungle. It's easier to recover in the game. And it kind of works with Marcy very well. I like Marcy carry plus a Zoo offlaner. I think the tempo of the game can be very, very punishing if you get a good start, and then you can roll over your opponents.
The problem is the start though. I think Heroic, in the previous game we were talking about their draft looking pretty decent overall, but they had to make it to the early mid game. Spoiler alert, they did not, which is why we're in this position right now where Gamer Legion just rolled over them, and despite some mistakes and sloppiness, Heroic still weren't really able to come back. You pick up a Warlock.
It's okay. It's a decent pick. Good lane, stable team fight. I think it's just useful. Both the support does a lot of damage, Skyraf and Warlock, so they're gonna need more setup in the next 2 picks. They don't have enough initiation, I think. So Gamer Legion right now, they need to figure out how to piece the puzzle together. So you have Jakiro, you have Bear Rider, so you need kind of more frontline heroes. I think tanky heroes. I think ideally a hero that builds pipe or some dispels is nice. Dispel is very good against Skyraf and Warlock. Someone who buys Lotus.
And Dispel's excellent for both sides this game, right? It's going to be in high supply. A high demand, sorry.
Or you just get a Lotus to remove that, I think that's also fine.
Does that Pango?
Pango's okay. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty nice against Warlock. Not so good against Sky, I think. You can potentially die to Sky easily in the game against the Silence. But it's a hero that kind of brings the whole lineup together. Frontline hero, you can initiate, you can body, so the Jakiro and Bat Rider can stand behind and cast their spells.
Yep. Also pretty decent because I feel like Bat Rider wants to jump in and kidnap somebody, and then that usually makes his teammates want to go forward and help him, right? But then suddenly you have a Rolling Thunder coming through. Sorry, out of the way, beep beep, and you just crash into all of them. They can't make it there, and that suddenly becomes a very easy pick-off and a very easy follow-up for the rest of the fight.
Yeah, the question is now, do you pick your carry, or do you reveal the Pangolia, which is his lane? I think ideally you keep it flex, and then you pick your carry, but it's also not easy to pick the carry here because you do not know where the Marcy is going. So if you want to pick a carry before seeing anything, you probably have to pick those that are better in blind picks, like Gyro, for example. They go for the Jug. Jug is kind of also okay going in blind because you know your lane. Jakiro and Juggernaut. I think these 2 heroes together, you generally do well against most lanes. It's very hard to get punished when you have a Jakiro beside you. So now Heroic has to make the decision of where the Marcy is going to go. Are they okay with running Marcy as a carry, or do they have an offlaner to counter this Juggernaut Jakiro lane? I think I mentioned earlier what it was the Enigma type of heroes. Okay, so they just go straight away to the Enigma. And this is one of those heroes where against Jug you have ways to kill them. And there's also Pangolia, the role. The Black Hole does well against the Jug and the Pangolia, but you have to be worried about the Lasso cancelling you. And now you have a very fast-paced lineup. I think double hero, Helm, actually not double Helm, maybe like Enigma with Marcy just running you down. And then you have the Sky and Walk. They're both very, very strong in the early game. So potentially, if Heroic does okay in the lane, or they do well, they can start a very, very quick snowball that's very, very hard to stop.
This also kind of goes back to one of the Heroic strengths that saw them win that tournament, right? It's the unpredictability. Most of the times when you see an Enigma come out here on the 18, you're like, okay, that's going to be the Davai Lama offlane hero, but there's the chance that Whisper brings this into the mid.
I think not this game, because they don't have the overall last pick. They can't do that. I think it's more or less set in stone, and Whisper has to play. I think he has to play like some conventional mid hero. Like they ban out the Ember, so it means what? They want Storm again? I'm not sure. They want Queen of Pain. Okay, Queen of Pain is also already banned. I think the best options here are.
I like
mostly.
Puck.
Yeah, I guess Puck is fine. Puck is nice too. You can lock down the Pangolier, prevent him from rolling. The supports have a hard time catching you.
Yep.
I mean, we see Jakiro's been a decent answer to Puck with the Ice Path.
True, but it takes a certain cracked Jakiro. Maybe Speed can be the man, right? I think Naman from Nemesis was the guy we were looking at. He just kept finding this Puck over and over. Really nice heal set the setups, but we'll see. I do think that Whisper Puck is one of the conventional mid heroes that he's actually really, really strong on. So it's not like it's a weak point like maybe the Huskar that we saw in a couple of other games.
Yeah, if they want Puck, they have to ban Huskar here. That's like no way. I think they cannot risk. They can't risk it.
RCY is a big Huskar player.
They're debating. They're using the time to decide what they're gonna do with this pick.
Yeah.
I think the Puck is probably the route they're going to go here. I can only see Puck or Storm. These are the two, I think, most sensible options here. And there are other heroes like Nature's Prophet mid, Invoker mid. It's probably out of the table because it's not in his wheelhouse.
It's interesting to see compared to the previous draft how many heroes that were previously banned are now showing their faces and how many heroes that were picked are now taken out of the pool, right? It just shows, at least for both sides, respect. The Lycan being taken out into the Puck. Very interesting ban here. I'm not really
because
certain.
they think that Gamer Legion is going to put the Pango against the Puck and pick another offlaner. And the Lycan kind of gives them the early game oomph, you know, that's some sort of tempo here to play their early game. Because Pango is actually pretty good in lane against Puck, because Puck has very little armor and your spells are all physical damage, so you can actually do well in this lane.
Yeah, I can see that. And the Lycan would be atrocious to give over to a player like Fate. He will Lycan you any day of the week. You got really weak supports.
Yeah, but it's
for
still
the shapeshift.
Beast, right? I mean, Beastmaster is quite similar to the Lycan in the way it functions in the game. And you have Beast, Juggernaut, I think is very, very strong together. Right? They actually go for the Puck counter. They're going to put the Pango in the off lane instead and go for Void Spirit, a way to shut down the Puck in the mid game. Reasonable as well with the silence. Very good into Warlock, Skywrath, and Puck, you know, the Aghanim's on the Void Spirit. Very big item timing here.
So what's it going to come down to? Because earlier on we were talking about Heroic and their option of turning things on. We were talking about that similar option in game 1. We never really got to see them start that engine. Is it a similar situation where Heroic need to get off to an early start, or what kind of timings are we waiting for from this lineup?
Not exactly. I think late game they still have pretty good scaling. You have Black Hole, Puck late game is absolutely scary, and there were a lot of things late game. I think even Marcy late game is not something that you can underestimate. You know, I think overall their scaling is there. It's more about like if they can use their early game creeps, you know, they're going to have Helms, they're going to have Enigma creeps, they're going to have the Warlock Rock. They have the potential to take a lot of map objectives in the early game if the laning phase goes well. Whereas for Gamer Legions, their job is to fend them off, right? They have the Rolling Thunder, they have the Bat Rider to initiate, and they have the Void Spirit to make rotations with the runes, right? So they kind of have to be able to withstand the pressure that would come out on Heroic. I think Heroic would be playing more on the offensive side in the early to mid game, and Gamer Legion has to defend against those pressure.
Well, let's see. Heroic certainly need to go on the offensive if they want to take the game number 2 win and force this series to a game 3. Again, 1-3 is the scoreline for both of these teams. They have yet to really find their footing in Dream League Season 27. Hopefully this is the beginning of a come around for them.
Yeah, let's see if they make any adjustments to prevent what happened in the last game, where Gamer Legion did a very sneaky level 1 smoke to kill off Whisper before the creeps, I guess when the creeps spawn.
It's been a while. Feels like it's been a bit since that play happened, but you gotta expect Whisper has to still be somewhat fresh in his mind, right?
Not really starting to do this, you know. I've seen like, I think it was Nemesis or someone else, or it was OG as well that did it. I think it's something that you kind of try to upset the balance of the mid matchup, because the mid matchup is absolutely so important right now, you know, that you dictate so much of the game because how the game. He should be fine.
Really ballsy play. Flame Break doesn't catch him.
Oh my God, they got him.
We're pulling back, and the Blood Grenade, he goes down. Whisper overplaying there. This time they don't even need to smoke to get him. He'll just give himself up for free.
They actually did smoke. He broke the smoke.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. Yeah, he didn't even. He just kind of walked in there.
The smoke was inconsequential.
That's painful
Roots.
stuff.
Give me
You're
the
talking
room.
about the importance of the mid lane matchup. A bit of a tussle here though. Shadow Word out onto Yuma. He's sustaining through this for now. Might still go down to the damage over time. Fate trying to find the last hit. Speed will have to secure it. Both supports were not able to save their carry. Fate might come back around. You gotta be careful. The threat of a double shield jump. Shield crash, sorry. I don't think you can trade into that.
Yeah,
But
at least
overall,
it wasn't the mid
good start
laner
from
that-
Gamer Legion.
At least it wasn't the mid laner that got the kill, right? It was the Jakiro and the Juggernaut that got the kills.
Sure.
Wait, there's a trial in top? What's going on?
No,
It's
Scopio's
bad, right?
TPing.
TP back top. No. Gamer Legion has a trial in top. They're waiting for someone to show. Because they know Yuma had to TP back to the lane after dying. So they're trying to kill him again. Alright, they decide, nope. It's taking too much time. Yeah. My carry is baby raging. Get back here to the lane. I can't last hit against Enigma.
Yeah, bro. Okay, you pick a Jakiro and you're leaving me? What the hell you pick the Jakiro for then? You go for a Tusk or some shit, brother. Speed's like, yes, boss. Sorry, boss.
Mike, you know what? Even if you are a Tusk, you cannot leave the lane at level 1.
Yeah.
That is
Not as
ill
a 5.
advice.
Not
Ill
as a 5.
advice, you know?
Alright. They talk about the Void Spirit being a counter to the Puck. How's the early laning stage though? I mean, Whisper, of course, he gave up first blood. But I think still should be pretty even. I guess RCY has the last hit damage advantage, but you have the orb on Whisper's side.
Yeah, and he also has some advantage in terms of XP. Whoa, getting it close. Oh my
He's
god,
just
solo
dead.
kill. I mean, Whisper is just having a really rough series. Both games dying before the creep spawn. And just getting bullied entirely in the lane by RCY. I mean, they definitely know one thing or two that we don't know about Whisper, you know, some weakness that he has, you know.
Yeah. I feel like most of the times when you're working with a team as an analyst or coach, you're spending so much time rewatching the replays. As much as you're studying your opponents, you start to pick up things that your team does weak as well.
Habits. Player
Exactly.
habits.
And sometimes, you know, when you're on the heroic side, you don't really need to worry so much about those habits, just things that you want to fix or take note of down the line. But clearly, Gamer Legion, there is some level of exploiting their opponents that is naked to the surface, all right? Like, we can't really tell exactly what it is that they know about their opponents, but it has to be there because Gamer Legion have got their number to some degree.
Yeah, always all this sort of domestic games, you know, inter-regional matchups. That's always something that you don't see, because both teams really understand each other.
Can you even call this inter-regional? SA versus NA? I guess there's too many players that have played with each other that it
in a way,
is
yeah,
kind of
kinda.
a civil war a little bit.
In C, we call that the Rambulan.
Yeah, only if you're Filipino though. But then again, I don't think there's enough of any other
Full nation squads, right?
yeah full nations. I'm trying to think. No Thai players. There's like one Singaporean player right now. The Malaysians all go to China.
Well, what can you do, you know?
That's true.
have
You
to
gotta
follow-
respect that RCY still pays tribute to his heritage. You know, he's got the Philippines voice line. That's perfect. Love to see it.
It's a very nice voice line, Mike.
It's
I've
an
seen
excellent
you spam
voice
it.
line.
I've seen you spam it all the time.
Can you blame me?
I can't. I understand.
I'm not even from the Philippines.
It's just a good voice line. You
It
don't
is,
have to
it's-
be
it's
from
a-
the Philippines to spam it.
That's true.
And that's one of the best voice lines I've used here. Or at least I've heard.
Yeah.
One of my favorites, all-time favorites.
And you know that compliment means a lot because Winter generally does not care about shit like this. It could not be bothered.
Why you gotta out me, man?
No, I mean it's not like it's not like something to be embarrassed about. You know, people have preferences. You know,
Yeah,
you care about a bit more about playing the game.
People make fun of me, you know.
Oh, do they? Is that your concern? You're so scared that people hate on you and make fun of you? Is that right, Winter?
They call me old, they call me names. Because I don't care about the cosmetics and anything else. I just care about the pure Dota aspect of the game.
Right. That's for sure what they flame you for. Whisper.
Old and boring, you know, Mike?
Don't worry, you're talking to the person who knows it best. Ooh, level 6. Tries to go in. RCY, getting frisky with it. Still got a second astral set. Trying to play around it. Pulls in Whisper. You're not getting out of this one. The jump in. RCY just outplaying his opponent. That is not what you want to see at all if you're a Heroic fan. And would you look at that? The catapult wave coming in to put on even more pressure onto the tower.
Alright, this is looking like a very, very bad start again for Heroic. I mean, they have to somehow help him, or at least deny the rune. They can't allow RCY to get the runes. There's no way. Like, if he gets the rune, the aim's gonna be really hard. Bat is gonna TP bot, meanwhile, trying to kill Enigma.
Spins onto him. The Vi has the drums, but not enough move speed, and the body block is there.
Hey, got him. How about the runes? Who's getting the runes? Alright, at least Whisper gets the rune.
When you bring three heroes to the mid lane, you better damn hope he gets the rune.
RCY, can they get revenge? Yep, they got him. The silence there. Very, very nice. Very good counter towards all the spirit heroes, you know. Skywrath.
You can tell this is the type of move that there's good comms flowing at least, right? Heroic, they might be down, but they're still sort of trying to stay sharp here. They saw 3 enemy heroes in the bot lane. They spotted out the Jakiro hiding away at the Eidolons, but the problem is if the Vi goes down again, that is not going to be worthwhile. Yamsun coming through the spin, but a bit too close to the tower. And Speed is actually the one dropping very low to the Eidolons.
Well, they kind of got a little bit lucky on the Enigma there, managing to get enough distance with the active on the drums, saving his life.
Hold that thought. Minute 7, you got to TP in and defend this Wisdom Shrine. Can't afford to give it away. Big Num. The Bad Rider already had success when it was being played by Speed to push them away with the Flame Break. But you bring in 3 heroes, deny this play, and Heroic, they're doing a much better job at securing and salvaging a pretty tough start.
Yeah, at least right now they're not going to have low XP on their support, you know. I mean, Whisper meanwhile has been getting some decent amount of gold and XP last minute or so. The kill on RCY, they're absolutely crucial for him to slowly come back into the game. And now the power runes are going to spawn again, you know. They have to, once again, dedicate 3 heroes to secure the runes.
Still almost 2 levels behind RCY though. This
yeah,
is such
I mean, imagine if he didn't get the kill.
Yeah, could be worse.
Rune time. RCY is alone again? Where's his backup?
It's Big Num. Ready to punish. Schofield will probably be the one going down. RCY bottling up the illusion rune, will jump in with the astral step and find himself the kill. Now Whisper has a coil, but you just don't have the damage between you and KJ. At least they'll get themselves a tower in the mid lane somehow.
The Park actually got the tower first? Okay.
Yeah, how did that even happen? Huh. Maybe they just
must have been that death, you know, because he was doing the catapult wave. The tower took a lot of damage.
True. Meanwhile, Devi in the bot lane gets chased down again. That's just the Jakiro and Juggernaut effect. Very, very difficult lane to run up into.
Yeah, I think if you're not Abaddon or you're not Axe, you can't really sit in this lane. It's just way too hard.
Trying to use the ultimate, Yuma. Putting the hands onto the Pango, but missed on the initial rebound and not enough chain stun. Meanwhile, another catch.
Yeah,
RCY able to
just stalling on them. He uses the illusion rune to get that extra bit of damage to finish up the wall before he makes the TP back to base.
Steal away the stacks as well.
Yeah, this is a lot of economical damage done towards the puck. I think Puck really needed those stacks, to come back in the game. I mean, he's not in a terrible spot anymore. I think he's in an okay spot. 3.6k net worth. I mean, compared to the Void Spirit is like 4.5k net worth, so it's still relatively high. But because they got the tower, so it feels like the game is not in a very bad spot for Heroic.
Sure. Although you look at the side lanes, I mean, Pango's still getting a decent amount of farm. He's not dying at the very least. And I feel like usually with an Enigma in your off lane, you want to be pressuring the towers, but he's the one being pushed back to his tier 1 by Yamsun and Speed. I just wonder where the next move is going to lie. It feels like Heroic, all they can do is play around Whisper, and Whisper's already a bit behind.
And
You're going to try and grab this 10-minute rune?
Like, who is going to get the rune? Or RCY gets the rune. Now this is a big rune. It means Heroic has to be more defensive in the next 2 minutes. Sit back and farm. I mean, your Warlock kind of has... I think he should have level 6 with his book right now. He has 4 charges. Should be enough. So they are gearing up to make a play on the bottom side with the black hole. Whereas Jakiro has gated top to secure the tower.
Yeah, Jug as well. They want no part of the fight in the bot lane. Yuma already has his Helm of the Dom, so he's just gonna move towards mid. The line is drawn. No one is going to stay top. They know that that's where Gamer Legion are focusing their forces, and they can't afford to fight RCY with this AD.
He just rocked to hit the tower.
Yeah, why not? Get rid of it.
Just the perfect excuse to drop it to farm some camps, yeah?
Why not?
All the Warlock players.
Whisper, being focused down, nice little waning rift away. Is that going to get him back out to safety? Trying to TP, Big Num, bounce back, pull them in, but no. Quick fingers there on Whisper will bail him out for this time round.
And the game is still, I think it's still looking good for Gamer Legion. Despite losing the mid tower, they have kind of, I think, stabilized for a bit in the last couple of minutes. RCY is really rich. He has his vessel, I think, completed. Let's see. Well, he has to go for it, but he's not choosing to get the vessel. He's choosing to get the Aghanims faster, which makes a lot of sense this game against the puck.
I mean, you're so far ahead, you might as well just get a head start on it, right?
Yeah,
Already
and we
has two
talk about
components
how
if you
much
want
you
it.
dislike getting defensive items on puck.
Yeah.
Like in general, you don't want to buy any like use or BKB if you have to, on puck. You just want to go all out damage items.
Big Num, being aggressed upon by the Eidolons, will get bailed out by his sister Shroud as well as the Pango in the vicinity. A shield rune grabbed now by the puck, so maybe an opportunity to try and find a play. They've yet to be able to really stop Yamsun, who has that Battle Fury at the 12 minutes. That is an excellent timing for the Juggernaut and has a nice ancient stack to get back to. Heroic, they want to invade this area. You gotta be careful on the Jug.
So they can't lose this stack. They have to bring their heroes to defend it. A Pango has to come. He has TP.
RCY rounding over as well, and this is not a hero you can afford to fight right now. Whisper, you gotta be so careful. Spin coming forward. Looking onto Schofield. Whisper will jump the back lines, but RCY, he's already found your support. Turn around with Mystic Flare, doing quite a bit of damage onto Yamsun, forcing the Omni Slash on the creeps. He'll be able to bounce back to safety. Ice Path catching the puck and the lasso as well. But in comes the Marcy, trying to bail out Whisper. The Shield Rune, it was held this entire time. And with the coil, they'll be able to finish off the Bat Rider.
And then
Rolling
Yuma.
Thunder in. They're looking at Yuma. RCY, not a lot of spells to work with at the moment, and Whisper will just hold them back.
Yeah, I felt
This
like that
Shield
was...
Rune has enabled this play entirely.
I felt like that was a big blunder. They're not killing the Skyrath though. I think they needed just to last. I mean, they can't afford to just let him use his spells, because he had the barrier. So it took so long to actually kill him with their spells. And then I think in the end, that was actually the thing that lost them the fight.
Yeah, two separate instances of shielding, right? First, the Shield of Scion, obviously, that you already mentioned, and Whisper as well. I think they probably saw that he had a Shield Rune, but when he started to get low, that's where you get baited in. Maybe you're not everybody page that, okay, we can't burst this guy, we can't focus him. Ends up being a little bit messy. And Heroic, they're not going to further push the 14-minute Wisdom Shrine. They're happy with what they've got.
Yeah, full tree is actually going well for Heroic. They've used the rock for towers every single time. And Park is kind of in a pretty good position in game after the disastrous early game. And everything has, I think, fully gone back to it. They have their timings, they have their drum and helm on the Enigma, so he's closing in onto step after this. I think as long as they're getting to the timings, the dagger on the Enigma and the BKB on the...
On top lane, hold that all win third kill. RCY and Speed 10 teaming up to take down the carrier Heroic.
It's just
too ambitious.
The first he missed.
He's done, I'll be honest, and he's one component away from the Axe. What a timing from him if he manages just... That's crazy.
Does the Park do? What does Park actually do? You know, he's gonna see it and then he has to decide: do I need to buy BKB right away, or why? Let's get a dagger first. You know, because if he goes dagger first, he's gonna have to be very, very crazy. You know, you have to be a lot more conservative.
I'm gonna. It's not excellent against Park, but this Enigma barely has items, right? So if he pops the black hole anywhere. Big kill on the Park here. Heroic, I think they're... I mean, they are in a better position now, but they still have to be so careful, especially if the Aghanims RCY, that was the reveal, and now the Park has to ask himself that difficult question that you mentioned, Winter. Does he have to rush a BKB all of a sudden?
And normally that's the choice of a lot of Park players, right? But they do it after the dagger. Dagger, Witchblade, and then get BKB next. But it's kind of like a very awkward position now because the Void Spirit is so rich, right? This is such an early timing on the Aghanims. It's gonna be tough.
So what do you do now as Heroic? Can you even afford to go out on the map, or is it just chill and farm? Because every moment that you're chilling and farming, Yamsun's just getting bigger and bigger, right, on this Juggernaut?
Yeah, he's also... I feel like he's gonna be the strongest hero in the game, right? In terms of like carry to carry matchup. In late game, it's going to be very, very tough to deal with Yamsun on the Juggernaut. I mean, you have the Black Hole, and that's about it, you know. And the enemy has less so to kind of cancel it, you know. So it's not like going to be like a free BKB Black Hole game as well.
Sure. It's just a little bit rough. A funny thing, if I told you to close your eyes and tell me which hero is 0-4 right now, you'd probably think it's one of the supports, but it's actually this Park. Whisper, like you mentioned, it just really has not been his series. I might even argue to say it's just not been his tournament at all.
Yeah, he needs some time to figure out what's wrong at the moment because they are trying to broaden his hero pool, and I think that's when the problems are starting to appear, right? So he kills up the BKB and they're going for Roshan right away. Oh, they get the coil onto Fate.
They're gonna try and burst him down, use the rock, pull him back in. That's more than enough damage. Fate, again, I think Gamer Legion have looked sharp, but the moments where they make a mistake tend to be with Fate just kind of stepping out of line for no real reason then.
Yeah, I think he just couldn't hit the wall. You know, he saw the wall got like was newly placed, right? There's no way that he could just run up and hit the wall without backup. And now they're gonna run in without Fate. Speed is leading the charge. Ice Path
Jump in into an Ice Path, that's awkward. Yuma still gets the Aegis, but you're running straight into a black hole. Not a fight that you can take anymore. RCY has to run for the hills. And we are chasing him, pull him back in. No charges on the Astral. But they managed to Omni Slash down the Park. They're still starting up RCY. They're trying to get the last hit onto this Void Spirit. They'll find him with the Eidolons. Yuma, he's doing his best to punch them into submission. Yamsun's there with the spin to disengage, and now the roll back. Fate finally rejoining the fight. Look at the damage he's able to provide his team. Manages to flatten the Skywrath Mage. Meanwhile, Levi, can you get out of here? No ice path in time.
Holy shit, that was so close. That was some crazy dive there to try and get the kill on the Jakiro there, almost costing him his life, you know. But a little bit of a lifeline here for, I think, for Heroic. It was a good decision to go for the Roche to get a pick off on the Pango, and then they were able to secure the Roshan on Marcy, and they also kind of didn't really lose too much, you know, when they are trying to retreat from the Roshan.
Yeah. Props to Yamsun in particular. I think we might see a replay of that fight, but you'll notice that as soon as he counts off every single one of Puck's spells, go straight in for the Omni Slash. Whisper could do absolutely nothing but get cut to pieces. The way the fight started also a bit awkward. Whisper jumping into an ice path. It's a nice black hole, but it only finds Big Num, and on paper, this is supposed to be a pretty clean retreat. But RCY, I think he uses all his Astral Steps a bit too early, and he ends up going down back to life. Huge fight happening as they found RCY again. No black hole, no problem, as Devi able to disengage. This is really bad news as Yamsun goes down. Fate to follow. What happened while we were looking at that replay? Heroic. They find a huge opportunity as Gamer Legion let the ball drop and lose 4 just like that. It's almost as if the early game never happened at all.
They were trying to kill, I think, the Enigma with the lasso, you know, but they didn't have Omni Slash. Rolling Thunder was on cooldown. Yeah, and they just couldn't really finish him off in time, and the Puck came in, gets the coil, and that was it, you know. Just again, you know, overcommitting, you know. I guess it was also the 20-minute mark. They were trying to come in to get a pick off into Tormentor, but just didn't have their key spells available yet.
That fight win, you didn't even need to use the Black Hole or the Golem. You'll have those available for the next fights. With the advantage that they've now gotten themselves, Heroic more than back in the game. They are in a commanding position, I want to say.
Yeah, definitely. Now the Aghanim's on the Void Spirit, no longer a scary timing for them. Puck is halfway to his BKB. Marcy is very, very strong right now with for BKB. And Enigma's about to finish his BKB too, you know. So this triple BKB timing from Heroic is going to be absolutely deadly to Gamers Legion.
I was going to commend Gamer Legion for playing so well up till this point, but again, just kind of feels like almost a trademark of the team at this point. Regardless of whether they're ahead or behind, there comes a moment where they... I don't know whether it's a lapse of focus or just a complete misjudgment of the heroes that they need, but they try to make a move, or they try and extend themselves. It's clearly not the right place, right time, and then they end up giving up so much away.
Yeah, the macro game is just not there, you know.
Not having the BKB, Ice Path is immediately going to cancel that black hole. Very awkward there. Speed bails his carry out of trouble.
Yeah, it could have been really, really bad for them if they lost the Juggernaut. Yeah, but back to what you're saying, you know, like, I think Gamers Legion's main issue is they don't have the right heroes playing the right area, and sometimes the wrong people are kind of like showing and farming the lane when they shouldn't be, you know. So these are things that are the foundation of the team, and it's going to take time to figure it out.
Fate's going to swing. It's just a little warning shot before he blinks out. Whisper on the prowl. Not going to find a target. Heroic know that they're the one in the driver's seat right now, but it's only 45 seconds left for this Aegis. It feels like just a second ago that they managed to win that convincing fight, but Gamer Legion's done a good job avoiding them on the map.
And they're trying to avoid for Juggernaut's butterfly timing. I think this is going to be a very key item that allows them to kind of maybe fight back into the game.
And as the Jug gets butterfly, you'll finish the BKB, so...
Yeah, but he can still cut through them, right? And you wait out the Aegis, then you have your butterfly timing. I think you can actually, with one good Omni Slash, win the fight. You just need someone to kind of help you deal with the Puck. The Void Spirit is going to deal with that. Because as long as Juggernaut is not caught, I think he's going to have a potential of winning the team fight with the Omni Slash.
I mean, even if the Jug is coiled, unless you layer any additional spells on him, he can just...
You need the coil plus silence to kill him. Double silence because he has a Manta to remove one. The Puck and the Skyra.
It feels like it's such a nice Jug game, right? It's going to take a lot for them to control you. On paper, you can say, yeah, you can black hole him. But then executing that, as we saw earlier, is a lot easier said than done.
Yeah, you also have to worry about the lasso. I mean, if you're trying to get the black hole with BKB, but there's still a lasso to pick you off. So it's not like a free BKB black hole, you know, in the team fights. You need to be very careful of the Bat Rider's positioning.
It's all going to come down to the vision, at least in my perspective. Whoever gets to see the other party first, you jump in with that lasso, nullify the puck initiation, or if it's going to be heroic, in with the black hole in the spot that Gamer Legion don't expect. Big Num farming behind enemy lines here. Under no threat. Often the safest space is where your opponents expect you the least. A heroic, they're all grouped up here. I'm not really sure what objective they're looking for, or whether they're expecting Gamer Legion to be in this area.
I think they're just scared, you know? They just want to group together because they don't see anyone. They literally don't see anyone. On their vision, they don't see anything. So I think they're just scared.
I will say I've come to really appreciate Speed's positioning this game. I feel like he's never too far away from the jug. He's always in a forward position between where he thinks his opponents are and where the jug is, just making sure that Yamsun can farm very freely.
Yeah, he's going to be the important either save or follow up to the Void Spirit in the team fights, you know. So he has a very pivotal role to play in the team fights. And now the Juggernaut has Butterfly. So now let's see if they can actually use this to win a team fight here.
You see the Remnant in the bot lane. Mass
Going
TP's coming through. They're trying to find RCY, but he's already through. There was a deep ward spotting out Fade. It won't find him on the retreat though. And now they'll see Whisper, so they are aware that Heroic are hunting in the area.
Yeah, I mean, if you see no heroes defending mid, it kind of is like a very huge tell that something's going on. I think for this move to work, they might have actually had to send Davai mid to show, you know, with his Eidolons and Helm to push out the mid wave. You know, if nobody's showing mid, I think it's very, very low chance that you're going to land a smoke gank on the side lanes.
It's so scary to do so though, right? Because if you're showing solo on the mid lane, that could be a quick lasso into a kill if you're not careful.
That's why use your creeps.
That's true.
Just use your Helm and your creeps. You don't use your hero.
And right now, Devi's using his Helm and his creeps just to farm out both teams. Maybe a bit of cold feet, not wanting to commit at this time. It's a bit weird though. I thought that Gamer Legion would try and push
they
the
just
issue.
lost their lead, you know. They had like a 4k lead, and because they're grouping up together the last 2 minutes, and they just lost everything.
You mean Heroic, right? Like the
They're heroic.
like post-fight.
They were just like playing so near each other that they're sacrificing so much of their farm. And now Big Nam has 4 stuff. Very, very key item on this hero. You mentioned that in the team fights, it's gonna be all about who sees you first. And Bat Rider with Blink and 4 stuff. This is one of the scariest heroes to be given an opening in the team fights. He sees, especially like Enigma. I think Enigma is a very good target. Warlock's a good target. If he sees any of these big team fight heroes, he gets them, gets the 4 stuff off. Usually it means that the team fight is going to be won by the Bat Riders team. So he's going to be a very, very important hero to look out for in the team fights.
Eyes on Big Num here. Smoked up, leading the charge, heading towards the top lane.
Where are they going?
I don't know. I feel like this
I'm
whole
actually
game,
quite confused
Heroic
with
and
this
Gamer Legion have just gone completely separate ways. They've been just off the mark entirely with catching each other on the map in a weird way.
I mean, RCY is going to take the Watcher though, so I think Heroic knows what's going on. Someone just showed up to take the Watcher.
One on the high ground. Well, in Schofield, that's not one of the important heroes that you mentioned, but enough for them to be happy. What's going to be pinged out? I don't know about that. I don't know what that's supposed to do for you, because yes, you use your lasso to kill the Skyriff Mage, okay, and then what objective are you getting?
Did he see the puck as well?
The puck, I believe, was invis.
Oh yeah, he had invis. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
My bad. Yeah, but it's still a good kill.
Ward on the high ground.
It was still a good kill. Like every time you have lasso off, you just want to get a kill somewhere, you know. They didn't even need to use any other big spells. It's just basically the lasso. And Roshan is gonna spawn soon.
Ooh, quick moves. But he knows he can't just TP like that. Yamsun very quickly realizes that the muscle memory almost cost him there. But the heads-up play to just kind of manta and move to the right. The problem is he has to go through the twin gates to connect back with his team. Roche is going to be back up in 25 seconds, and the advantageous position is being held by Gamer Legion. As they're dewarding the area, Whisper jumping in, very ballsy, got a coil nothing. Swing and a miss, and Whisper having to pop the BKB defensively. That is awkward with a capital A.
That is bad news for Heroic. And now Bignum is going to have his lasso back off cooldown, so he's going to be able to look for a kill now. I mean, if they have a smoke, do they have a smoke? They have a smoke on Jakiro, so they might be considering moving now, or they wait for another 10 seconds and wait for the Roche to move bot and then smoke. But they're
trying to get an
move
advanced
right
position.
now. Looking for a good angle here, probably coming in from behind. And Rune is also about to spawn, you know. Somebody is going to die, Mike.
There's a nice ward for the side of Heroic, potentially scouting this out. Haste is there.
Oh,
who's
so
going to grab
juicy.
it? RCY on the high ground, jumping in, silencing 3, found the power slash in, he's dead. Fade there, looking to cover. The Rolling Thunder is there onto King Jungles and Heroic. You can't take this fight. It's a 3v5 without the puck. And looks like this Roche will be forfeit. Gamer Legion can just head into the pit and grab that Aegis for themselves. A quick execution there from RCY again.
That's very good smoke there. Realizing that they had a small little window of opportunity as well when the Roshan's traveling. And it's also very difficult because Heroic kind of has to, they have to stay top until they're absolutely certain that the Roche is not going to happen. Only then they can move forward, and they got caught out.
What is
in the
this
last
play?
second.
A big wraparound, blink up to the high ground. They're looking at speed, but they don't have the vision. The Glimmer Cape keeps him alive, and the Roche will be grabbed by Yamsun. Troublesome position now for the side of Heroic as they need to bail out their carry. It's Schofield being looked at. Looks like he's going to go down. Ice Path to catch. The rebound back out. That Rider still trying to chase though, but Yuma able to get bailed out by King Jungles.
Yeah, it's rough last couple of minutes for Heroic. They're not really sure what they needed to do, and it felt like they also didn't really want to wait for the puck because they have to contest. They feel like if they give up the Roche, the game is going to be really difficult because Jug is going to get to a point where he's just way too strong, right? The Swift Slash is going to come into play in one more camp, and this is, I mean, this Jug is, he has so much potential to just kill the whole enemy team on his own.
Yamsun's looking fantastic. Earlier Kaz game as well. Relied upon to put out the damage.
As long as Enigma's in check, Jug can kill everyone.
Don't even think Enigma's been much of a problem for the side of Gamer Legion. In fact, I don't know who's been a problem for Gamer Legion. So far, Heroic, they've just been trampled upon by their opponents. And now a 4-minute window for them to clean up the rest of the outer towers. But they need to come together first. Gamer Legion kind of split up across the map right now, not really worried about forcing things immediately or that timer.
Yeah, I mean,
waiting
is waiting for a fish to appear.
Prep is set. Vision is there. Manta illusions are being pushed out. But Heroic know that that bot lane is in absolute death trap. Not gonna fall for it.
Yeah, it is what we call the dead lane.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Most people mistake that phrasing because actually what it means is if you go into that lane, you're dead.
So what's the correct way to say it? Or what's
No,
the
that
other
is,
way?
I think that is. I think people just, you know, when you say dead lane, the implication is that the lane itself has died. Like there's no value from it. You know what I mean? It's a dead lane to farm.
Yeah, it means
I'm not
that
going to
you're
pretend to be a
you're not-
master of linguistics here,
it
Winter.
just means that you're not supposed to go there if you're a high value hero.
Sure.
I think that's pretty much it.
Okay. The lane for absolute losers and low value scrubs.
If you want to call it that.
I can
As
relate.
long as you are a hero that is allowed to die, you can go there. Or a hero that's very difficult to kill.
Well, King Jungles believes that him and his golem are allowed to die. He's gonna come through the twin gates, rock that shit, and walk it off. What a play! I think he lives too, which is crazy because he's in Glimmer.
Are you sure?
No, just don't move, KG! KG!
But what? How did he see him all of a sudden?
They saw the goddamn
Was it
Crocus
because of the-
auto-attacking somebody.
Or was it because of the tree? He saw the tree being chopped because he cut the tree to
No,
place the
no,
ward?
no. Speed saw, sorry, not Speed. Big Num saw the Crocus auto-attacking something and they were like, what the hell is that? Jumped
Yeah.
over, quick move.
They're having some afternoon tea party there. Was it the... Oh, I can't...
Yeah,
can't
you
tell.
saw the...
Was it the Croaker?
I think
Was
it was a Croaker.
Croaker is a secret agent for gamers.
I mean, there's a,
Legion.
there's a chance you're right, where because he cuts the tree to place a ward, right?
Yeah, maybe he saw the tree because he had flying vision from the Firefly.
Yeah,
Maybe it
I
was
think
that.
I think if he didn't cut the tree, you actually don't even see the Crocus auto-attacking. Rolling
Yeah,
Thunder, oh my
that's
goodness,
true.
bye-bye Schofield, ta-da!
Skyrath into Pangolier, that is a matchup you do not want to play.
What the hell is that, Whisper?
Just trying out whether the product that he bought works.
Well,
do you not try on your clothes, before you buy them?
I try to, but Omni Slash, oh, the bounces, they're just perfect. Yamson will eliminate Yuma.
One of the constant rants I hear from my wife is, it's so difficult to buy things online. I can never try them out first.
That's a true and valid complaint. I don't know. I feel like everywhere heroics show up on the map, they're just dying on heroes. You just lost your 1 and your 2 casually. And that didn't even look hard for Gamer Legion. I don't know what's going on anymore.
They can't
with
push out
heroic.
the lanes and you're playing the Bat Rider.
I mean, I feel like it's a big enough red flag when you play the game as Enigma and you're not able to like pressure the tier 1 for like 15 minutes. And what do you even do? Like, that's the hero's whole game plan. Rolling Thunder coming in, Warlock just instantly evaporates. All they need to do on Gamer Legion is literally press 3 spells on any combination of their heroes and the supports are just dead. I don't even think the cores are spared. And RCY, look at that. I feel like you rarely see such presence of mind, I want to say, right? Like going for the Aeon Disc, understanding that the only way they throw or lose this game is if he somehow gets caught out and burst down. He's not even going to give them that opportunity.
His main job is to go poke in and poke out to reveal the location of the Enigma. I think that's his main duty in the team fights. That's it. As long as they see the Enigma, it means that Yamsam can just go in and kill heroes. That is the only hero that can turn the game around at the moment for Heroic.
Looking a bit bleak.
Okay, maybe the
15K.
puck. If I give the puck another 10,000 net worth, maybe. Level 25
3,
plus 10K
7,
net worth.
and 6. The scoreline of probably a position 4. Not really your mid laner.
I thought you said the stats don't matter, the kills don't matter, and then now you're trying to count the scores.
No, I'm not saying it matters. I'm just saying that's the scoreline that he has, and it reminds me of a position 4. Oh, you can decide if it matters or not. Coil up. But that's the Aeon Disc that's going to come into play, instantly bailing RCY out. Talked about that item, immediately comes. It proves its worth. Meanwhile, Ice Path on the backline, they're looking at King Jungles, but Yamson, ooh, a Rock Hunter, absolutely nothing fate. Winding up the Rolling Thunder, will find an angle. Meanwhile, Whisper able to focus down speed. A Lotus will save him for now, but Yamson coming in with the slashes. Black Hole is there. Who's it caught? Only the Bat Rider, and Yamson, he's just free to slash back away. Yes, you got him for 3 seconds, but your cores are all dead. It is so easy,
bash.
and the first hit, bash. Why not? Yamson, he's got to be feeling good, and RCY, all of that was set up by him baiting in Heroic, and you've run out of lives on Heroic to give. This has truly been the RCY show here today.
Yeah, that is probably game then. I mean, that's just too big of a hole right now for Heroic to climb out. They're gonna get Mega, and yeah, I mean, that's not much to say here. And they're just too far behind, they can't really execute the team fights properly. Heroes are dying left and right randomly. There's just too many problems that they need to solve in the early to mid game.
painful, painful stuff as this series, you've wanted to see maybe Heroic wake up on the right side of bed here, but their bad luck, their misfortune, whatever you want to call it, it continues here as they are not able to scramble together any semblance of a fight here up against Gamer Legion. And despite some mistakes, as we keep highlighting, Gamer Legion will be able, more than likely, to take this series. There's one final fight left in Heroic. Looking for an opening. Black Hole still not available for 80. You're gonna start with a stun up onto Fade, blow him up, but that's still miscoordination. Saving Fade momentarily, you can't Omni Slash into the Lotus, but you will be able to lasso into it, and Yuma will just get cut down.
No Black Hole yet. How are they gonna defend here? My Juggernaut is gonna have Omni Slash, but he doesn't have mana, so he needs some Arcane Boots. Somebody needs to give that man some mana.
Gamer Legion showing some discipline though, they're not... Still a bit worried about the potential for them to get caught out. RCY will be the one on the front lines to start throwing the remnants out, and onto the Ancient they go. Still a glyph available at the very last moment if need be, but the Hex instantaneously, Divide doesn't get the chance! It's not like he had a Black Hole, but still, that's rough to say the least. Sentenced back into their fountain. Buybacks come through. Again, still no Black Hole. Gamer Legion might respect this though. Speed a bit too far forward and the Golem will catch him. But Yamsun on the throne will just easily walk out of that Mystic Flare. Not sure what that was about. Swift Slash out onto Whisper. He just gets cut down, has the buyback immediately. 6 more seconds until the Black Hole. Divide, he has to come up big. Even if he does, you're up against Megas, and Gamer Legion just decide, okay, have fun against that. We're not gonna bother. We're gonna reset, we're gonna come back and item more, and then we're gonna finish the game. You don't want to GG out that bad, you can defend.
Not just an item, you know. An extra A gates would be nice. Roshan's gonna spawn soon. And the appropriate punishment for opponents that don't GG out is to farm them in the fountain.
Jesus. What the hell?
Don't tell me you don't do that, you know, when somebody says they type GG and they continue defending and then you just fountain farm them.
You know what? I can very proudly say I've never been a fountain farmer, never been a fan of it. Every time my teammates ping me, say go in, I'm like, nah.
That's because you're playing Venomancer, that's why you're not going in.
Okay, so what? What's your point? I don't believe in that lifestyle. I don't believe.
If you're playing some Tusk, some frontline hero, I'm sure
Still
you'll be
no.
going. If you're
Still
playing
no.
Abaddon,
Nope. Couldn't be me. I'm using my Curse of Avernus and I'm hitting the throne.
deny it all you want, but I'm just gonna wait for that one game it happens, and I'm gonna catch you.
Sure.
Better be ready to go into incognito mode when you play your pubs.
It's gonna be harder to figure out than what Heroic can do to come back in this game though. You're not gonna catch me. In the same way they're never catching RCY. Unstoppable. I mean, this right here has been the story of the game, right? The fact that RCY has just bested Whisper over and over, getting the catch onto Yamsun, but really, he is completely fine. He's healing up with the healing ward, coming through with the slashes.
Hey, crap, he
could
doesn't
not
have
even
Manta.
make it happen. And GG will finally be called. He didn't have Manta available, but he's fine. Look at them go. They are absolutely thrilled about that win. Gamer Legion. It's been a rough group stage for them so far, but the Hugs come through straight into Mangusu. For sure, he's their secret sauce in this series, as Gamer Legion will be able to take it very convincingly 2-0.
Yeah, very, very tough loss for Heroic, you know. I think on paper, they should be the favorites to win this, but their current showing, you know, in this tournament has been, very, very disappointing, you know. The team seems like they're going through a phase where they're trying to change certain things in the draft, and then it's not working out. And hopefully they're just going through a phase where in order to become better, they have to become worse first, and hopefully that's the case happening for them, and they can figure things out quickly.
How much of it do you think is Gamer Legion playing well versus Heroic shooting themselves in the foot? Like if you had to sort of kind of divvy that up.
I think it's mostly, I think Heroic also just messing up, you know. They just made it really easy for, I think, Gamer Legion. I think there's also some instances where you also need to give them credit when they're taking advantage of certain things that your opponent is doing. So obviously, Gamer Legion, they did enough. I wouldn't say they played perfectly. They also made, I think, a lot of mistakes fundamentally as a team, but they did enough to win the game, And Heroic is in very, very bad shape. So yeah, I mean, it wasn't that hard, I think, to beat Heroic here today.
What changed? Because just 1 month, 2 months ago, everybody was on the Heroic hype train, They were looking amazing. They were catching everyone by surprise. They were playing with a pace that no one could quite figure out. And then suddenly it feels like they've completely dropped the ball. What's different from the Heroic that was that successful that they won a tournament to this Heroic now?
I think I already briefly mentioned it. I think it's mainly the hero pool that they are drafting for Whisper right now. He's not really comfortable on certain conventional made heroes, and yeah, I mean, it's going to take some time before he gets used to it. And a lot of these movements where you were asking me about, Davai, he seems like he doesn't have anything to do, there's no purpose in the game. I think a lot of it has to do with Whisper not having a good start, so he can't really rotate to the offlaner to get the tower. I think this is what we are seeing as the main issues that are causing a lot of disruptions in the early game movements of Heroic here. So until they figure that out, I think this problem is going to continue.
Really rough stuff for that team. And I think, of course, we talk about Mangusu leaving the team and Estini joining as an analyst, but then you kind of think about it like, suddenly, the main coach, Cavs, has that much more work to do, right? So that much more work to do, trying to integrate your off-lane player into a new position, trying to cook these drafts, trying to follow up the meta. It's just quite a lot going on. And unfortunately, it's not enough for them at this stage. I'm sure it's been a long, grueling tournament season, so we can maybe offer some sympathies in that regard towards Heroic. But if you're trying to pave the way for South America, if you're trying to lead by example, it's not quite there yet. It's not exactly what the region needs, and there's a lot more work to do going into the new year, into the new season, if they want to repeat those performances, right? Making it to those lands, showing up and getting the fans excited again. A little bit of a sour note for Heroic. As before we talk a bit more about Gamer Legion Heroic or anything that's gone on so far, a bit of a tournament announcement. So I think some people have been a little bit confused because most of the times in the Swiss stage, when you hit a certain amount of losses, you're basically mathematically out. Why are we still playing the games? Yada, yada. Quick little tournament announcement. From today onwards, with the way that everything has shaken out, you need to have a score of at least 3-2 to continue. If not, you're basically out. So Gamer Legion and Heroic, commiserations to them. But Gamer Legion, even with their series win here, they will not be able to move on to the next stage of the tournament. So all that they're playing for right now is for those series wins, where you still get money, 3.5 thousand, and also 100 EPT points per series win. So these are going to be very important, especially for the rosters trying to make it towards EWC and the later events in the year. But yeah, we're just going to hang on a little bit as we probably have an interview. I just want to find out all about what Gamer Legion are thinking about, right? I want to know about what exactly Mangusu has been able to impart to them, the secrets of Heroic that he shared. And we have none other than the man himself on your screen, Mangusu. Can you hear us?
Hello. Yes.
Amazing. Congratulations on that 2-0 victory. You and the boys looked really nice. Now, I know it's the obvious question, but I gotta get it out of the way. How does it feel beating your former team? What are your thoughts?
I mean, it's nice. It's just nice. But I'm really happy that we managed to win a series against a good team. Been kind of struggling. We won a bunch of first games and then ended up losing.
So what do you think are the problems that your team is facing right now, since you said you are struggling? What are the things that you can share with us that your team is going through at the moment?
I don't think we're struggling at all. I think we're thriving. We're getting better. But we've had a bunch of games where we played well against good teams. Like in Valachia, we won game 1 against Batboom. Here we won game 1 against Mouse, and then we didn't manage to win the series. So I don't know. Probably some mentality, or maybe just things happen that way. So just happy to close out the series against a good team.
And what do you think that your team is actually doing good right now to have the one game wins, of the good teams at the moment?
A lot of things. The biggest thing is that we're working very hard. Everybody is so hungry in this team. we are so down to put so many hours there, excited because like we're traveling to so many places now, and we know that we're gonna have a full year. So they still have that that big energy, and we're working on so many things because of it. I think we've put a lot of effort into our early game, and that shows. Our early games are always really, really good. So yeah, we're abusing windows and having really good comps in early. And then our mid-game macro is also good, but that's my forte, so that's always gonna happen.
A little bit of Mangusu's secret sauce here. And of course, playing against your former team, I'm sure you're very familiar with what they like to do, their strengths, their weaknesses. Would you say there's any secret tips and tricks that you were able to share with your boys to help you guys get the advantage, specifically against Heroic today?
For sure. But can't talk about any of them. But yeah.
Tight-lipped. That's what puts his food on the table.
True that.
Nice. Okay. Well, we'll just leave it at that. We don't want you to have to divulge any of those secrets here. And I guess last question for you. You've been working with Heroic for what feels like 1.5, 2 seasons at this point. Now joining a new team, Gamer Legion. What has been the biggest difference for you stepping into that head coach position?
There's been a big difference in culture and how the team acts. Here, I was used to like a team that was already very professional, but like a culture that I built with those guys over a long time. So having to work on those things, you know, just the I guess the difference was big. And then besides that, I mean, I have to draft, right? So that's a huge difference. I have so little time. Before we were 2 guys, had really great relationship with Kavs, and 2 of us were working together, dividing the workload. Now I gotta do it all alone, so it's been hard to, you know, get enough sleep and also get everything done. But it's so much fun. It's so fulfilling to know that you have so much impact, and it's really fun to draft.
Hell yeah. I don't think you hear that very often, but I'm glad you're enjoying it, and hopefully even more wins ahead for your thriving team, Mangusu. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll let you go.
Thank you.
Drafting is fun, Winter. You heard it here first. Absolute maniac. What the hell? Who likes draft? Every single time I'm in the position to draft, I'm like sweating buckets. I'm like, damn, the time's running out so quick. I don't know what I'm supposed to pick. These guys are busting my ass right now.
Drafting is fun, Mike. You just gotta, you know, enjoy it, you know, like it.
Okay.
It's either you are a drafter that listens to everybody and makes a decision, or you don't give a shit about what everyone is saying, and you just pick what you want. And you tell them this is what you're gonna play.
I think it's pretty interesting what Mangusu mentioned, because even though he was very understandably conservative about what he had to say about Heroic, he did mention the big culture difference, right? When you're in an environment for so long, you kind of have already built up a certain understanding, a certain way of working, maybe expectations that don't need to be explained anymore. And even though Gamer Legion, like we saw from the content bit, they've been a team for very long across Wildcard, across Apex Genesis, maybe they've never had that sort of formal structure that Mangusu is more used to. So still some growing pains. I think the most interesting thing was the fact that we were asking him, you know, what's your team struggling with? He's like, I don't think we're struggling. The hell are you talking about? So it's just a completely different mindset from what the rest of us are thinking.
I mean, he mentioned he thought that they were struggling in some of the games, so I just
yeah,
figured,
right. Like he's like,
I wasn't no, and he said, nope, we are not struggling. Okay, you know,
yeah,
if you say so.
He's clearly the type of guy who doesn't want to show any weakness. And Gamer Legion, even though, again, they're mathematically out of this tournament, they're going to try and push the issue as far as they can. 3 losses means that all the teams that are on our screen here in today's matches are no longer in the running for the next stage of the tournament. But I think some pretty interesting upsets. I mean, Gamer Legion versus Heroic, I think I'd be fair to say that that's an upset. And we also had another upset earlier today, where Amaru Gaming were able to 2-1 Yakult Brothers.
Yeah, they're still in the running, or you can't.
No,
you
three
can't
three
qualify
losses.
if you
You're
have-
done. 3 losses.
Oh,
you're
3
done.
losses, you're done.
Yeah. So they unfortunately are not in the running, as we can see from the overall standings. Any team, again, so everyone from Liquid onwards on the 14th position, no chance that they move on forward. And everybody with 2 losses, you can't afford to lose anymore. You need to just keep winning. You need a score of 4-2, which means all these teams, Extreme, Bedboom, Yandex, Runa, Tundra, Nigma Galaxy, you need to win. And I mean, Mouse, we'll see here, between them and Navi, whoever loses that series is basically out of the tournament, at least the next stage of it. And then whoever wins still has a chance for the final day.
It seems like there's also no need for tie breaks, right? With
Yeah.
what's going on at the
Yeah.
moment.
No
That'll
tie
be
breaks.
exactly just 8 teams moving on.
Yeah, all part of the plan. The script was written very well this time, I must say. I don't mind it at all. I feel like tie breaks sometimes, I don't even know whether they are as... Okay, this is my personal opinion. Sometimes I feel like tiebreakers with like the best of ones or like the randomness of it, you know, you wake up on one extra day you weren't really expecting to play, maybe it disjoints your schedule and then doesn't really tell me who the better team is, right? Just kind of told me who won on that day. It's very much in isolation. So I do like this. I do like the way that the Swiss stage has panned out. We're still getting a lot of high quality hype games. And I'm surprised because I feel like a lot of the teams who are mathematically out still playing their hearts out. Of course, EPT points and money on the line, that's going to do that for you. But speaking of doing it for us, that is going to be the end of this stream. We're done with our best of threes for today. Been a pretty exciting one. I think Gamer Legion upsetting Heroic. Probably the SA fans are really upset. But Gamer Legion, if you're an NA fan, you're hooting, you're hollering, you're blowing up the fireworks. And we are not done with the Dota just yet. I believe that Na'Vi are on the brink of taking down Mouse over on the Storm stream if you want to head on over there. And there's still the mainstream Team Spirit versus Paravision. You don't want to miss that. That one looks like it's going to a game number 3. So hop on over to those streams. But for us today, we're done. We'll see you guys tomorrow for the final day of the group stage. Ta-ta.
bloody time.
Dream League Season 27 is brought to you by DHL.
Jingle bells are jingling, carols fill the air, mistletoe and holly everywhere, children taking sleigh rides, laughing all the way. Oh, what fun we'll have this holiday. Homemade decorations, lights on every tree, snowball fights with friends and family, holiday occasions, raise a cup of cheer. Oh, what fun to celebrate this merry time of year.
Bells on bobtails ringing, making spirits